Hachette Audio presents The Peking Express, the bandits who stole a train, stunned the West, and broke the Republic of China. Written by James M Zimmerman. Read by David Shi. Please see supplemental PDF. To the bandits, hostages, interlocutors, rescuers, and other participants in the Lin Chung incident, as well as family and friends in my life who encouraged and supported this writing project. This book is dedicated to you. Prologue. About the only difference between a bandit and a soldier is the matter of army pay, a uniform, and a gun. John B. Powell, American publisher and hostage. May 1923. After the Revolution of 1911 ended more than 2,000 years of imperial rule in China, the country ruptured into regional political factions, each jockeying for power in a constant state of internecine warfare. The armies of the provincial military warlords, the Dujuns, dominated the countryside as the hapless leaders of the Republic of China in Peking struggled to maintain a semblance of control over a fractured nation. The warlord armies obeyed no higher authority than the warlord himself. They were in effect personal armies made into military satrapies, independent of national-level authorities. In June 1922, Li Yuanhong was installed as president of the nation. A highly respected former rebel army leader in the 1911 revolution, who had then served as president in 1916 to 1917. President Li was now regarded as an anti-militarist who would unify the country with a national constitution, as well as disband the Duchuns and their armies. After 10 years of warlord intrigue, corruption, and destruction, Li's ambitious plan was a welcome relief to both the Chinese people and the international community. But he needed to move quickly. There was much trouble brewing in the heartland. For more than a decade, rival warlords had settled scores by resorting to arms, and after each battle, the defeated soldiers scattered for survival. Poor and starving, most of these soldiers sought to be reinstated into an army, anyone's army. But others became outlaws. By 1923, bandits, or Du Fei, had become an existential threat to the Chinese government. Every day, swarms of men armed with rifles and sabers swept through the countryside, looting factories, hijacking trade routes, and kidnapping children. To neutralize the bandits, the warlords initiated ruthless suppression campaigns, laying siege over entire regions and engaging in bloody wars of attrition that destroyed village after village. Outside train stations and village gates, the rotting heads of executed bandits were tethered from poles and baskets, dangling in the wind as gruesome trophies to dissuade former soldiers and any peasants caught in the crossfire from becoming Tu Fei. Few Westerners ever set foot in the lawless interior of the country, where the bandits and warlords did battle. Yet in 1923, China's newly launched express trains, a showcase of its modernity, passed right through the heart of bandit country, their seats filled with prominent and wealthy passengers traveling back and forth between the raucously cosmopolitan city of Shanghai and the nation's more austere but still thriving capital, Peking. An attack on an express train by marauding brigands could threaten China's national sovereignty and bring the unstable Republican government to its knees. It would not only strike a blow to China's economically critical rail system, but also put the country in the crosshairs of the foreign powers that increasingly took the view that China couldn't govern itself. Much as during the opium wars of the 19th century and the Boxer Rebellion just a few decades earlier, various foreign governments were itching for a reason to intervene militarily to protect their treaty rights and expand their territorial ambitions. Much was indeed at stake. So when, in early May 1923, the inevitable happened. An attack on the Peking Express, a hostage situation, and a diplomatic crisis that captured the attention of the globe. It not only changed the lives of those caught up in the affair, it also changed China and its relationship with the rest of the world. This is that story. Part 1. The Journey. Chapter 1. All aboard. All in all, travel on the regular routes is as safe in China as in any other part of the world. Robbers and pirates exist, of course, and there is usually a revolution or rebellion going on in some part of the country. But these things add zest, rather than danger, to the journey. The Traveler's Handbook for China, 1921. May 5th, 1923, 8 a.m., Shanghai. John Benjamin Powell had a train to catch. The publisher of Shanghai's Weekly Review and the Chicago Tribune's man in China handed his baggage and portable typewriter to his driver and kissed his wife, Martha, and 2 small children goodbye. At the age of 34, he looked lean and smart in his 3-piece wool suit, wingtip shoes, and dark gray Stetson fedora. He had remembered to shave, and his hair was slicked back with brilliantine. He got dolled up like this for only the important assignments. On most days, he wore rugged olive-green khakis and rolled-up shirt sleeves. His round black wire-rimmed glasses gave him a studious look, and he never left home without pencils, a notebook, and his beloved corncob pipe to remind himself of his Midwestern roots. He had certainly come a long way from his native Missouri. Powell lived in a 2-story Tudor-style house in Frenchtown, the French concession area of Shanghai, where the leafy lanes and vibrant commerce made him feel as if he were walking the streets of Paris. The area had become the neighborhood of choice for the growing American colony, as well as the rich taipans, or foreign-born business tycoons, who had built Shanghai into a modern metropolis. Powell's taxi passed by the gated mansions, heading east and then north in the direction of the Huangpu River toward the Shanghai Nanking Railway Station. On Avenue Edward VII, the taxi breezed past Powell's newsroom in the Great Northern Telegraph Company, a stately office building from which messages were sent around the clock over lines connecting China to Russia, Europe, and Imperial Japan. During the past 6 years, Powell had wired first-hand accounts of famine, earthquakes, rebellions, bloody regional wars, and the seemingly vain efforts of the Republican government to unite the country and improve the lot of the Chinese people. Most of his stories were ugly and dark, but today's assignment was good news for a change. Powell was headed 600 miles north to Shantung Province to cover the completion ceremony of a major river reclamation project funded by the American Red Cross and built with the help of American contractors and 23,000 Chinese laborers. This initiative, which involved the construction of a diversion dam, levees, and a massive rail trestle built out of Oregon pine timber, was an example of the emergent friendship between the United States and China. And it would save lives. 2 years earlier in this same spot, the restless Yellow River had broken through its north bank, laying waste to 500 villages. Although this was an important story, it also gave Powell the excuse he was waiting for to book a first-class ticket on the Peking Express, a luxurious overnight train service that had launched just 4 months earlier. In addition to the creature comfort such a journey would provide, Powell knew he would meet interesting, important people. Catnip for new story ideas. Powell's taxi was now crawling in traffic along the city's principal waterfront. On his right was the 9-mile river frontage, full of a motley assortment of sampans, crimson-colored masted junks, fishing and trading boats, and passenger ferries traversing this smooth, steel-gray-colored river and clogging the docks and ramps extending from the shoreline promenade. Farther on, Across to the shore of the east bank of the river, Powell could see the wharves, the gray warehouses, godowns, and the smokestacks of factories standing tall in the skyline. From this vantage point, Shanghai looked like any other industrial city in Europe or America. The noise on the crowded streets was ear-piercing, the fumes choking. The taxi dodged a strange mixture of vehicles: tramcars, carriages, motor cars, lorries, and rickshaws. In the bustle, Powell saw the whole pecking order of Shanghai's social fabric, from British aristocrats and foreign and Chinese businessmen in bespoke suits, to stern-looking, sick traffic policemen in khakis and turbans, barking orders to pedestrians and drivers alike. Also, here were many Chinese who made their living on the street. Pig-tailed peddlers hawking curios, slender courtesans, or sing-song girls, in their form-fitting and sleeveless silk cheongsam, or mandarin gowns, and skeletal rickshaw pullers restless for passengers so they could earn enough for their daily meal. In 1923, Shanghai had a population of 35,000 foreigners and 2 million Chinese. You could live a modern urbane life in Shanghai the same way you could in any major city of the West, never encountering the rural, impoverished China that lay just beyond the city limits. Powell was one of the few Westerners who knew and loved both sides of the country, the international concessions and the real China that many of his expat friends wouldn't dare explore. Powell and his family spent their weekends touring the city, beguiled by that interesting mixture of East and West. The shops were always dark and mysterious, and had the inescapable but welcoming aroma of smoky sandalwood incense, pots brewing jasmine tea, and lantern candles burning cold vegetable tallow. Understanding the shopkeepers was a challenge, but they knew some pidgin English, a combination of English and Chinese words that was predominant in the foreign concessions, and Powell spoke enough Chinese to get by. He loved how so many different cultures met and mingled in Shanghai. Not only every kind of European and Chinese, but also Malays, Parsis, Annamese, Brahmins, Hindus, Persians, Turks, and Javanese. And although he enjoyed the city's rich diversity, Powell also lamented the discrimination toward the native population. In the public parks along the Bund, for instance, no Chinese, except for those working as servants to foreigners, were even allowed to enter. Shanghai also had its dark side, which he knew well enough to avoid. Several streets were notorious for gambling, prostitution, grog shops, and opium joints catering to all kinds. Powell was amazed by how much he loved China, by how Shanghai had really become home, despite the fact that 6 years earlier he couldn't find it on a map. Back in 1916, he was teaching journalism at the University of Missouri when Thomas Millard, a well-known international political correspondent in Asia for the New York Herald, sent a telegram to the dean of the school searching for young journalists interested in working in the Orient. Millard summarized his editorial policy as printing, "Anything we damn well please." That sounded good to Powell. So did the glamour of becoming a foreign correspondent. Shanghai would be quite the adjustment for him and his young family. To prepare himself, Powell read the only 2 books on China in the university library, both of which were written by missionary Arthur H. Smith, whose description of the Chinese people was meant to be humorous, but was in fact condescending, if not racist. The few Chinese students at the university bitterly complained about Smith's supercilious point of view. Even with no experience in China, Powell was turned off by the chapter headings in Smith's popular and widely read 1894 tome that characterized the Chinese people as having a talent for misunderstanding and intellectual turbidity. America needed a more objective view of China and the Chinese people, and Powell believed that he was the right man for the job. When he arrived in Shanghai in February 1917, Powell quickly realized that he would be starting the magazine from scratch. Over time, he added staff, and the Review grew exponentially in both subscribers and advertising revenues. As a weekly news magazine, the Review provided coverage with greater depth than the daily newspapers and had a more U.S.-centric analysis of current events than the other British and European-oriented publications in Shanghai. In 1920, Powell bought out Millard and changed the name of the publication to the Weekly Review of the Far East. By the early 1920s, his magazine had become the journal of choice not only for the Anglo-American colony, but for anyone in China with an international outlook. Whereas many foreign publications were dismissive of Chinese subscribers, Powell discovered that the largest English reading group was actually a younger generation of Chinese, the intellectuals and the students of mission and municipal schools, who took a keen interest in world affairs. As his magazine's stature grew, so did Powell's influence. He developed close ties to both the business community and the government. And unlike many foreigners who had exploitive colonial mindsets, Powell advocated for a strong and independent China. He often ruffled feathers in the foreign business community by calling for the abandonment of the special extraterritorial privileges that exempted foreigners from the jurisdiction of local courts and gave them freedom from arrest by local officials. Powell, like many of his young liberal Chinese readers, also supported China's current president, Li Yuanhong. Li was a scholar and a modernizer, Powell believed, who wanted to turn the page on the warlord era and unify China. Although he was never shy to criticize the president, Powell was optimistic that good times were ahead, if only the country could just stay on the rocky course toward democracy and the rule of law. As the taxi pulled into the jammed driveway of the railway station, it was met by a swarm of hawkers elbowing one another for the prize of acting as Powell's unofficial porter. Everywhere, there were men and women peddling tobacco, newspapers, and refreshments for the train ride. Within seconds, the station's official porters, red-capped and uniformed, freed Powell from the scrum. "JB!" someone shouted out to him over the gaggle of voices. "Glad you can make it, pal." Powell smiled, sensing a trace of sarcasm in the wise guy voice, which belonged to Lloyd Lairbos, a young reporter and cameraman with the China Press, whom everyone called Larry. Young and handsome, Lairbos was a newcomer to the newspaper game in China, and Powell admired that he was aggressively ambitious when it came to getting a good story. But he found his personal style, the endless skirt-chasing and male bravado, a bit much. As the two newsmen exchanged greetings, they were distracted by the arrival of a spanking new blue sedan that forced its way to the front portico of the station, blasting its horn incessantly. Out of the motorcar came 39-year-old Leon Friedman, a wealthy Shanghai automobile dealer who would be traveling on the Peking Express to visit his branch operation in the capital city. A master salesman, gregarious and gracious, Friedman always loved to show off his inventory. Leon and his brother Max were typical of the self-made foreign businessman who thrived in Shanghai. Although they now owned the China Motors Federal Company, which sold cutting-edge brands of the day, such as Hupmobile, Dodge, and Chandler, from showrooms across China, they had begun their adult lives with practically nothing, having escaped the anti-Semitic pogroms of their native Romania around the turn of the century. They arrived in Shanghai in 1919 after a colorful career in the United States as promoters for stunt pilots and barnstorming, including the Wright brothers. The ease of encountering such personalities with truly fascinating backstories was one of the things Powell liked best about life in Shanghai. As he made his way past the ticket booths and into the station's cavernous waiting hall, Powell observed a mix of businessmen and holidaymakers. There were reporters from Chinese-language newspapers heading north to cover the reclamation project, as well as a large group of well-dressed young men whom Powell recognized as major players in the city's Jewish merchant community. Lee Solomon, the leading exporter of mahjong sets to the West, was there. So was the heavy-set Shanghai-based Italian lawyer, Giuseppe Musso, who represented the Shanghai Opium Combine, which drove the opium trade before and after it became outlawed. Musso was also a well-known confidant of Italy's new fascist leader, Benito Mussolini. Accompanying Musso was his very young and dainty secretary, Alba Corelli. Powell also clocked a mysterious face in the crowd that belonged to a tall, well-dressed gentleman who suspiciously eyed the other passengers and shooed away the porters from his very heavy baggage. Whatever's in that guy's bag, Powell thought. He doesn't want anyone to touch it. The most conspicuous personality, however, was an older American lady who seemed at ease in her surroundings, yet was dressed more for an Easter bonnet parade than an overnight train ride. Lucy Aldrich was the sister-in-law of American financier John D. Rockefeller Jr., heir to the fortune of the Standard Oil Company of New York. She was wealthy and politically connected in her own right. Aldrich had come to Shanghai on her second circumnavigation of the globe and had been traveling for months in the company of her very proper secretary and a French maid. The call to board the train was announced over a tinny public address system. A stampede of mostly Chinese passengers ran down the raised platform to the second and third class coaches at the front of the train. The first class passengers were in the rear cars, away from the smoke and cinders that the coal-burning steam locomotives spewed into the air. Aldrich, her companions, and the other foreign passengers were ushered by the first-class compartment porters to their assigned carriage. The engineer then sounded the large swinging brass bell, cradled atop the locomotive again and again, a signal to both the station crew and passengers that it was time to get on board or get out of the way. As the hissing steam was blown out from the cylinder cocks on the sides of the engine, and the exhaust from the smokestack started to belch, the train moved forward. The journey had begun. Before the railroad came to China, people traversed the massive country by watercraft, horse, sedan chair, cart, wheelbarrow, mule, camel, and rickshaw. Or they could walk. Beasts of burden bore the cargo, pack horses, donkeys, oxen, and very often human beings who used hanging baskets at the ends of a carrying yoke. China's often impassable roads lived up to their notorious reputation. The railroad would end up revolutionizing travel within China, yet its arrival was anything but auspicious. The first Chinese train track was constructed in 1876, a 9-mile narrow-gauge passenger line between Shanghai and the port town of Wusong. The Qing government's approval for the project was granted, withdrawn, and then reinstated several times. 1 year after the train began operating, the government had the railroad dismantled on the grounds that the service unfairly disrupted the occupations of the locals, who operated canal boats and ferries, and that the track damaged neighboring farmland. By the turn of the century, only 10 miles of railroad track existed in all of China. The United States, by contrast, had 193,000 miles of railroads, crisscrossing the continent to reach practically every frontier town in North America. China wasn't so much behind the times, industrially speaking, as it was another planet altogether. Yet the Chinese government slowly began to warm up to the economic and strategic value of railroads. By 1909, China had about 5,000 miles of railroads and another 4,700 miles planned or under construction. After the 1911 revolution, which was directed at the inability of the Qing court to put the country on a path of technological and commercial advancement, the unstable Republican government made the building of railroads a national priority to both unify the fractured country and drive its economic development. But the government had neither the money nor the technological expertise to lay the thousands of miles of track it needed. Sensing opportunity, foreign governments and bankers jockeyed for a stake in China's rapidly expanding railroad system. Several agreements were reached with European financial groups for construction funds, but each deal had strings attached, including usurious interest rates and provisions making sure that the respective countries' own industries would control and profit from every aspect of the project, from construction and equipment to export fees. Back in 1898, a deal had been reached to build the Tientsin-Pukou Line, the longest portion of the railroad artery that would eventually connect Peking and Shanghai. The project was split between German and British contractors. German capital and engineers built the northern half. The British built the southern half. The Tientsin-Pukou Line was politically significant because it marked the first railway project in China where the construction and the control were vested wholly with the Chinese government. Before the Tientsin-Pukou Line was completed, a voyage between Shanghai and Peking was made primarily by ocean-going vessel and took 3 to 5 days to complete, weather permitting. The Tientsin-Pukou Line would cut down the travel time significantly. The rail service was immediately popular among merchants, missionaries, bankers, and diplomats, but it was also of interest to an increasing number of Western visitors. By the early 1920s, foreign tourism was booming in China, and advertisements enticed travelers with images of the mysterious dynastic walled city of Peking, the teeming commercial metropolis of Shanghai, the beautiful lakefront of Hangzhou, the ancient capital of the Manchus and the northern city of Mukden, and more. One advertisement claimed that China remains as interesting and strange as it was to Europeans who more than 500 years ago read Marco Polo's amazing account of the land of the Great Khan. For the first 10 years of service, travel on the Tientsin-Pukou Line took place mainly during the daylight hours, with a dozen stops along the way. Then, in autumn 1922, the Tientsin-Pukou Railway took delivery of a new set of carriages designed for fast overnight luxury travel. Built in America, the carriages were technological marvels. A huge investment for the railway, this new express train was more spacious, faster, and safer than any previous mode of transportation in China. The overnight service would cut down travel time to a predictable 38 hours, door to door, from Shanghai to Peking, a distance of 892 miles. Compared to wood-framed passenger cars, the block steel carriages reduced the risk of fire and prevented the telescoping of carriages in the event of a collision. But the steel carriages also had another benefit. They were practically bulletproof. In fact, the Peking Express was designed specifically to withstand attacks from the bandits who terrorized the Chinese countryside. The train would be a kind of Leviathan on wheels, with 2 sandbagged machine gun emplacements atop the carriages and a small army of private security guards. There seemed to be nothing to fear from the overnight journey. The advertisement for the all-steel construction underscored that it was even well suited for passage through remote bandit-ridden territory. The solid state of the cars provided the Peking Express with an impregnable level of security from robbers and highwaymen. Or, so everyone thought. Chapter 2. The Bandit Chief. Our cause is righteous, and our army marches fearlessly over the length and breadth of Shantung. Our object is to protect the poor, to bring about equality among men, and to kill all unscrupulous officials and wicked gentry, to reform the government's rotten policy, which has done so much harm to the people, and to establish a stable government. Sun Mei-yao, Commander-in-Chief, Self-Governed Army for the Establishment of the Country. May 5th, 1923, Town of Lincheng, Shantung Province. Sun Mei-yao saw himself as a soldier, not a thief. Yet he was about to pull off the biggest train heist in the history of China. 25 years old and born to a prestigious family clan in southern Shantung province, Sun had begun his career as an officer in a local militia. He stood out for his intelligence, charisma, and ambition. He had tried to fight with honor, but the Duchuns, who vied for power and plunder in rural China, did not care about honor. To them, Sun and his men were little more than cannon fodder. And when peace was made, his unit was disbanded, and his men were left to starve. Sun decided he would no longer be a soldier of fortune, a slave to the spurious for-profit campaigns of the warlords. He told his troops not to lay down their arms. He said their next battle would be different. It would be an economic insurgency, a chance to fight back against the warlords and business interests that extracted local resources from Shantung and gave nothing in return. Sun was an opportunist, but his aims were revolutionary. He hoped to wrest control of southern Shantung from the Duchuns, to have his troops be recognized by the Republican government in Peking, and to change the balance of power in his native province. He started small by smuggling salt, a controlled commodity used by the Chinese government to pay off foreign loan obligations, and extorting local coal mining companies that operated under concessions from the warlords. As his raids got more audacious, he relied more on the villagers for refuge and supplies. He could sometimes buy their allegiance cheaply. A sack of rice, a bag of salt, or a bolt of cloth was all that was needed to make a friend. Shantung was a resource-rich province, a crossroad for trade routes, and a hub for agricultural products from the fertile soil of the wide plain across its northern borders. Moving south, the flat land became craggy and mountainous. This landscape was steeped in mysticism. Shantung was the birthplace of Confucius and a dominant center for folk religions, Taoism, and Chinese Buddhism. Yet in 1923, Shantung was also beset by political intrigue. Japan had relinquished control over eastern Shantung province and its railroads just months before, in 1922. The Japanese had taken control of Tsingtao only a few years earlier, when the Germans were forced to give it up after losing the Great War. But the Japanese Empire's political interest in the region continued. Indeed, diplomats along with journalists like Powell assumed that from the moment the empire gave up Shantung, it had been busy plotting ways to destabilize the region in the hopes of eventually recapturing it. In the years since Japan's departure, various warlord cliques, from inside and outside the province, now fought over the spoils left behind. Sun thought that he could exploit this political vacuum. But standing in his way was General Tian Cheng-yu, the Chinese military governor of Shantung province, who ran Shantung as a kind of mafia state and staunchly objected to bandits claiming a share of the protection fees from local businesses that he thought should only go to him. In July 1922, Tian decided to send Sun a brutal message. He had Sun's older brother, Sun Mei-yao, a scholar and well-known intellectual in the region, murdered, and his severed head was hung from the train station in Lincheng. To avenge his family's honor, Sun and his allies took up arms against Tian's troops, leading to conditions in southern Shantung province that by the spring of 1923 were akin to civil war. Tian made no distinction between Sun's troops and the local villagers who got in the way. In pursuit of Sun, he razed homes, burned down farms, and killed women and children. Such tactics only increased the loyalty that the locals felt towards Sun, who had established a base of operations at Baozugu Mountain, a remote fortress-like pinnacle 30-odd miles east of Lincheng. Sun was also charismatic in his own way. Boyish-looking and clean-shaven, he had a wide, pleasing smile and a calm and self-assured manner about him. He walked with a cane, not because of any injury or disability, but to convey a dignified image of social stature. Though thoroughly at ease with his fellow bandits, he always carried a pistol hidden under his cloak, given the constant threats to his life. Caught in the crossfire, the villagers preferred Sun and the bandits, whom they feared, to the soldiers, whom they despised. The longer the government troops besieged the region, the greater the suffering would be for the people of southern Shantung. Sun and his allies believed that something needed to be done, something big. Sun's target was the Peking Express. His idea was to brazenly attack the country's main railway artery, derailing the train and kidnapping its passengers. Only by taking people hostage, not only scores of rich Chinese, but also prominent foreigners, would Sun get the world's attention, and thus the leverage he needed to strong-arm Peking and make his revolutionary plans a reality. The enormous ox sizzled over a massive bed of coals. All day long, the bandits had been drinking samshu, a cheap, potent, liqueur-like wine made from glutinous rice. Sensing it was almost mealtime, the hungry bandits crowded around the spectacle as the carvers sliced the tender meat from the seared crust. They went still and solemn as Sun, dressed in a wide-brimmed hat, smoke-tinted oval glasses, in a long dark brown changshen, a Chinese-styled gown, received the honor of taking the first bite. With much ceremony, the bandit chief nodded in approval as he slowly relished the delicious meat. Then he proceeded to hand out portions to his overjoyed compatriots. The night before the feast, a team of men had dug a pit in an open field and started a massive fire. By early morning, they had amassed a deep glowing bed of coals. They slaughtered an ox and suspended its gutted carcass on a pole over a makeshift trestle. They began cooking at dawn, basting and roasting all day. The ox weighed more than 300 pounds, and it was cooked whole, including its head, providing enough meat to feed the entire bandit crew of 1,000 men. This banquet was a welcome luxury. Bandits, like most Chinese peasants, had very little meat in their diet. Sun's reed-thin troops were weak from malnutrition. Yet if this raid on the Peking Express were to be a success, he needed them to be at their best, bold and energetic and fearless. So to raise morale, he decided that he would hold an elaborate feast in the early evening, right before the attack. He spared no expense, aiming to impress upon his fellow bandits the importance of the coming task. Sun gave his gang the grandiose title of the self-governed army for the establishment of the country. They had an unusually idealistic agenda, calling for an end to the warlord system and for national peace. But to the government in Peking and the warlords, these men were nothing more than a confederation of rabble, the same breed of bandits, Tu Fei, who wreaked havoc across the Chinese countryside. The word Tu Fei means local badness coming out of the ground, and it hinted at how the bandits seemed to be everywhere at once, how impossible they were for the authorities to snuff out. Most, like Sun, were ex-military men, hastily armed and trained, then discarded by the Chinese government or some dujun as soon as the latest war or insurrection was over. Some bandits had served in the China Labor Corps in the Great War, during which they served the Allied armies on the Western Front. Shantung Province, and particularly the port cities of Weihaiwei and Tsingtao, were key recruiting grounds for the roughly 150,000 laborers who supported both the war and the reconstruction efforts. Contracted for a pittance to do menial jobs, such as building trenches and digging graves, they had returned to China knowing their way around modern weapons and speaking a few words of English or French. This made them comparatively sophisticated compared to the homegrown bandits. The second group of men were drawn from various sources. Some hailed from famine districts and were literally starved into a life of crime. Some were drug addicts, infected by the epidemic of opium that had ravaged the Chinese countryside. And some were out for revenge, in search of a way of fighting back against a local warlord who had murdered a member of their family or seized their property. For them, banditry was the only kind of justice available in China, which at the time lacked an effective system of legal redress, even for rich urbanites, much less powerless peasants. Sun may have had noble ambitions for his self-governed army, but in order to consolidate his power, he had to often make deals with the devil. Standing beside him at the feast was Liu Shouting, also known as Popo Liu, a bandit who was much more interested in money and opium than politics. His nickname, Popo, came from his childhood, when he was a street peddler of dumplings. Yet there was nothing soft or doughy about Popo Liu. He had terrorized both the Germans and the Japanese during their respective governance of eastern Shantung province. By the early 1920s, he had a price on his head in the city of Tsingtao, so he moved southwest to the Lincheng area to continue his vocation. Whereas Sun was poised and self-controlled, Liu was blunt and ruthless. He and his comrades in arms represented the dark underbelly of Chinese banditry. Unlike Sun, Liu lacked both charisma and oratorical skills, although he carried himself calmly, until provoked. Liu was in his early 40s, but looked much older. He had chronically bloodshot eyes and a dry voice from his opium and alcohol addictions. He was balding on top, with thin hair on the sides of his head, and he wore a full, ungroomed mustache. Sun had approximately 700 men in his gang, and Popo Liu had 300. Theirs was an uneasy alliance, a blood brotherhood, yet Sun needed Popo Liu to boost his numbers. Plus, Liu's battle-hardened troops, though difficult to control, fought with savage intensity. The bandits in Sun's inner circle, by contrast, had a veneer of discipline about them. They wore old, ill-fitting army uniforms and had unkempt military-style haircuts. Most ordinary bandits, like Popo Liu's men, were lucky if they had shoes. They dressed in rags and wore their coal-black braided hair into tight knots, tied in place with a red ribbon. They carried an assortment of weapons, some modern, some medieval, but all stolen or captured in battle. The bandit gang had two sub-chiefs who were, compared to their peers, worldly and sophisticated. One would earn the nickname Rusky, and the other, the Frenchman. Prior to the Great War, Rusky had drifted northward to Siberia and eventually worked as an assistant to a Russian army officer. He followed him to the Eastern Front to fight the army of the Kaiser, and then during the Russian Civil War traveled to Moscow, Petrograd, and Omsk to fight the Bolsheviks. When his master was killed in battle, Rusky deserted his post and returned to his hometown in Shantung province, where he joined Sun's bandit army. He proudly carried a well-cared-for Russian rifle, as well as a small automatic pistol and a brass and bone-handled knife that he had acquired during his sojourns. Stolid and scar-faced, Rusky was fluent in Russian and had a penchant for vodka, caviar, and singing Russian ballads. The Frenchman had spent 3 years in Europe during the Great War as a member of the China Labor Corps. Jaded by the callousness of war and violence, the Frenchman had little interest in going back to a subsistence lifestyle of farming when he returned to his native Shantung, so he threw his lot in with the bandits. He was an attractive man, spoke French with confidence, and always wore what looked like a wide-brimmed Panama hat over his closely shaven head. In essence, the bandit army was a mixed bag, a compound of combustible elements: drug addicts, starving peasants, ex-soldiers of fortune, and gravediggers from the killing fields of Europe. Men who had seen the backside of hell and who knew life was cheap. Men who had nothing left to lose. They may not have made for ideal soldiers, but Sun believed that with the right leadership and the right luck, they might just change history. Chapter 3. A Picturesque View. Now there were miles after miles of rice paddies, with little brown villages with straw-thatched roofs scattered here and there. No roads, except paths on the narrow dikes for little donkeys and tiny oxen. Not many folks were about, but we wondered what manner of people lived in these earthly little habitations. Major Roland Pinger, American tourist and hostage. May 5th, 1923. Afternoon. Tianjin Pukou Line, Nanking. Before they settled into their luxurious sleeping cars, passengers leaving Shanghai on the Peking Express had to travel 200 miles northwest to the Nanking terminus on the south bank of the Yangtze River. They then boarded a 2-story passenger ferry to cross the wide, slow-moving Yangtze River to the Pukou terminus on the north bank, where they would find their compartments for the overnight ride north to Peking. A shallow-draft, flat-bottomed boat with a coal-burning steam engine, the ferry was privately owned by the railroad. The ride took about 20 minutes or so. "That's a reassuring sight," said U.S. Army Major Roland Pinger, pointing to the stars and stripes on the river vessel. All eyes on the ferry had turned toward the USS Monocacy of the Yangtze River Patrol Force, Yangpat, a U.S. naval operation of shallow-draft gunboats built specifically for service in China and designed to protect the American-flagged passenger and cargo ships operating along all 900 miles of the river. "These Navy boys have been busy fighting river pirates and warlords," Pinger remarked to fellow passenger Robert Allen, another U.S. Army major, as both men waved to the gunboat's crew in the distance. Pinger was stationed at Fort Santiago in the Philippines, a U.S. military facility acquired after the Spanish-American War. Allen was also based in the Philippines. He was a physician with the Army Medical Corps at Fort McKinley in Manila. The two officers had met through social events at the Army and Navy Club of Manila, and both men decided to take a side trip with their families through China on their way home to the United States after the completion of their tours of duty. They had the same rank and got along well enough, but the majors had very different personalities. Pinger, 34, had an infectious smile and a professional bearing. He was an Army Ordnance officer who was responsible for ensuring that weapon systems, motor vehicles, and military equipment of all kinds were in perfect working condition for deployment. An engineer by training, he had a highly technical and encyclopedic mind and carefully observed everything from the perspective of logic and science. Pinger got excited about ships, trains, and anything mechanical, and he loved his work in the Army, which was more of a passion than a job to him. By contrast, Allen was pessimistic and cynical. He was 46 years old, but his nearly all-white hair made him look much older. He always seemed to be inconvenienced by some little thing, and had strong opinions about race and religion. Unlike Pinger, Allen had been underwhelmed by his time in the Army. He wanted to gain valuable medical experience dealing with battlefield injuries, but in peacetime, he was limited to treating soldiers for gonorrhea and syphilis. What he did get in Southeast Asia was a crash course in tropical diseases, the effects of which he hoped he would never see again. He looked forward to leaving the military once stateside and planned to return to private practice in Tacoma, Washington. Pinger's wife, Miriam, and Allen's wife, Martha, were devoted military housewives, enjoying the adventure of an overseas assignment, as well as the prestige that came from being an officer's wife. As the ferry neared the landing dock on the Pukou side of the river, Miriam Pinger gathered her two children, 9-year-old Roland Jr. and 3-year-old Edward, and stepped ashore behind her husband. Major Allen and Martha followed suit, along with their 12-year-old son Bobby. The mile-long Pukou waterfront was composed of gritty godowns, port cranes, wharves, and floating pontoons, large enough to support freighters from abroad. Smaller masted watercraft were tied together like cordwood along the river's edge. There were piles of steel rails, treated wood railroad ties, lumber for buildings, and other construction materials stacked here and there. As far as the eye could see, tents and roughly built shanties topped with woven reed matting crowded the river embankment and adjoining fields, home to the more than 30,000 railway and riverboat workers and their families. Once an uninhabited river beach covered in rushes, Puko had become a drab, treeless port, yet it was of strategic and economic importance as a transfer point for both passengers and goods, including much of the country's coal output from the northern provinces. As the passengers disembarked from the ferry and walked the short distance to the train platform, they couldn't help noticing the dozens of bedraggled barefoot children darting about on the idle train tracks, picking up bits of coal that fell from the uncovered and overloaded transport cars. Their faces, bare hands and feet and clothing were blackened by coal. This coal could either be sold or used for cooking and heating. Seeing these young scavengers gave the foreign passengers pause, a Dickensian moment that indicated how some in China were going through the worst of times. The attention of the passengers quickly changed as they saw the Royal Blue Express train waiting just ahead at the Puko station. Buzzing around the platform were scores of smartly dressed sleeping car porters, eager to help with luggage and to locate assigned compartments. As the passengers stepped on board, there was a sense of awe at the elegance and grandeur of this technological marvel, their new home for the overnight ride northward. The Peking Express consisted of 2 first-class cars, 2 second-class cars, 2 third-class cars, a dining car, a drawing room car, and 1 car each for baggage and mail. All the passenger cars were sleepers, equipped with beds for overnight travel. A corridor ran down the left side of sleeping compartments. The first-class cars consisted of 2 berths, the bottom sleeping berth being a lower, which could be used as a seat during the daytime. The second-class cars were 4-berth compartments. The third-class cars had 6 berths per compartment. Up in third class, close to the locomotive, the ordinary Chinese passengers and a few impoverished foreigners were packed together on hard beds in dormitory-like sleeping arrangements. By contrast, the first-class cabins came with every luxury, from hot water to silk sheets, and the pleasure of privacy. The first-class passengers had access to the common drawing room car, which was equipped with wide windows on both sides for observation. On one end was a Victorian-style parlor with velvet-upholstered couches and chairs lining the walls, and at the other end, a full bar with tables and chairs for card games. The dim lights of the corridors burnished the smart craftsmanship of paneled woodworking, decorated with inlaid designs. Passengers also enjoyed the modern comforts of shared washrooms and toilet facilities, with sanitation under the personal supervision of a qualified medical officer. The heating system included a thermostat, allowing each compartment to regulate the temperature as desired. The lighting was electric, with individual reading lamps for each berth. Temperature was controlled by electric fans and ventilation. The sole dining car, which serviced the first-class passengers only, featured a modern kitchen complete with refrigeration, steam tables, sinks, sanitation equipment, and utensils. In the dining room, tables were laid with silver and linen. All in all, the Peking Express resembled a luxury hotel on wheels, and many of the foreign passengers believed that they were on the trip of a lifetime, getting a glimpse of the countryside that few Westerners had ever seen. As the Peking Express lumbered northward, the scenery changed, and the passengers saw mile after mile of rice paddies and straw-thatched roof villages, with no roads except for narrow paths for oxen and donkeys. As the sun set across the vast horizon of China's central plains, the passengers went to the dining car for an elaborate 5-course banquet featuring enormous prawns, fresh steamed garden vegetables and salad, French cheeses and breads, Swiss chocolates and pastries, and an assortment of fine wines. As if in an elegant restaurant, all the passengers dressed in their swanky best for the onboard dining experience. Over dinner and drinks, they talked about the sights and shopping they had enjoyed in Shanghai and the things they planned to see in Peking. After dinner, the American heiress, Lucy Aldrich, and her 2 companions moved to the drawing-room car to listen to music from the Victrola. Aldrich was drinking tea and enjoying the music, but she could see that her secretary and traveling companion, Minnie McFadden, was less enthusiastic about the atmosphere. She sat glaring at a table of American and British men who were drinking whiskey and playing poker at the other end of the drawing-room car. "It's very bad taste to play in public, and before the Chinese," the prim McFadden remarked loudly. "Hush! Let them enjoy themselves," Aldrich countered. "It helps pass the time." This was 1923, the height of Prohibition in America. The Rockefeller clan, of which Aldrich was a part, vigorously supported the dry cause and was also one of the largest contributors to the militant Anti-Saloon League, an organization instrumental in securing the passage of dry laws and, eventually, the 18th Amendment. In China, however, temperance propaganda held sway only over the Protestant missionaries. It had no apparent effect on the Chinese or other foreigners. In fact, many people in Shanghai thought that Prohibition was American Puritanism at its worst. Aldrich and McFadden watched as the men finished their game. The winner, a tall Eastern European-looking gentleman, jammed a big wad of bills into his pocket and strolled out of the car, jingling silver in both hands. McFadden shook her head in disapproval. Aldrich just smiled and cupped her hand over her ear to better hear the music playing on the gramophone. Aldrich was nearly deaf, but as with so many challenges she faced, she never let this disability keep her from living life to its fullest. Though a product of a stodgy New England upbringing, Aldrich was much more liberated than her sententious companion. She was highly educated, politically astute, and well-traveled, having taken her first trip abroad 4 decades earlier. In her own way, she was a free spirit and even a provocateur, and at times she wanted others to see her as a bit rebellious, lively, witty, fun. Her love for Asian fabrics, garments, and fancy headwear showed that she was not constrained by convention and popular ideas of good taste. McFadden was often aghast at her playfulness and caprice, yet Aldrich took pleasure in shocking her uptight companion, who was nevertheless devoted to her and had been in her service now for 6 years. The 2 American Army brats, Roland Pinger Jr. and Bobby Allen, had taken control of the Victrola and started singing along and snapping their fingers to Ted Weems and his orchestra's rendition of "Somebody Stole My Gal," a hit that was just topping the charts. "Gee, but I'm lonesome, lonesome and blue. I found out something I never knew. I know now what it means to be sad, for I've lost the best gal I ever had. She only left yesterday. Somebody stole her away." Bobby was taller than most 12-year-olds, and strong enough to wind up the tight spring that powered the music box. Roland was 9, much smaller, but very clever. He took it upon himself to sort through the records of popular American musicians and knew just how to pick the right tune to please the crowd. With precision, he set the needle on the black hard vinyl disc, which rocked slightly with the subtle rhythmic movement of the carriage. Roland and Bobby looked like Boy Scouts. They were well-mannered, handsome, and tanned from life in the tropical weather of Manila. Dreamers, they both had a taste for adventure, and they loved reading the stories of Mark Twain and Robert Louis Stevenson. Roland somehow knew just what the boisterous table of card players wanted to hear. At a certain point, these men began to sing along so loudly that he drowned out the Victrola. Aldrich took this as her cue to leave. Around 10 o'clock, she, McFadden, and their French maid, Matilda Schoenberg, stood up just as a song ended. Bobby and Roland took a bow, then shook hands with the gamblers, who gave the boys a round of applause for their exceptional command of the phonograph. Roland Pinger found his parents in their connecting cabins and got ready for bed. He had to be careful as he climbed into the upper berth, above the compartment window, not to wake his younger brother Edward, who was asleep on the lower berth. As Roland drifted off to sleep, His parents talked about the events of the day, reflecting on how this trip was a nice way of ending their family adventure in Asia, an experience that they and the boys would never forget. As she lay in her lower berth, glancing at the boys soundly asleep, Miriam took off her rings and unconsciously put them in a little silk envelope with her hairpins. She closed her eyes and was lulled to sleep by the soothing carriage movement and rhythmic chuff, chuff, chuff of the steam locomotive engine driving the train northward. After the women and children left the drawing-room car, the atmosphere changed. Now smoke and drunken laughter filled the whole length of the carriage. Powell made his way down to the bar and ordered another whiskey. He could hear the soft and slow melodic plucking of a banjo from one of the tables, creating a pensive, almost mournful ambience. He then settled into an armchair next to his cabinmate, Marcel A. Berube, a French veteran of the Great War who worked as a senior official with the Chinese Salt Administration. The government agency administered the gabelle, tax on salt, which had provided the Peking government with a key source of revenue for 2,000 years. It was Berube's job to control revenue collection on salt sales so that China's foreign debts could be repaid, including its railroad infrastructure loans, which financed projects like the Peking Express. Berube was on his way to Tianjin, a coastal commercial and trading hub in northern China, where he lived with his American-born wife Elizabeth. Powell and Berube had never met before, but they quickly were enamored by each other's personal stories, travels, and views on China. As Powell sipped his drink, he introduced Berube to Friedman and Lerbas, and the men all began comparing notes. Powell couldn't help but think about how this train encapsulated life in China. On one passenger carriage, you had international travelers, the multicultural expatriate set, and the wealthy and privileged Chinese, all being waited on by porters representing China's huge working class. Then there were those in the tightly packed third-class cars to the front of the train, impatiently waiting to get to the next stop. Larry Lerbas was going on about how cheap booze was in Shanghai, how there was even a bar in the offices of his newspaper. Chomping his cigar, Friedman replied that drinking brandy and selling automobiles went hand in hand, and he couldn't imagine how anyone could close a deal under prohibition. Powell listened to the light-hearted conversation, but he was distracted by the table of card players nearby. He knew these men by reputation, the Shanghai cousins. All in their 20s, related to one another by marriage, they belonged to powerful Jewish mercantile families. They, like Berube, were headed to Tianjin. One of them, Viktor Haimovich, was a jockey on his way to compete in the spring horse races there, and his cousins had come along to root for him. The Shanghai cousins represented a blend of nationalities. Haimovich held U.S. citizenship. Theo Safier and the brothers Eddie and Freddie Elias were technically British protégés, a political designation held by many Mediterranean, Middle Eastern, and Baghdadi Jews, who lived in regions under British protective status and were thus neither colonial subjects nor naturalized citizens. Emile Gensberger was a French protégé with family roots in Alsace-Lorraine, but their common Jewish background was their real identity. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Shanghai was considered an attractive business destination and safe haven because it was an open-port city without strict immigration requirements. More than 40,000 Jews emigrated to Shanghai and other cities in China, including merchants from India and Iraq, looking for economic opportunities, as well as refugees escaping the pogroms of Eastern Europe and Russia. Eddie Elias was a book-smart stockbroker working for the Hong Kong and Shanghai Banking Corporation. He was just 23, but already serious and businesslike, and he was described by his family as a God-loving gentle boor. In contrast, his big brother, 28-year-old Freddie, didn't like to read, yet he was fluent and garrulous in spoken Chinese. He also worked as a stockbroker, enjoyed gambling on the horses with his clients, and loved socializing with the film stars who visited Shanghai. He was a handsome, fashionable playboy and was attracted to young Chinese men, which was not necessarily taboo in Shanghai. Like Freddie, Emil Gensberger was a natural entertainer with the wit and traits of a vaudeville actor, and he was always the life of the party. He had just returned to China from Paris and Monte Carlo, showing off his pricey European clothing. Heimovich was an up-and-coming jockey who, when not racing, helped with the family jewelry business. While attending college in California, he had worked for a time as an actor in San Francisco. Traveling with the cousins was their friend, musician Alfred Zimmerman, whose parents were Russian Jews who had emigrated to the United States from the city of Vladivostok in 1888, before eventually moving to Shanghai to build a life in China. Sitting next to Eddie Elias was Hung Shi-chi, a Shanghai personality who was well known to the cousins as well as to Powell. Given his taste for expensive automobiles, he had been one of Friedman's best customers. Hung had graduated from Brown University in 1909 and had lived in New York City for many years before returning to his native China, where he infamously squandered a vast fortune inherited from his businessman father on a lavish and dissolute lifestyle. He also gave up a lucrative sinecure that his father paid a vast sum of money for. He simply did not want to carry on the family business. Now in his late 30s, Hung had settled into the duller life as an English language professor, yet he did not shy away from enjoying a night of drinking with his foreign friends. Hung was dressed fashionably in a well-fitted Western suit and carried himself more like a banker than a professor. As the night wore on and the liquor flowed, China's political pendulum was the talk of the drawing room. Powell's hopes had soared, he said, when just the week before, President Li Yuanhong announced his plans to abolish the warlord system. President Li had come out of retirement 6 months earlier to lead the country once again. His ambitious plans were a welcome relief to both the Chinese people and the international community after 10 years of warlord thievery and destruction. Yet disbanding the warlord armies would take much more money than the government in Peking had. In 1923, the central government was effectively bankrupt, and new forms of taxation payable to the central government were resisted by the duchans, although they kept 9/10 of China's national taxation. To make matters worse, state revenues from trade and customs, the salt monopoly, and other taxes were allocated to pay foreign debts, including the railroad loans and reparations forced upon China by foreign governments to compensate for past outrages against foreign interests. China's national debt had soared to $950 million, including $100 million in unpaid civil and military expenses. The foreign indebtedness of China wasn't new. It had started in the late 1800s with the financing of its war efforts against the Japanese in 1894 to 1895. After China lost the war, the Japanese exacted a large indemnity. Following the Boxer Rebellion, during which a military force of the Eight-Nation Alliance invaded China to lift the siege of the Peking legations, China incurred additional debt to pay for property losses and the cost of foreign expeditionary forces that entered China to protect their nationals. Without a financial incentive, the warlords had no motivation to give up the money they squeezed out of the territories under their command, or to disband the provincial troops they needed to remain in power. And if they did disband their armies, what would become of the thousands of troops who now had no way of earning their keep? The end result is that there are gangs of disbanded soldiers that roam the countryside just looking for something to eat or looking for trouble, Powell said, as he pointed out the window toward the dark countryside beyond the tracks. Lehrboss shook his head and clicked his tongue, while Friedman raised his eyebrows as he took a long drag on his cigar. "Oh, geesh, is it safe to run the trains to the countryside at night?" Lehrboss asked the obvious as Barabé nodded and looked to Powell for the answer. "Let's just hope so," he said, finishing his drink. The train then started to slow down for a scheduled water and coal stop at the central Chinese town of Suzhou, and most of the people in the drawing room car realized it was well past midnight and time to turn in. Powell asked Berube if he wanted to step outside to smoke one last cigarette before retiring for the night. Under the mothy station lights, Powell admired the exterior of the passenger cars with their uniform royal blue paint and gold lettering in both English and Chinese. He and Berube watched from a distance as the railway staff quickly swung a long standpipe from an enormous water tank adjacent to the track to replenish the engine's supply. The water was used not only to generate steam to move the locomotive, but also to operate other devices such as the air compressor for the brakes, the passenger car heating system, and the train whistle. A small steam-driven generator also powered the headlight, with illumination sufficient to see at least 800 feet ahead on the tracks. Together with the loading of water, the coal chute was positioned to feed the fuel supply into the tender. Even while in the station, the engine crew worked continuously, stoking and tending the firebox. The relentless shoveling of coal was hellishly hot, back-breaking, and dirty work, and Powell and Berube felt a twinge of guilt seeing the toil required for them to travel in such speed and comfort. The shirtless workers at the coal bin were coated from head to toe with glistening black soot. Then, just as Powell and Berube were about to climb back aboard, they noticed something strange. Several Asian men, well-dressed in stylish dark suits, leather gloves, and black fedora hats, stridently boarded the train and, with the help of the railway staff, roused several passengers in the sleeping compartments. A few minutes later, Powell watched as a half-dozen disheveled, barely awake male passengers hastily disembarked with their satchels and were hustled away. All of them appeared to speak Japanese. Powell checked his watch. It was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. He and Berube assumed that this late hour meant that these passengers had overslept and missed their stop. An attendant motioned for the pair to get back on board. Puzzled, Powell hesitated for a moment before he and Berube tossed their cigarette stubs aside and returned to their shared compartment. Fueled by coal, the engine's side rods slowly began to move the main driving wheels of the locomotive. The two men then heard the cadenced chuffing sound of steam and smoke being released with each engine stroke, and the train lurched forward into the darkness of the night. Chapter 4. The Outrage. I peered through the window, and in the darkness could just discern a crowd of ghostly-looking men with pigtails wound around their heads, in ragged garb and with rifles and bayonets, bounding towards the stationary carriages. William Smith, British tourist and hostage. May 6, 1923, 2:40 a.m., 8 li south of Lincheng. As darkness descended, Sun Mei-yao led his men, emboldened by their feast of meat and some shu, to a specific section of the rail line just south of the town of Lincheng, a southern Shantung boomtown along the Tientsin-Puko line that served as a junction for the spur lines servicing the vast coal mines 20 miles to the east. His spies had informed him that on this weekend, all the senior officers of the railway police who were responsible for the protection of both the track and the trains were in Tientsin, 377 miles to the north, attending the birthday party of their commander. The junior officers left behind either chose not to go to work, given the absence of their bosses, or were bribed to stay home. In any case, only a few rank-and-file guards were there to protect the entire train system. Once in position, Sun's troops seized the few railway police on duty in the vicinity and forced some railroad workers to remove the steel nails and fish plates connecting 16 rails, without actually removing the rails from the sleepers or railroad ties. Each fish plate, joining 2 rails together on the track for alignment, had 6 large bolts that could be removed only with a special wrench. Without fish plates and nails holding the rails to the sleepers, The track could not support the weight of an oncoming train. The spot chosen was 8 li, about 2.5 miles, south of Lincheng, where the track was on a slight uphill grade and curve. This uphill curve not only forced approaching locomotives to slow down, but it also made it difficult for any train crew to see far ahead. Sun knew that his plan was audacious. He would be taking the typical kidnapping and thievery practiced by bandits in the Chinese countryside to a whole new level. But he did not realize, as his men lay their trap for the Peking Express, that he was also about to become an international media sensation and the subject of major concern in halls of power around the world. Powell had drunk too much whiskey, and instead of making him happy, it only made him anxious. Something bothered him about the sight of those Japanese businessmen sneaking off the train in their pajamas. They were, like all the other passengers, clearly headed much farther north, to the cities of Jinan, Tianjin, or Peking. Why would they suddenly disembark here, in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the night? He couldn't figure it out, and it offended his sense of himself as a journalist that there should be things that others knew and he did not. He lay awake in his bunk, swaddled in silk sheets, talking to Bérubé. Powell had taken the upper berth, which was above the compartment's window. Bérubé was on the lower bunk, which ran perpendicular to Powell's and served as a couch during the daytime. The spring night was cool and fresh, and the green landscape appeared soft and welcoming as it rolled by in the moonlight. Powell listened to the pleasant rattle of the wheels and hiss of the steam engine until finally drifting off to sleep. He dozed for about 40 minutes while the train snaked its way through the flat central plains and then crossed a rail bridge above China's Grand Canal. Carved out in the 5th century BCE, this 1,100-mile waterway is the world's longest artificial river. It meanders south from Peking, just grazing Shantung province. Without warning, the train lurched sharply side to side, and the brakes squealed like a pig being slaughtered. Then came a loud crashing sound. Powell nearly toppled out of his bunk onto the compartment floor before he caught himself on the bed frame and climbed down from the berth. He looked outside, but couldn't see a station in the darkness, only the faint moonlit silhouette of the Shantung mountain peaks toward the east. For a moment, there was an uncanny silence. Powell looked at his pocket watch and noticed the time was 2:40 in the morning. Then came the first gunshots. They seemed to be coming from all sides at once. The reports looked like distant firecrackers lighting up the hillsides. Powell could see raiders lying in the fields and firing, and others dashing across the embankment toward the now still carriages. "Good Lord! We are under attack!" Powell shouted. Bérubé instinctively dropped to the floor. Powell drew his head from the window and placed his back against the wall of the carriage. The bullets continued to ring up and down the train cars. Christ, how many are there? A rifle appeared in the window of the carriage. The shot went off inches from Powell's head, and the deafening blast reverberated in the steel-encased carriage, instantly shattering his eardrums. Everything went silent. Then slowly, the silence was filled by a high-pitched ringing. "Get your gun!" Powell screamed to Bérubé as he pulled his own .25 caliber automatic revolver from his travel bag. Both men readied their weapons. The electric lights had gone out, but Powell noticed in the darkness the glow of hand torches and lanterns, balls of light careening through the brushed wood and steel carriages. And he could hear cries in Chinese. "Zhou, zhou," "Go, go," "Sha, sha," "Kill, kill." The voices were accompanied by shattering glass. It was a sound the passengers of the Peking Express would never forget. One survivor described it as the music under which our hopes vanished. The simultaneous smashing of 100 windows, the slithering of 2,000 thick-soled sandals, and the screams of women and children. Powell ducked outside the carriage door into the hallway. He could see the bandits working their way toward his compartment, armed with rifles and pistols, and in some cases, miaodaos, sabers used by Chinese soldiers and bandits alike. Ransacking compartments as they went along, they faced no resistance. Something was not right. Where were the guards, the rooftop machine gun emplacements that were supposed to have protected them, the veritable army that made the most luxurious train in the Orient also reputedly the safest? As it turned out, the 24 armed guards, either because of cowardice or because they were paid off in advance, ran from the train as soon as the bandits opened fire. The commanding officer, Zhao de Chao, was for some reason not in uniform at the time of the attack and took no apparent action to defend the passengers. He was sleeping peacefully in one of the compartments when confronted by the bandits, and he quickly surrendered. Sun Mei-yao and Liu wanted to stop the train without causing serious damage. They had planned it all perfectly, or almost perfectly. When the train approached the site, the engine's powerful headlight did not reveal that the tracks had been loosened, creating an ideal trap. But the engineer saw movement in the fields and men lurking around the side of the track. So as a precaution, he slowed the train to 10 miles per hour. When the locomotive reached the booby-trapped section, the engine jolted sideways and came to a grinding halt as it slipped from the loosened rails and sunk into the gravel ballast. The engine stayed upright, but the loosened rails could not bear the load of the weight of the cars, and a few of them toppled over. One rail came up under the engine and bent in an arch. That bent rail actually jammed into the engine's undercarriage and helped prop up the engine, keeping it from tipping over. As the train sank into the gravel embankment, the engineer slammed on the brakes, but the steam that drove the mechanism had no time to circulate to the rear of the train, so the brakes were not uniformly engaged. As a result, the coal tender, baggage car, and other carriages behind the engine went sideways and slipped down the embankment as the track started to snap off the railroad ties in what Major Pinger described as a series of deafening and bone-shaking concussions. Everything seemed to happen in slow motion as one of the third-class coaches veered off into the fields until it finally came to a stop, leaning sideways at a 45-degree angle. Miraculously, no one was killed in the derailment itself. The deaths and injuries came once the bandits stormed aboard. They set upon the Peking Express in waves. The first group ransacked compartments and grabbed any cash, coins, jewelry, watches, and other small objects of value that could be traded for ammunition, supplies, and opium. The second wave was the gleaners, removing the less precious items left behind: clothing, hats, bedding, and fixtures from the train, which the bandits could put to their own use or barter for food and shelter with the villagers. The final group of bandits was the kidnappers. It was their job to sweep through the train cars and take passengers hostage. Powell was about to encounter the first wave of attackers, those looking for valuables. He and Barabe went back inside to their compartment, loaded their pistols, and got ready to make a stand. Though in his pajamas, Barabe looked like he was once again peering over a trench on the Western Front. He raised his arms to take aim. They could hear the bandits in the neighboring compartments. Then suddenly they were right outside their room. A rifle barrel crashed through the glass door. As Powell readied his pistol to open fire, he quickly realized that resistance might be a deadly mistake. Glass was breaking all around them. The bandits poured into the compartment through the windows and from both of the neighboring carriages. "There are at least a half dozen of these bastards." Powell then motioned to Barabe to hand over his gun. "And mine too," he said, holding out his pistol to the bandits. Both men raised their hands in surrender. Now Powell had a chance to size up his captors. They looked not all that different from the beggars he would see in Shanghai. Most of the bandits were short and wore a braided ponytail wrapped around their head. Some carried the same kind of carbines as Chinese soldiers, meaning they were probably ex-army. As the outlaws fumbled with and admired their new weapons, Powell and Barabe used the time to get dressed. This was a smart move. Many of the other travelers were being pushed off the train in only their nightgowns and pajamas. Powell, never fussy about his appearance, even put on his necktie as if going to a dinner party. He wanted to delay the bandits some more and give Bérubé the opportunity to scrounge whatever he could from their compartment. When they were finally dressed, the two passengers stood nervously with hands slightly raised. One of the bandits, seeing a ring on Powell's left hand, forcefully attempted to remove it. Rather than risking injury, Powell surrendered his cherished University of Missouri class ring. Suddenly, 4 more bandits, now the third wave, appeared and pushed the pair of men down the narrow corridor that ran the length of the left side of the carriage and off the train onto the embankment. Almost every window in the train was broken. Great piles of glass lay everywhere. Passengers, including women and children, were being dragged off in their nightclothes without shoes. Once everyone was outside, the bandits swept through the entire train once again, breaking open travel bags and ripping up the fixtures in the sleeping compartments. Slowly, it dawned on the passengers that they were not just waiting for the bandits to finish robbing the train. They were being taken hostage. They begged to be let back into their compartments to collect shoes and warmer clothes. Over the shouting, Powell could distinctly make out the sound of a mature female voice. "Sacconi!" she screamed. "Sacconi! Sacconi!" Powell chuckled, amused that Miss Aldrich believed that a Chinese bandit would be impressed by her connection to the venerable Standard Oil Company of New York or to the Rockefeller family. Sacconi, he thought, is certainly not going to be much help out here. Joseph Rothman woke to the sounds of gunfire and the screaming of passengers. Either someone was coming after him, or he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. With no time to lose, he quickly got dressed, putting on his suit coat and shoes, and then readied his 2 revolvers. At the fore of his mind were the stacks of cash and silver coins in his baggage, including his poker winnings from earlier that evening. While securing the cash, he pulled out the first of several large boxes of ammunition. He had a small arsenal with him, including almost 200 rounds. Looking at his pile of money, he thought it had been too hard-earned to be filched by a bunch of savages. He was ready for a firefight. A naturalized British citizen, originally from Romania, Rothman was a 58-year-old Army veteran of the Second Anglo-Boer War in the Cape Colony in southern Africa. Because he had fought for the crown, he was granted British citizenship in 1902. Once discharged from the military, he traveled to Singapore, Hong Kong, Manila, and finally Shanghai. By the early 1920s, Rothman was well known to the British authorities in China as a shady character, notorious for his work as a crewing agent in the Straits Settlement of Singapore, conscripting crew members for ships, sometimes by coercion, or even by kidnapping them. He hunted for his prey in the waterfront saloons and boarding houses, searching for unsuspecting men to supply live bodies for sailing crews. Crewing agents often drugged and beat their hapless victims, shanghaiing them into back-breaking service on ships that plied the waters of the Orient. He was apparently on his way to Tientsin to continue his trade, although he had previously been deported from China for his criminal activities. Rothman had every reason to be worried that someone might be coming after him. After banging on the compartment door, a group of bandits charged into Rothman's room, likely assuming that behind the door was another unarmed, frightened foreign tourist. Instead, Rothman wildly opened fire with both of his pistols, but one of his guns must have jammed and the other missed its mark. The bandits fired back. Staggering, the tall foreigner realized that he had taken a bullet in his lower chest. The bandits momentarily ceased fire, but yelled at the man to drop his pistols. Rothman dropped one of his guns as he balanced himself on the berth, but then he pulled up his second pistol and took aim at the gang in his doorway. Instantly, one of the bandits rushed forward, raised his rifle, and shot the injured man point-blank in the face. Mortally wounded, Rothman's last desperate act of defiance was to grab a tea kettle, and throw it at the intruders from across the room. He then stumbled sideways and collapsed on the compartment floor, dying almost immediately. Not wanting to climb over the sprawling body or the blood-covered floor, the bandits didn't take Rothman's baggage and never discovered his cache of money and ammunition. In addition to Rothman, 2 Chinese passengers who put up resistance also sustained fatal gunshot wounds during the initial raid. Although she was partially deaf, Lucy Aldrich had heard the attack break out, the gunfire and the shouting. But to her ears, it all sounded like a queer crackling noise. She thought perhaps the train had collided with something. Moments later, Minnie McFadden mouthed to her what was happening. The Peking Express was under attack. In an instant, 5 bandits had occupied the neighboring compartment belonging to Matilda Schoenberg. McFadden could hear Schoenberg's sobs coming through the walls. The heiress was not frightened as much as outraged. "Don't these fools know who I am?" Aldrich peeked out through the curtain, and in the dim light saw swarms of gaunt figures surrounding the train. As the guns kept popping outside, she quickly grabbed her passports and letters of credit. Then Aldrich yelled to the faithful Matilda, imploring her not to fight back and to give the bandits everything they demanded. She did not know that her crafty maid had already secreted away her diamonds and emeralds in a sachet, which she then hid in her undergarments. McFadden heard the bandits next door, ransacking, pulling, turning everything out of their luggage. Then she noticed someone violently yanking the doorknob to their locked compartment. "Should I just let them in?" McFadden whispered, thinking that the inevitable was about to happen anyway. A cauldron of emotions was boiling inside Aldrich: fear, anger, but also curiosity. She wanted to face these outlaws who had upset her carefully planned trip. She had always pictured railway bandits as bold, romantic-looking chaps with neatly turned-up hat brims and red handkerchiefs knotted about their necks. But the half-dozen men who entered the compartment were ragged and barefoot. Pointing their revolvers at the women, the outlaws ripped through the handbags with dagger-like knives and rifled through the pockets of their nightgowns and overcoats. One of the bandits had cut his hand on a piece of glass and was dripping blood around the room. He went on thrashing and pawing through their belongings as blood streamed all around. Aldrich was losing her temper. "Here, take this," she said, handing him a handkerchief. The young bandit smiled and said something in Chinese, which the 2 women took to be an expression of thanks. McFadden then picked up a box of candy that the bandits had overlooked and thrust it into the hands of the bleeding bandit. "Here is something to eat," said McFadden. "Take it and get out." The 2 self-assured women then nudged the bandits into the corridor and thought that the whole affair was over. Moments later, in came another group of bandits, who milled around the compartment to see if there was anything else of value. When the bandits ripped through McFadden's handbag, they found a red case containing their documents and some Japanese currency. Aldrich snatched it out of the bandit's hand, but seconds later, another bandit wrestled it back. Then one of the thieves grabbed a string of jade beads belonging to McFadden, but Aldrich pushed him away. "No, you don't." The bandit grabbed Aldrich's fingers and pulled the jade beads toward him, but ended up breaking the string and scattering the beads across the floor. "You picked those up," Aldrich fumed. This was something that the bandits did not expect, that their fiercest resistance would come from 2 dowdy, aging American spinsters. The bandit flinched, surprised by Aldrich's overly confident order. He glared at the woman, who got down on all fours and started to pick up the beads. The bandit kneeled down to help her. Finally, the bandit seemed to realize that this troublesome woman had no business ordering him around. He straightened up and held his revolver to her head for a half-minute, rattling off a string of pungent Chinese phrases that the 2 cowering women interpreted as expletives. Then he suddenly laughed, shoving Aldrich aside and continuing to rummage through her belongings. She seemed to realize at once how close she had come to death. The bandits were now everywhere. They seemed literally to boil up out of the floor. Aldrich turned to McFadden and took a deep breath. Right here and now, we need to obey orders without quibbling. With pistols in their backs, Aldrich, McFadden, and Schoenberg were led down the corridor and out of the train. Chapter 5. Taking Prisoners. They said, "Sha, sha," which means, "Kill, kill." We heard screaming and howling. They were dragging people off the train. They took everything they could find. Alfred Zimmerman, American passenger and escapee. May 6, 1923, 4 o'clock a.m., 8 li south of Lincheng. Sun Mei-yao and populist watched as the first wave of bandits brought from the train the cash, jewelry, and other valuable objects looted from the passengers and handed the cash over to a trusted sub-chief, who took inventory and placed the treasure into a pilfered portmanteau. One by one, the young bandits ran toward Sun and Liu to show off their finds. The chiefs were pleased, Liu especially, and nodded with approval. As the second wave passed through the train, Sun started to get impatient. He told his sub-chiefs to better control their men, some of whom were spending too much time carrying unwieldy items such as bedding and kitchen fixtures off the train. Sun didn't want anything to slow them down. They had more important things to accomplish than removing every bit of loot from the train. Sun was most interested in the passengers, especially the foreigners. He watched as the third wave of men swept the train cars looking for passengers, room by room. Sun smiled when he saw the foreigners being carried off the train and onto the embankment where he was standing. This was exactly what he wanted for his grand political agenda. Hostages. They were a motley group of frail and frightened old men and women, young boys, and sturdy-looking men such as Powell and Friedman. Would-be heroes who needed to be carefully watched, he thought. He had already been told that at least one foreigner was shot to death after fighting back. "Separate them all," Sun called out. He didn't want the foreigners talking with one another, possibly plotting their escapes. "I want every foreigner guarded by at least 3 of our men, if not more." Sun could hear the frightened passengers pleading to go back to the train for their shoes and clothing, but he rejected their entreaties. Instead, he ordered his men to gather up the shoes and some clothing, which would be handed out later when they got away from the derailed train. Major Robert Allen was jolted awake by the crash, which sounded to him like something out of a war zone. Then there was a death-like silence, followed by the crackling of rifle shots in the distance. "Outlaws!" Allen shouted. Bobby and Martha rose to their feet in the dark compartment. Falling back on his basic training, the major steeled himself for battle and instinctively dressed as he heard the attackers running toward the train. In a few moments, Chinese voices could be heard outside the corridor, along with the frightened outcries of the foreign passengers. Allen took from his pocket 2 rolls of Chinese paper currency. The first he divided between Martha and Bobby, giving a larger share to his wife, who concealed the wad of cash in her nightgown. The major held the other roll of money in his hand, hoping the bandits would accept it and move on. Allen saw no use in resistance. There were too many of them to fight. The door to the compartment was locked, but the bandits broke through the window, thrust aside the curtain with a lantern, and reached in to open the door. As they entered, one of the bandits yelled at Allen while making nervous gestures with his firearm. Allen immediately offered the bandits the roll of currency in his hand, which they quickly snatched. They searched his pockets, taking a few silver coins he had on him. One bandit grabbed Martha's hands and forcefully removed her wedding ring. She screamed as the bandit tore it off her finger. The bandits then left the Allens sitting alone in the darkness of their compartment, vainly hoping that their ordeal was now over. "Oh, Lord," thought Allen, hearing the terrified screams of Roland Jr. as the 9-year-old boy was dragged down the hallway. The bandits aren't content with loot. They're taking prisoners. Soon, A second group of bandits appeared to search the compartment for more valuables. After finding none, they motioned for Alan to leave the train. "I am not leaving my family," he said, visibly shaking. One of the bandits cocked his pistol and pointed the barrel at Alan's head. As Martha gasped, the major tried to appear calm, even as he trembled with fear. He had never had the barrel of a gun pointed at his head before. To everyone's surprise, it was Bobby who spoke up. "Go with them, Papa. I'll stay with Mother." Before Alan could reply, the bandits grabbed Bobby and forced both him and his father down the corridor together. To the bandits, 12-year-old boys were fair game. The degenerate populist even made it a point to recruit teenage boys, who were often orphans or the victims of his own kidnapping schemes, because their immaturity made them easier to entice or force into service. He placed them in frontline roles, those that carried a high risk of death or permanent injury. The bandits thus viewed Bobby not as a child entitled to any special treatment, but as an adult who was subject to the same handling as the rest of the men. Rather than wait in the carriage alone, Martha followed her son and husband down the corridor. In the carriage vestibule, an enclosed end of the car with doorways exiting on both sides, she stood barefoot in her nightgown, sobbing and pleading for her husband to take her along. "Martha, stay here," he insisted. "It is far better for you to remain behind." Robert and Bobby Allen were then pushed out of the train and onto the embankment. The last image that the major saw of his wife was her standing in the dim gray light of the moonlit sky, weeping, while he and Bobby were dragged away. As the Pinger family huddled in their compartment, the glass window in the door to their stateroom was kicked in with a loud crash. Once the flimsy door was unhinged and opened, a dozen bandits exploded into the room, brandishing swords, fists, and pistols. Major Pinger shouted at the bandits to take everything. "I'm an American! American!" Pinger pleaded, but the words, in English, were meaningless to the bandits, who rummaged through handbags taking rings, bracelets, cameras, clothing, watches, thermos bottles, and bed sheets. Miriam's response was to show the bandits her bare fingers, which lacked any rings or jewels. But the bandits figured she was hiding something and tried to frisk her for jewelry. "No, you don't!" yelled Pinger, who was being manhandled himself. Furious, he pushed away the bandits and put up his fists in a hopeless attempt to defend his wife. The bandits, momentarily caught off guard by this courageous stand, took a moment to respond before pouncing on him with their rifle butts and tearing the back of his pajama top. Startled but not seriously hurt, Pinger raised his palms in defeat, yet he had won something for his defiance. The bandits stopped groping Miriam. But now one of them was grabbing Roland from under the bottom berth and pulling the boy out of the compartment door. Pinger grabbed hold of the screaming child and yanked him in the opposite direction, but the bandits pulled harder, bending his arm around the doorway, making it clear that they would break it if he didn't let the boy go. Roland was then dragged barefoot down the glass-littered corridor. As Miriam cried hysterically beside him, Pinger felt helpless. He wanted to follow Roland, but he couldn't leave Miriam and his other boy, Edward, unprotected. He worried that if he wasn't there, the bandits might try to rape his wife. "You'll need to kill me first," he thought. "They will kill you if you resist any more," Miriam said, as if reading her husband's mind. The bandits had a half-dozen firearms pointed in his direction. "Let's all go out together," she reasoned. Whatever they would face, it would be better to face it as one family. So down the corridor the Pingers went, barefoot and half-dressed. In the dark vestibule, they found a desperate Martha Allen, cowering in the corner like a white-haired wraith in the hopes that she might be overlooked. "Take me with you," Martha pleaded tearfully. But the Pingers had no time to respond as they were hustled off the train by the bandits. Martha stumbled behind them. Major Pinger jumped to the ground through the shattered exterior door. He then reached back for the 3-year-old Edward, grabbing the child. Miriam jumped next. It wasn't until she hit the ground that she noticed the deep cuts in her bare feet caused by walking on broken glass and rough cinders. The pain caused her to slump to the ground. As Pinger bent to help his wife up, the bandits slammed the butt of their rifles against his back, forcing him to leave his wife behind to fend for herself on the embankment. The derailment had simply seemed like a terrible accident to Victor Haimovich and Alfred Zimmerman until they heard a chorus of rifle shots and broken glass. Minutes later, 6 bandits burst into their first-class compartment, one of them hissing and screaming and waving a gun in Haimovich's face. Haimovich threw up his hands and pointed to their valuables and the stash of cash on the table. The bandits grabbed everything, including a banjo under the bottom berth. Zimmerman pleaded for them not to take his beloved instrument, but the bandit slapped his hands away. Then the bandits stepped out of the compartment, leaving the young men to wonder what would happen next. They heard the screams of women and children being dragged from the train. "They are going to kill us," Zimmerman said. "We need to do something if we want to get out alive." As they contemplated their next move, a lone bandit clambered through their window from outside the train. He seemed to be searching for more valuables, but the 2 cabin mates noticed that this bandit was unarmed. He must have left his weapon outside the train. They looked at each other. "This is our chance." Haimovich then hit the bandit square in the jaw with every ounce of strength he had. The 2 men then jumped on the young bandit and tied his hands with their belts and gagged him with a necktie. "Let's go," Haimovich said. Zimmerman and Haimovich gingerly climbed out the window and dropped about 6 feet to the track below. They slipped under the carriage and hid in the darkness between the tracks and wheels. After about 30 minutes, while the other passengers were being corralled on the embankment, they crawled from under the cars and ran into the fields of gaoyang, grain sorghum, on the west side of the track, away from the bandits and hostages. The rest of the Shanghai cousins weren't as lucky as Zimmerman and Haimovich. Down the hall, the bandits rushed into their compartments and pushed them off the train. If they weren't so frightened by their dangerous predicament, the cousins probably would have found much comedy in their various states of undress. Freddie Elias was barefoot and wore only pajama bottoms and a sleeveless undershirt. Theo Safier had managed to put a shirt and jacket on, but lacked trousers and socks. Emil Gensberger was fully dressed, as was Eddie Elias, except for his socks. Freddie Elias and Gensberger were led in one direction, and Safier and Eddie Elias in another. 2 guards dragged each of the cousins forward and forced them to walk about 200 yards down the track, where they saw the bandits lined up and firing their weapons at the retreating train guards, who were running west into the fields. The bandits forced the men to walk down into a slight depression just in front of the firing party. The Shanghai cousins looked at each other. They thought they were about to be shot. But actually, the bandits seemed only to be separating the hostages and then assigning multiple heavily armed guards to each group. Eddie Elias watched as the bandits dragged a frail older gentleman along the embankment as if he were a rag doll, his head and shoulders bumping the ground repeatedly. Eddie wanted to intervene, but knew that might be a fatal mistake. Multiple guns were trained in his direction. The man was William Smith, a 65-year-old from Great Britain who, earlier in the evening, Eddie had seen alone in a corner of the dining car, glued to his guidebooks and maps, poring through the details of the historical sites he would visit. Smith had set out on an around-the-world trip, seeking calm and relaxation on the advice of his doctors. He suffered from neurasthenia, a common but ill-defined diagnosis for such symptoms as dizziness, fainting, and weakness. The truth of the matter was that Smith was addicted to painkillers and sedatives, making him perpetually nervous. His doctors believed a trip to the Orient would be a chance to help wean him off the narcotics, and after months on the road, he actually had managed to kick his habit. But Smith now found himself being whisked away from the serenity of his luxurious train compartment by a horde of bandits in the middle of nowhere. Dressed but barefoot, the automobile dealer, Leon Friedman, felt like there was a big target on his back. Among the other hostages gathered on the embankment, he stood out like a sore thumb. He was not only a large man, but in excellent physical condition thanks to his frequent workouts at the Shanghai YMCA. His friends called him Big Six, auto industry parlance for the powerful inline six-cylinder engines of the day. But his size and strength also meant that he could look like a threat to the edgy armed bandits, so Friedman stood there stoically and did exactly what the bandits told him to do. Escape, he thought, is not a realistic option. At least he was surrounded by friendly faces. John Powell, Larry Lerbas, and Marcel Berube stood nearby, along with the other hostages, shivering in the cool early morning air, and marveling at the once proud Peking Express, which was now jackknifed, with several carriages lying on their sides like some angry little boy's toy train. Of the four men, the journalist Lerbas was in the worst shape. He had been hiding under the bed in his stateroom when the bandits pulled him to his feet, struck him in the face with a rifle butt, and broke his knuckles. Then the bandits cleaned him out. "They even took my cigarettes and a letter home that was in my pocket," Lerbas whispered to Powell. As he was being hustled out of the train, Lerbas noticed the body of a foreign passenger, apparently an Englishman, who had been shot point-blank in the face and lay dead in his sleeping compartment. Lerbas said the bandits pointed to the corpse and then back to Lerbas, as if to say that, if he did not cooperate, he would suffer a similar fate. Then the bandits pushed him off the train like a sack of mail. Powell told Lerbas to quiet down. The hostages were not allowed to talk to one another, and if they were seen opening their mouths, they would get slapped or have a gun jabbed in their face. Those captives who knew some Chinese tried to reason with the bandits, but communication was challenging, for the bandits spoke an array of regional dialects that were mutually unintelligible. While the passengers waited, the bandits looted the entire train, breaking open travel bags and ripping up fixtures in the sleeping compartments, taking the mattresses and tearing up the rugs. One bandit even filled his pockets with electric light bulbs, a seemingly pointless exercise because electricity was practically non-existent in rural China. At around 5 o'clock in the morning, the bandits hauled the captured passengers over to an adjoining grain field and began to mix foreign prisoners into larger groups with the Chinese captives. Powell did a quick count of the bandits. He could not believe how many there were. At least 2 or more guards for each passenger, not to mention the hundreds who were looting the train. Perhaps 1,000 men in total. He watched as they dragged the last of their booty onto the embankment and wrapped everything up in giant unwieldy sacks, which they hoisted on their shoulders. At some point, Powell heard the shriek of the train whistle. It was time to move out. The bandits then began to push and shove the hostages eastward in single-file lines toward the mountains. It was a surreal, terrible sight. Without a common language, the bandits used their guns to direct traffic, gesturing and sometimes pressing their rifle barrels into the backs of hostages to push them along. Of the 300 passengers recorded on the manifest that evening, more than 100 had been taken prisoner, including 28 foreigners. Some of the remaining passengers had disembarked earlier under murky circumstances, like the Japanese businessmen, but the rest who managed to escape were largely third-class passengers who fled into the surrounding countryside in the mayhem of the attack, running to the vast fields on the west side of the train, away from the bandit horde. As they fell in line, Powell and Berube looked at each other in the gloomy dawn light and shook hands. It was a simple gesture, but it meant they would stick together and help each other to the end. The march to Baozuku Mountain had begun. Part 2. From Passengers to Hostages. Chapter 6. The Bandits of Baozuku Mountain. There were about 20 bandits in our convoy, each carrying a bundle that was in some instances bigger than the bandit himself, but above all the bundles, the bayonets glistened ominously. Lucy Aldrich, American Tourist and Hostage. May 6, 1923, 5:30 a.m., 8 li south of Lincheng. As the passengers were hustled across the grain fields and up the foothills, Powell looked back to see the silhouette of the locomotive. The electric lights in some of the rear coaches blinked eerily in the dark surrounding countryside, and he could see the heavily padlocked mail car behind the tender. It was off the tracks and lying on its side, but its contents seemed to be untouched. If robbery was the motive, why didn't they break into the mail car? He looked ahead. They were heading east and climbing up. Powell could see a series of ever steeper hills giving way to the cone-shaped mountains of Shantung. As they marched in the early morning darkness, followed closely by their heavily armed guards, Powell and Berube heard a crying child. It was the Pinger boy, barefoot and in his pajamas, calling for his father, who was lagging behind with a different group of bandits and captives. As the 9-year-old stumbled and fell, one of the young bandit guards approached the boy, cocked his gun, and pointed it at the terrified child. Without a moment of hesitation, Berube raised his open palms and stepped between the boy and the bandit. "Don't do that," Berube snapped, and in one swift motion, he lifted Roland onto his back and walked away toward the hills. Several of the older bandits rattled off a number of commands in Chinese directed at the trigger-happy young guard. The rebuked outlaw laughed and uncocked the hammer in his gun as Powell stared him down. Sunrise revealed the line of train passengers strung out for a half-mile up the side of the gradually rising landscape. Trailing behind were hundreds of overloaded bandits, toiling under their plunder, including suitcases and trunks, crates and boxes, clothing and accessories, and mattresses and fixtures. All morning long, the hostages and their bandit guards trudged eastward. As the march began, a group of bandits had pulled Lucy Aldrich and Minnie McFadden by their wrists down the track embankment and into the adjoining gaoliang fields. Gaoliang was a staple crop of the region. The stalks could be turned into fodder for animals or used for thatching, fuel, and brooms. In the cool pre-dawn air, the women inhaled the earthy scent of farm animals and freshly tilled soil. They could feel the long grass around their ankles, but the moonlight was too dim to make out much of the surroundings. They stayed together as they tripped and staggered through the fields. Aldrich supported her companion as they walked. McFadden's loose, thin slippers kept sliding off and were no match for the uneven, hardened ground. She eventually tried to walk barefoot, but the pathway was an uninviting mix of rocky soil, wiry twigs, and roots. McFadden was not the only one having trouble. Many of the foreign men were also walking barefoot as they were goaded across the fields. The next few hours were a nightmare, and it was almost a blessing that the bandits were weighed down by their loot, for it kept the pace slow. Matilda Schoenberg, Aldrich's maid, soon caught up to the pair. She was dressed in multiple layers of clothing, including Aldrich's pale blue velvet dressing gown trimmed with gray fur. She was one of the few who had stockings and shoes. "Matilda is getting by wonderfully, almost prancing along," Aldrich thought. But the fur-lined wrapper Schoenberg was wearing was just too much for the occasion. "Dear, you look like the Queen of Sheba in that outfit, and much too conspicuous," Aldrich said, with an air of seriousness. "You will end up attracting the unwanted attention of the bandits, so you better take it off." As she removed the covering, Schoenberg whispered to McFadden that she had concealed within her undergarments a sachet holding Aldrich's jewelry. She wanted to pass this on to either Aldrich or McFadden. "Not now," McFadden said, as a half-dozen bandit guards looked their way. Because Schoenberg was wearing shoes, the bandits prodded her to walk faster and to catch up with Powell and Berube's group. Soon she was separated from Aldrich and the limping McFadden. As dawn approached, the two women could make out the outline of hilltops and mountain peaks in the near distance. Aldrich and McFadden found the bandits more irritating than fearsome, and they actually took some pleasure in telling them to get lost every time they came near. But their imperious attitude toward the bandits changed after witnessing their cruelty toward the Chinese passengers, As Aldrich and McFadden struggled along, those Chinese captives who could not keep up were beaten, bayoneted, or shot. The bandits demonstrated little respect for the well-off Chinese passengers, viewing them as supporters of the warlords who were causing the peasants and disbanded soldiers so much misery. They were viewed as part of the comprador bourgeoisie, the Chinese interlocutors who represented foreign interests, who allied with the warlords in a system that benefited only them. Aldrich and McFadden didn't fully understand the cultural reasons for the tension playing out in this cruelty toward the wealthier Chinese passengers. Yet in their global travels, they had repeatedly witnessed the intense level of social conflict triggered by the gap between the rich and powerful and those who were neither. Some of the Chinese captives were crying piteously, pleading with the bandits in Chinese, but the captors showed no mercy. One Chinese man in a silk tunic had been beaten so ferociously by the bandits that he could hardly open his eyes. A teenage boy sobbed in fear as the bandits shoved him along. When an older man walking beside him fell to the ground exhausted, the bandit guard dropped his bundle and shot him at point-blank range. Aldrich and McFadden froze in horror. "We are in the hands of men who are desperate," Aldrich whispered to McFadden. "Lucy, do not identify yourself," a shaken McFadden replied. Aldrich nodded nervously in agreement. If the bandits knew who she was, she believed, they would put a very high price on her head and reduce whatever chance she had of getting out of this mess alive. Lerbas presumed that he was the last of the foreign passengers taken from the train. He could hear English speakers ahead of him, but none behind him. Lerbas came upon a group of bandits escorting Shanghai lawyer Giuseppe Musso. Lerbas knew that among all the passengers taken hostage, Musso was perhaps the biggest fish. One of the most influential Italians in the Far East, Musso was commonly referred to as Il Commendatore, an official title awarded by the President of Italy to individuals of special honor. He had deep roots in Asia. His father had been both a successful merchant and the Italian government's consul general for the British colony in Hong Kong. Musso represented a colorful mix of spies, drug smugglers, gambling houses, gun runners, underworld figures, and the Duchun of Jiangsu province. He was a well-regarded lawyer and was in high demand by wealthy and somewhat shady clients. Musso himself had made his fortune as the lawyer for the Shanghai Opium Combine, which drove the opium trade before and after it became completely outlawed in 1917. The Combine was formed in 1913 to control the importation and distribution of opium into China in response to the anticipated phasing out of legal imports, based upon an agreement reached with the Peking government that allowed for opium imports and sales to continue until 1917. The terms of the International Opium Convention of 1912 required that drug smuggling into China be eliminated and that all opium retail shops and dens in the foreign-controlled areas be closed. In anticipation of this, the Combine sought to control the price and thus corner the market during the limited window remaining for legal sales, and thus to maximize the financial return on imported opium. Between 1912 and 1916, the price of imported Indian opium had risen sixfold, and the Combine and its merchants and distributors had prospered handsomely. With the impending deadline in 1917, the Combine also, quite skillfully, negotiated a deal with the Peking government to sell its remaining stocks to the government at inflated prices. But under public pressure, Peking was forced to destroy its opium stockpiles in 1919. Walking alongside Musso was his secretary, Alba Corelli. Musso was dressed in a nightshirt covered with a raincoat, and Corelli wore a light cotton shirt and laced bloomers that exposed most of her legs. Both were without shoes. "Where do you think they're taking us?" Lerbas asked Musso, who looked too tired to speak and just pointed in a direction toward the hills ahead. Then he raised his finger to his lips to signal to Lerbas that speaking was forbidden. Almost immediately, the bandits pushed the three apart to block off further communication. The bandits pulled Corelli aside and led her down a different path. Musso pleaded with the guards as he was led away. "For God's sake, take care of Mademoiselle." One of the bandits then struck the heavy-set Musso with his gun, grabbed him by the shoulder, and started to drag him forcibly onward. L'Airbus felt helpless and attempted to follow the group leading Corelli away, but he was hit across the back of the legs with a carbine. The distressed woman cried out to Musso, pleading with him not to leave her to the bandits. Corelli was sobbing. She begged in thickly accented English for L'Airbus to help her, but there was nothing that he could do as he was pulled away by his guards. The three captives were marched on different paths, but all in the same eastward direction. L'Airbus soon lost track of the two Italian hostages. He could hear the overloaded brigands dropping and juggling their plunder, while hiking up the slight incline. The bundles were poorly packed, and every few steps something would tumble out, with the bandits stopping to retrieve it. L'Airbus's cluster of fumbling guards was falling behind the main group, and the voices of the marching passengers and captors became too faint to hear. L'Airbus then watched as one of his bandit guards, who was the last person in the entourage, placed his rifle on the ground to gather his spilled cargo. It just so happened that at this moment, the two other guards near him had rushed ahead to assist a fellow bandit who had fallen face first to the ground and couldn't get out from under the load on top of him. "Now's my opportunity," L'Airbus thought. He leaped down a deep ravine and ran away from the bandits. After several hundred yards, he stopped and lay still in the Gaoliang field, listening for the guards. This time of year, the Gaoliang had not yet reached its maturity, and the stalks ranged from about 3 to 4 feet in height, tall enough to hide in if he crouched down. He scrambled along on hands and knees, making a wide detour through the grain fields in the direction of the train. Crouching low, he ran as fast as he could without shoes. Just when L'Airbus thought he had lost the bandits, rifle shots rang out above his head. The bandits were in pursuit, but they could not keep up with the athletic L'Airbus, who in college had been a medal-winning track and field star. After running for a few more paces, L'Airbus dropped to his stomach in the Gaoliang fields and crawled. For 20 minutes, he inched along until he came to a series of crude graves, mounds of earth and stones that dotted the edge of the grain fields. It was likely a family burial site. With the protection of the stone cairns, L'Airbus hid from the roaming bandits until he was sure they had given up the chase. Then, he ran back to the train. The bandits believed that Powell and Berube were walking too slowly because of having to carry Roland, and they motioned for the men to stop. The bandits offered to give the boy 2 pairs of socks taken from the train so that he could walk on his own. The socks were heavy knitted wool and reached up to his knees. Because they weren't elasticized, Roland had to pull them up to avoid sagging. "These won't last forever, but we'll encourage the guards to find you some shoes at the first opportunity," Berube told the boy. "Stay close by, and let us know if your feet begin to hurt." Roland nodded in agreement. All smiles, the bandit guards gave the boy thumbs up and were pleased that they could now go at a faster pace. "Here, here," one of the guards said in English, giving Roland a red Chinese coat that was taken from the train. The coat was not only useful in the chilly morning dampness. Roland also saw it as a souvenir to show off to his family. Beaming, the boy put it on over his pajamas. Standing nearby and looking back toward the line of hostages and bandits, Powell felt queasy. He hadn't slept, was hungry and thirsty, and had consumed too much alcohol in the drawing-room car the night before. Hangover or no hangover, Powell told himself. He needed to keep moving. About 2 hours into the trek, Powell and Berube came upon an assortment of donkeys, ponies, mules, and horses, scattered across the open fields. These were farm animals used to power the stone grain mills and till the soil. Some were ponies from the northern Mongolian grasslands, short, sturdy, and shaggy. Powell persuaded the bandits to round up some of the grazing animals to carry Schonberg and some of the other, frailer foreign hostages who were trailing behind them, including Aldrich, McFadden, and the disoriented British tourist, William Smith. With Powell and Barabé assisting, the bandits outfitted several animals with improvised saddles of bedding and rope stirrups, which were so short that the rider's leg was nearly at a right angle. This might have worked for the smaller Chinese villagers, but not for the taller and larger foreigners. There was no bridle, only a rope tether that guards would use to pull the animal forward. Without a real saddle and anything secure to hold on to, staying on the backs of the animals would be a challenge. "You better go on a donkey, as you might have far to go and up a steep grade," Powell cautioned Schonberg, pointing to the looming hillside ahead. Schonberg initially refused to mount the animals while they brayed and stirred around as they were being tied up with rope. She rightly feared that the pack animals were not accustomed to heavy, squirming human cargo. She also feared that she would be separated from the other foreign passengers on foot, especially the stronger men such as Powell and Barabé. But realizing that the uphill climb ahead was likely to be strenuous, she reluctantly agreed. The smallest Schonberg mounted the donkey first, and then Barabé lifted Roland to sit in front of her. She wrapped her arms around the boy, and both of them then held fast to the donkey's short mane. As the bandits continued to pester the local farmers to hand over their animals, Aldrich and McFadden caught up to Powell's group. They too were initially reluctant to ride the animals, but gave in as they looked at the approaching hills and mountain paths ahead. It took several bandits to load the hefty Aldrich up onto a small, frisky pony that brayed and moved side to side in obvious disapproval under the weight. Even as an experienced equestrian, Aldrich found it difficult to stay on the uncooperative pack animal, but she did her best to avoid falling off. Aldrich could see that the trail cut a path through terraced farmland to the base of the mountain. Mile after mile, they went up and down gradually rising hills, and Aldrich slid up and down the animal with every precipitous ascent or descent. The pajama-clad Smith had trouble staying on the donkey. When the animal stumbled, Smith fell down a 15-foot ravine lined with stones at the bottom. Somehow he survived the fall. Although he was hurt and already black and blue from being dragged by the bandits from the train, he mustered the strength to climb out of the ravine with Powell's help. He then decided that walking was a safer option. Most of the able-bodied men, especially those wearing shoes, preferred to walk rather than ride, and almost all of the Chinese captives in their group walked as well because they were not given the option to ride. The bandits themselves had little experience with pack animals. Aldrich found herself repeatedly barking orders for them to properly guide her animal. She was constantly telling her guard to slow down or to choose the smoothest pathway to keep the pony from stumbling. Aldrich finally managed to catch up with Schonberg, who waved her mistress to come closer. Schonberg then quickly passed the sachet of jewelry to her. Although she projected a look of calm, the heiress was overjoyed that her jewels, many of them family heirlooms, were safe. She carefully hid the pouch inside her brassiere. Aldrich and the others were now making their way through a valley of grain. She noted the beauty of this peaceful landscape and thought that the long stream of 1,000 bandits and hostages marching 4 or 5 abreast, winding through the cultivated fields and rising hills, looked almost biblical, like Moses leading the Israelites to Canaan, except that she knew they were not heading to some promised land. The bandits and captives eventually reached the base of a steep, conical mountain. Here, the bandits separated the foreign hostages into smaller groups. This way, they would not risk losing all of the foreigners if they were attacked by the pursuing army or train guards. The strongest and fastest among them would be the first up the mountain, taking a rocky and steep trail. Major Pinger was focused on finding his son, Roland. He had already lost contact with Miriam and their younger son, Edward. In the first hour of the march from the train, Pinger and Miriam had kept in touch by shouting to each other at regular intervals. She returned his calls several times, but each reply sounded fainter than the last. Eventually, they lost touch. The major tried to slow his pace, crouching down to remove imaginary pebbles from between his toes, but his guards hit him on the back with their rifle butts. He prayed for the safety of his wife and younger son, and hoped they would all be reunited when they finally reached their destination, wherever that was. Now, though, he walked faster to catch up with Roland, whom he believed was ahead of him in the dim morning light. It had been hours since they were separated on the train. From across the canyon, he could see a column of hostages ahead of him being divided into two groups. Half the prisoners were heading to the right and the other half to the left of the tabletop mountain peak. Pinger feared that he and Roland would be taken in different directions if he didn't find the boys soon. Then, at about 10 o'clock in the morning, he finally saw him, walking alongside a donkey. He was wearing a red padded silk sleeveless Chinese coat over his pajamas, and had on oversized socks that were obviously not his. Roland had dismounted the donkey and was helping to guide Schoenberg and her animal over the pathways. Pinger ran ahead toward his son, yelling his name. "Daddy!" Roland shouted in response. Basking in relief, Pinger couldn't help but grin at Roland's offbeat combination of clothing. He begged the guards to allow him to stay with his son. He also asked the bandits to fetch a donkey because the socks on Roland's feet had already been worn down on the rocky trail. They brought over a donkey with a simple rope around its neck and nothing for a saddle. After Roland mounted the animal, the guards and Major Pinger guided the donkey forward while the boy held on to the short mane. This was hardly an ideal mode of transport. When the trail descended, he slipped down the donkey's neck. When the trail went uphill, he slid down to its rump. Both father and son nervously laughed as Roland seesawed his way up and down the mountainous terrain. As they approached the hills at daybreak, Eddie Elias and Theo Safier, who were hiking forward just behind the Pingers, witnessed the horrific murder of a small Chinese teenage boy who was unable to go farther. When Eddie tried to help the boy, two bandits pushed him aside and shot the boy in the head. Eddie and Theo then watched helplessly as another Chinese captive was dragged across the ground face down. To the bandit gang, the Chinese captives had little ransom value, so they were simply murdered if they proved troublesome or if the bandits wanted to make an example of them to keep their other hostages in line. Such brutality sickened Eddie and Theo, but they could do nothing but continue to march forward. At about 10:30 in the morning, the group came to a fortified village at the foot of a mountain. Here, Eddie found his brother Freddie, exhausted and sitting on the ground, his bare feet bleeding with cuts. When Eddie tried to help his brother, his guard jammed a loaded revolver deep into his ribs, forcing him to move on. As they were pushed away, Eddie and Theo begged Freddie to stand up, for the bandits were shooting the Chinese passengers lagging behind. "You must find the strength to keep moving," Eddie pleaded. Freddie just sat there listlessly as his brother and cousin trudged on. It looked to Eddie like he had just given up. Chapter 7. The Black-Hearted General Ho. The sight of that caravan of people, extending from valley to mountaintop in the gray dawn, was like an old biblical picture, one that the movies would have given $1 million for. Minnie McFadden, American Tourist and Hostage. May 6, 1923, noon, east of the derailed Peking Express. Several hostages noticed something conspicuous about the rifles and pistols that the bandits carried. Every one of them was made in Japan. This may have meant only that Japanese gun runners were doing a lucrative business in Shandong province. But it might also have been evidence that the Japanese government had some connection to the bandit army, and thus some advanced knowledge of the attack on the Peking Express, if not a hand in organizing it. Strangely absent from the train at the moment the bandits stormed aboard were any passengers from Japan. Not one. This was particularly odd, given that Japan and its companies still had sizable investments in this province. Several prominent Japanese officials, including the Governor-General of Japan's colony of Sakhalin and the president of the Hakodate Chamber of Commerce, had been reported to be on the Peking Express. Yet all the Japanese who had boarded the train in Shanghai with a destination of Peking or Tianjin disembarked when the train reached the town of Suzhou, 42 miles south of Lincheng, the last stop before the train was robbed. The Japanese passengers had purportedly received a mysterious telegram warning them of the affair, and they then exited the train. Although Tokyo denied any involvement, there was, from the earliest news of what became known as the Lincheng incident onward, deep suspicion about Japan's complicity. Japan had a messy history in China, particularly in Shantung province. At the end of the Great War, Japan acquired Germany's territorial claims to the coastal city of Tsingtao in 1918, following the Treaty of Versailles, which also gave Japan administrative authority over Shantung's east-west railroad between Tsingtao and Jinan, resulting in effective control over the economic interests of the province. China vehemently protested this violation of its sovereignty and repeatedly demanded the return of its territory. With tensions rising between China and Japan, the United States tried to play the role of mediator. The Shantung question had to be addressed. In 1921, President Warren Harding took the initiative in calling the Washington Conference, also referred to as the Washington Disarmament Conference. As outlined in treaty terms, Japan agreed, albeit begrudgingly, to return Tsingtao to China by the end of 1922, and also agreed to respect the sovereignty, independence, and territorial and administrative integrity of China. Just 6 months prior to the attack on the express train, China had finally regained control of Shantung and its railroads from Japan. The province had not been in Chinese hands since 1898, when it was originally seized by Germany. As the bandits and their hostages trudged toward the distant mountain, word of the attack quickly reached the Lincheng garrison, which was commanded by the notorious General He Fengyu. Cruel and corrupt, he was despised both by his own troops and by the peasants of the region, who called him black-hearted General He. Even by the woeful standards of warlord armies, his troops were particularly lawless. They plundered villages and sold their ammunition to the highest bidder, including the bandits. General He mostly looked the other way, but from time to time he shot a few of his wayward troops to create an air of order and obedience. He spent most of his time fighting bandits. He would often entice Tu Fei to surrender, making pledges that he would not harm them, and then renege as soon as they lowered their arms. One news account said that He had decorated the roads between Zhaochuang and Lincheng with the heads of outlaws. He was considered a valuable deputy to the equally treacherous Shantung military governor, the provincial Dujun, General Tian Chung-yu. When He learned that Sun Mei-yao had the audacity to raid the Peking Express right under his nose, he feared he would be blamed for the attack. He ordered his troops to give chase, and soon they caught up with the rear end of the bandit force and the slow-footed hostages they were dragging toward the mountains. He wanted the bandits eliminated once and for all. "Do whatever it takes to bring me Sun Mei-yao's head," he told his troops. As he clambered over the stony slopes, Powell could hear the distant gunfire from the direction of the train. He guessed that the shots came from nearby soldiers in hot pursuit. The sound came as a relief, because it meant that help was nearby, but it also made him worried about getting caught in the crossfire. As the morning sun rose, they could see that the mountain was at least 3,000 feet high, with upward trails as steep as stairways. The bandits forced the hostages to move forward quickly, poking their captives with their rifles and revolvers, and yelling incessantly for them to climb faster. The gunfire was getting closer. In their lightly colored nightgowns and pajamas, the captives stuck out among the drab, dark blue and gray clothing of the bandits. but this did not stop the pursuing soldiers from firing in their direction. "My God, that's close," Powell said to himself, as bullets whistled over his head and struck the stones along the sides of the trail. He flinched as he heard them ricocheting off the rocks. Scanning below, Powell could see hundreds of men spread out in the vast countryside in their gray and tan uniforms, running in their direction. Some seemed to be overloaded with packs or bedrolls, as if they were prepared for a long-term military operation. All had long rifles, some topped with bayonets. Scattering like ants, the soldiers seemed relentless in their pursuit of the bandits. Around noon, Powell and his group reached the summit of what was referred to as Huangniu Shen, Yellow Cow Mountain, 7 miles east of the derailed train. They climbed over rough stones to enter a crude, crumbled, stone-walled fortification with ramparts and rifle rests all about. These crumbling forts were built during the Nian Rebellion, a mid-1800s peasant uprising against the Qing dynasty, which followed several environmental disasters, including the flooding of the Yellow River and the resulting famine. Now the makeshift forts of Yellow Cow Mountain were sheltering another generation of rebels. Powell did a head count of those in his group. Barabé, Major Allen and his son Bobby, Corelli, and Smith had all arrived just behind him. Each had nearly dropped from exhaustion while marching through the rising sun, and they were now resting and taking cover from the wild shooting by the troops below. In time, more prisoners and their guards began to arrive at the fort, including the car dealer, Friedman, still struggling without shoes. McFadden was the last of Powell's group to reach the top. Allen and Barabé helped McFadden get comfortable on the ground and bound her injured feet with strips of cloth torn from the night garments. Looking over the group, Powell noted that Smith was badly bruised and babbling incoherently, and Corelli was barely dressed and begging the bandits for a cigarette. Powell began to realize that the bandits had split up the foreigners into separate camps, each of which was holed up in a different structure on one of the surrounding hilltops. As the bandits returned fire on the soldiers, Powell tried to explain to his fellow captives the situation as he saw it, but McFadden was worried about her companions, Aldrich and Schoenberg. "Do you think they were shot by the bandits?" Powell reassured her that Lucy and her maid were probably in another camp. They were too valuable to harm. As the hostages sat around nursing their feet, one of the young, eager-to-please bandits arrived with gaoliang flour cakes, wrapped in weathered cloth, which he offered to each of the hostages. One after another, the hungry prisoners took a cake and nodded in thanks at the smiling server. The cakes were tasteless, with the consistency of hardtack. Most of the foreign hostages didn't get beyond the first bite because the biscuits were not palatable without water. "This is like shoe leather," McFadden thought. However, Powell quickly put the rusk in his pocket, knowing that it might come in handy. Later, several other bandits arrived with a basket of fresh eggs and kettles of warm tea. Cha? One of the bandits taught the hostages to eat a raw egg by poking a hole in one end of the shell and sucking out the contents. Although squeamish at first, one after another they quickly ate several raw eggs, which greatly helped offset the fatigue from the morning march. They then soaked and washed down the gaoliang cakes with the tea passed around in a communal tin cup. This was the first real food and drink they had since the attack on the train some 8 hours earlier. As they rested in the fort structure, the hostages watched as the bandits played with their loot from the train. Powell noticed that the bandits had taken about 25 cameras, but none knew how to operate them. He watched as a bandit pried open the camera case with his bayonet, unrolling and exposing spools of film to the damaging sunlight. He then turned to Powell and Allen for help in showing him how the camera worked. "You ruined the film and broke the lenses," Allen said to the bandit, who just blinked uncomprehendingly. The bandit then shrugged his shoulders and tossed the damaged camera on the ground. Powell then watched as one of the bandits arrived at the fort lugging his Corona typewriter case, thinking that it was full of valuables. When the bandit finally managed to open it, He expressed intense disgust upon finding only a typewriter and then beat it into a shapeless mass with his rifle butt. Powell pleaded with the bandits for clothing and shoes to protect the captives from the elements. The bandits who carried the loot up the mountain were reluctant to part with anything, but the bandit subchiefs intervened, sorting through the trove taken from the train and handing out clothing to the foreign hostages. Not everything fit, but occasionally the passengers recovered something of their own. While this was happening, McFadden took Powell aside and asked that he convince the bandits to search through the baggage to find proper attire for Corelli, who was dressed only in skimpy lingerie. Although she didn't seem to mind, several of the bandits, not to mention the male hostages, were noticeably staring at the young woman, attired only in a thin cotton shirt and black tight-fitting sateen bloomers that came about halfway down to her knees. To McFadden, this was an affront to propriety, even under the current conditions. Scrounging through the loot, Powell was able to locate a thick silk dressing gown in one of the bundles of clothing taken by the bandits. Corelli expressed her gratitude in voluble Italian. In an adjoining hilltop structure, Major Pinger found himself with a mixed group of Chinese and foreign captives, including the lawyer Musso, Aldrich's maid Schoenberg, a Brit by the name of Reginald Rowlett, a Mexican couple who were on their honeymoon when the train was attacked, and a Dane by the name of M.C. Jacobson. In all, there were about 300 people in the group, although most of them were bandits. Pinger's group, like Powell's, started begging the bandits for clothing and shoes. One of the bandits gave Pinger, still in his pajamas, a pair of trousers looted from the train. The pants were made of thick wool and several sizes too large. Several of the hostages said that the major's high-riding baggy pants made him look like Charlie Chaplin. Watching the bandits fiddle with the things stolen from the train provided the hostages with some much-needed comic relief. One bandit wore 3 shirts, a pair of gloves, and tan felt spatterdashes, spats, the stylish footwear accessory that buttoned around the ankle and protected the shoes and socks from mud and rain. A guard who looked to be no more than 11 years old wore a lady's brassiere under his dirty jacket, in which he hid more of his precious loot. The bandits strutted around, showing off their stolen rings, pins, clips, nail files, and brooches. They were equally excited by the useful items such as blankets, sheets, bedding, pillows, mattresses, pieces of carpet, and brass door handles, knocked off from the railway coach. The captives were constantly asked to value certain stolen jewelry, so they purposefully devalued items to trick the bandits into thinking their loot was not as valuable as they believed it to be. They saw a boy using a silver powder box as a teacup, and another using a cross-stitched tray cloth for a shade. The bandits even started eating some non-edible items, such as cold cream, Mothersill's seasick remedy, which was widely popular during the days of transoceanic liner travel, ink, spirits of ammonia, and various medications such as the analgesic phenacetin, which could be dangerous if consumed in high quantities. Major Pinger tried to tell the bandits that the cold cream was not to be eaten, but rubbed into the cheeks to protect the skin. If it wasn't edible, the bandits usually tossed it away. Hot water bottles and toothpaste equally confused them. Pinger became very concerned when one of the bandits thought that a bottle of poisonous iodine was a beverage. He pointed at the skull and crossbones on the bottle, took an imaginary swig, and stiffened out an open-mouthed rigor mortis to show the bandit that the reddish-brown fluid was not for drinking. Despite Pinger's insistence, the bandit still believed it to be a beverage, and he viewed the story as a fabrication, thinking that Pinger wanted only to fool the bandit so he could have the potion for himself. Pinger looked on as the young bandit grumbled and put the bottle of iodine in his vest pocket for a later day. He never knew what became of the bandit or the elixir. One bandit discovered a pint of castor oil and quickly drank it. Although he found the soapy taste unpleasant, Pinger tried to reassure him that he would be fine, although the laxative qualities of the oil would lead to dehydration and a serious case of diarrhea. One of the bandits who had seized Zimmerman's banjo from the train urged the foreigners to play for him, but they ignored the request because they either didn't know how or weren't in the mood. Pinger noticed that a bandit was carrying his wife's green velvet bag and a woman's girdle around his waist to hold additional items. The major asked the bandit if he could take a look inside the bag, and he agreed. Pinger then saw his wife's watch and other possessions, which the bandit refused to return. Inside the girdle, though, Pinger found Miriam's ivory-handled shoehorn and buttonhook. After Pinger demonstrated the device, the bandit discarded it because of its apparent lack of utility. But Pinger looked at Miriam's ivory-handled buttonhook as a potential weapon. When no one was looking, he used a rock to pound down and uncurl the hook to a straight point. He then ground down the dull point and filed the end until it was as sharp as an ice pick. A jailhouse shiv of sorts, he thought. He was prepared to use this for protection if necessary. It was becoming obvious to the hostages that the original derailment of the train was better organized than the bold, reckless run-for-the-hills escape. Few of the captives had been dressed and prepared to climb the rocky mountain paths. Meanwhile, the bandits were caught off guard by how quickly the soldiers pursued them and how they fired indiscriminately at bandit and hostage alike. Sun's men had wasted most of their ammunition while storming the train, so little could be spared returning fire during the escape. By mid-afternoon, the gunfire from General Hull's troops had become more intense. The captives, together with their guards, moved to one side of the fortress walls for shelter from the whizzing bullets flying well over their heads and arching over into the next valley. Many of the bandits were just boys, unable to appreciate how deadly the firearms that they held could be. Groups of 3 bandits spaced themselves out along the 7-foot wall. There were small footholds projecting from the wall that allowed a bandit to stand precariously on 1 foot. His 2 companions would then help prop up the bandit with the gun. They shouted for him to shoot quickly so that they could have their turn. But the strong recoil of the rifle caused the rifleman and his companions to tumble to the ground amid a salvo of laughter. As the hostages and Tu Fei hunkered down at the large tabletop of Yellow Cow Mountain, Sun Mei-yao dispatched a messenger down the mountain to send a telegram to Peking, demanding that all troops be withdrawn from southern Shantung. Sun wanted the message in English, so the foreign legations in Peking were aware of his demands. At gunpoint, Powell wrote up the message. The names and nationalities of a number of the foreign hostages were included. Sun and Liu insisted that the deadline for withdrawal of the troops was 24 hours. If the troops weren't gone, the message stated, the hostages would be executed. The messenger left on horseback for the telegraph office in the early afternoon. He was expected to return by sundown, but he never made it back. It was later discovered that the messenger had been captured by General Hull's troops and shot in the head. Chapter 8. The Gauntlet. The battle scene from The Four Horsemen had nothing on our little party. Marching and climbing by night, and little sleep and an occasional shower of bullets by day. Jerome A. Henley, American traveling salesman and hostage. May 6, 1923, morning. Zinan train station, Shantung Province. It was supposed to be a grand festive day for Paul Whitman, the president of the Asia Development Company Limited. Whitman, who lived in Shanghai but originally hailed from Seattle, was in the Shantung provincial capital of Zinan for the ceremony commemorating the flood control work that his company had performed on the Yellow River. This was also meant to be a celebration of America's ongoing friendship with China, in particular, the U.S. commitment to supporting China's infrastructure development and helping the country manage its resources and prepare against national catastrophes. For this project, the Asia Development Company hired more than 23,000 laborers, some of whom had been part of the Chinese Labor Corps in France during the Great War, to build levees and construct a diversion dam of rocks and earth. They brought in a huge steam pile driver to complete a rail trestle across the river using Oregon pine timber. The trestle was then used to transport the rock for forming the dam. Whitman expected that scores of reporters and American and Chinese government officials would come to inspect the completion of his ambitious work to tame the river system, which had taken over a year to complete. On Sunday, May 6th, Whitman went down to the Jinan train station at 7 o'clock in the morning to greet John Powell, the editor of the Weekly Review, and the other correspondents due in on the Peking Express. But when he arrived, he was met with unexpected news. "The express train is delayed or possibly held up by bandits some distance south of Jinan," said David Wiesenberg, an accountant for Whitman's company. Wiesenberg was already at the Jinan train station with Ralph Nail, a project manager for the Asia Development Company. Nail was a former naval officer who had led a company of Marines deep into Russia's Far East as part of the American Expeditionary Force Siberia after the 1917 revolution. Leaving the military at the conclusion of the Great War, Nail joined the Asia Development Company to help manage its infrastructure projects in China. Wiesenberg was a U.S. Army veteran who served in Tianjin before becoming an accountant for the company. "The station master is very concerned because the train is always on time," Nail explained. "He does not have many details." Worried, Whitman walked over to the nearby American consulate to ask Vice Consul Harvey Lee Milbourne if he had heard any news of trouble on the express train. Milbourne hadn't, but he telephoned the offices of both the military governor and the civil governor in Jinan. They too had no information concerning any problems with the express train. With an increasing sense of alarm, Whitman returned to the train station and learned that a repair train was under preparation to be sent down to the town of Lincheng, just under 5 hours south of Jinan. Something was going on. "You don't send a breakdown crane unless there's an accident," he thought. "We need to find out what happened to the reporters that were on the Peking Express." Whitman ordered Nail and Wiesenberg to go down to Lincheng on the repair train with instructions to report back to him on the situation. "Send a telegram once you have news, and be careful." General Hu's soldiers continued their relentless assault on the bandits. With still no sign of the messenger, Sun Mei-yao decided to send a foreigner down the mountain to try to convince the soldiers to stop shooting. Because the women were already slowing them down, the bandits decided to use a few of them to deliver the message. McFadden and Corelli were chosen to descend the mountain bearing a flag of truce made from a lady's white silk skirt. Their message to Hu was simple. The prisoners would be shot if he did not retreat. The conductor of the Peking Express, Liu Nanjing, was sent along with the two women to be their guide, for he supposedly knew the way back to the derailed train. Sun also decided to send with the party a young Chinese boy and girl, thinking that the soldiers wouldn't dare shoot a group of women and children. As the party was setting out, Major Allen saw an opportunity to get his 12-year-old son Bobby to safety. He asked McFadden to take the boy with her. As she put her arm around him and started to walk away, one of the bandits forcefully snatched Bobby away and pointed his gun at McFadden. She raised her hands, and Bobby walked back to be with his father. McFadden's group set out on the north side of the mountain and found that going downhill was even worse than going up. Some places were so steep that McFadden had to sit and slide across the rocky surface as best as she could to the next step down. Conductor Liu was anxious to get back, either to the derailed train or to the Lincheng station before nightfall. He pushed the ladies and children to move faster down the rocky hillside. The older woman rebelled against the conductor's pace. Rather than fight with her, the conductor began to drag along the sobbing Corelli, leaving behind McFadden with the two young Chinese children. Liu was obviously using the white-faced foreign lady as a shield against possible attacks by either the bandits or the soldiers. Corelli broke away from Liu and stood behind McFadden, who was now furious and yelling at Liu to slow down. When they reached the valley below at sunset, a fast-moving storm system arrived, bringing heavy showers and pelting them with hailstones. As the thunderstorm cut its way across the countryside, they continued their trek without shelter or proper covering. Drenched, they eventually found themselves in a sort of no-man's land, wedged between the bandits and the soldiers, who continued their random firefights. They were moving northward, parallel to the train track, but nowhere near the derailed train, which was much farther to the east. When the storm stopped, the danger only increased, for now there was a bright moon that exposed the group and made it more likely they would be mistaken for an enemy by either side. Liu finally yielded to McFadden, who was now firmly in command of the group. She led them into a ditch, where they huddled together to stay warm and waited for daylight as the wind gusts subsided and the storm blew through. While the others fell fast asleep, McFadden stayed awake to listen for a train whistle in order to better gauge the direction they needed to take in the morning. As McFadden held Corelli and the young Chinese girl, she looked suspiciously at Liu, who was dozing. She did not trust him, and in the morning, when he insisted on going in the opposite direction from where McFadden had heard the train whistle, she told him firmly that he was on his own. "No, we are not following you," McFadden said, pointing to a different path from where Liu intended to go. "The train station is in that direction." Corelli and the two children followed the older woman, leaving Liu to fend for himself. It didn't take long for the grumbling man to fall in behind the rest of the group. Even if he thought they were headed in the wrong direction, he didn't want to risk being misidentified as a bandit and shot by the army troops. Meanwhile, Major Pinger and Roland could hear the rifle shots coming from below. They were holed up on Yellow Cow Mountain with a handful of other foreign hostages, including the Italian lawyer Musso and Matilda Schoenberg. Also here were a dozen Chinese hostages. There was no hope of escape. They were guarded by 300 bandits and encircled by 500 of General Hull's troops, who were struggling to overtake the bandits, firing upward as they climbed. By mid-afternoon, the bandit sub-chief, known as the Frenchman, suggested that a foreign hostage volunteer go down to the soldiers' front line and tell them to stop shooting or all the foreigners would be executed. The Frenchman had seen several foreign women and a Chinese man head down the mountain from the adjacent camp, but because the soldiers were still shooting, he doubted they had made it through the army cordon. Musso volunteered immediately, wanting the bandits to think that he was powerful and well-connected enough to make sure the soldiers would take him seriously. "I am the Italian vice consul to China, and I will personally go to Peking to make representations to the authorities and to help you clear the country of soldiers," Musso boasted. But he said that he needed to go down the mountain in the company of a woman, so it was clear to the soldiers that he was a hostage who posed no threat. Pinger pointed to Schoenberg. He was concerned about her frailty and pleaded to the bandits to send down this worthless woman because she had little ransom value. The Frenchman considered this, but eventually allowed only Musso to go down, unaccompanied. The risk of getting shot made Musso visibly nervous, but he decided to take his chances. If the bandits discovered how rich he was, his freedom would come at a heavy price. As soon as Musso showed his face outside the old fort, the soldiers intensified their shooting. Even though he was carrying a white flag and was scantily dressed, wearing a toga-like nightshirt with his legs exposed, Musso was taken for a bandit. Under a hail of bullets, he quickly retreated back to safety, visibly shaken by the close call. The bandits saw that Musso had trouble walking, given that his feet were cut and bruised from the morning march. The Frenchman barked out a series of orders and told Musso to sit down, perhaps realizing this very heavy man was in no physical condition to run the gauntlet. The Frenchman then looked around for another candidate fit enough to carry the message down the mountainside. Eventually, M.C. Jacobson volunteered for the dangerous task. Jacobson was an inspecting engineer for the British American Tobacco Company who lived in Shanghai and was on his way to Peking for meetings. He was a long-time resident of China who, unlike most of the foreign passengers, actually spoke Chinese. The tall, blonde-headed Dane was one of the few hostages who was fully clothed and wearing shoes. The bandits handed him Musso's flag, made out of a pair of men's underwear tied to a bamboo pole. Then off he went. The firing resumed with renewed intensity. "This is insane," thought Jacobson. "Can't they see I'm not a bandit?" Jacobson ran as fast as he could and covered about 200 yards downhill. With soldiers shooting all the time from two sides, he ran under a hail of bullets, stumbling under the crossfire. As he fell, both the bandits and hostages gasped, fearing the worst had just happened. They could see far below that Jacobson was face down and not moving. The Frenchman sent two young bandits scurrying down to bring Jacobson back, if he was alive. Musso was right. They needed to send a woman. Even the blonde Jacobson was mistaken for a bandit in the salvo of gunfire. Either that, or the troops were just shooting indiscriminately at whoever was exiting the fort. The Frenchman then barked an order for Schoenberg to head down the hill, alone. The sub-chief gave her another stick with white fabric attached to it. A bandit guard shoved her out the gate, but she was immediately grazed on the cheek by either a bullet or stone fragments from the bullets hitting the rocks. She stood frozen with fear, her hand on her wounded cheek. As soon as the guard popped his head out to check on Schoenberg, he took a bullet to the throat. He dropped to the ground, grasping his bleeding neck. Horrified, Schoenberg began running down the hill, waving the white flag frantically. Yet the firing went from bad to worse. Oblivious to the genuine danger ahead, she ran out of the enclosure, following the path Jacobson had taken, running and sliding down the face of the mountain. As she ran, Schoenberg did not stop to check on Jacobson, thinking that he was dead. Schoenberg ran for about 20 minutes, stumbling but miraculously never hit, until she reached a group of soldiers who seemed, finally, to see her white flag. One man signaled to her that it was safe to proceed. Schoenberg rested momentarily. She could feel her cheek throbbing. The wound was bleeding. The adrenaline rushing through her body had effectively blocked the pain while she was running down the hill. As she sat panting and trying to regain her senses, Schoenberg felt a hand on her shoulder. It was the friendly soldier who had ushered her to safety. He pointed downhill and helped her along the rocky path as she slid from stone to stone. When they finally reached the valley, the soldiers offered to carry her. But seeing their heavy packs and guns on their backs, Schoenberg didn't want to add to their burden. So she just held their hands, or sometimes their arms, and kept walking. Having escaped the bandits by running through the Gaoliang fields, L'Airbus made his way back to the derailed train. He approached with caution, thinking that there might still be bandits around. To be perfectly safe, he crawled under a car, straddling the wheel and resting his feet on two brake beams and his chin on another. L'Airbus clung to the undercarriage for about 30 minutes, but he could still hear that the train was being looted by either bandits or villagers. His broken knuckles throbbed in pain. After the looters finally departed, L'Airbus got out from under the carriage and started walking toward the front of the train. He noticed that the engine was still upright, but that the wheels were off the rails. The coal tender had tipped over, and half the load was spilled to the ground. Villagers were picking through the scattered coal pieces. The baggage car was turned over completely on its side, but unopened. L'Airbus noted that all of the coaches had been transformed into a massive pile of debris of broken glass and removed doors. Mattresses and personal effects littered the corridors and spilled outside of the train cars, and all the baggage in the rooms was slashed open and the contents scattered. Personal papers, books, and other reading materials, and clothing were strewn about. L'Airbus came across a small group of Chinese men and boys, fellow passengers on the train who had also escaped the raid. They were huddled together, wrapped in blankets inside one of the compartments. One well-dressed Chinese man told L'Airbus how he had escaped by taking his bandit guard aside and whispering to him that he had a large sum of cash inside his coat, and that he would give his money solely to him. Convinced of the scheme, The greedy bandit, not wanting to share this good fortune, followed the man out of the carriage door to a secluded spot on the west side of the train. Then, when the greedy bandit looked around to be sure that no one was watching them, the passenger knocked his captor squarely in the chin, sending him to the ground. He then turned and ran into the fields to the west, away from the rest of the party. One of the boys mentioned to Lehrboss that several foreigners had also escaped and were in one of the first-class compartments toward the back of the train. Hoping to find allies, Lehrboss hustled back through the train and came upon Victor Heimovich and Alfred Zimmerman, who were tending to an apparently dead foreign passenger sprawled across a bloody floor. This was the dead passenger whom Lehrboss had seen at the time of the holdup. His face was terribly disfigured and blackened by gunpowder from a gunshot at a close distance, and he had also sustained a chest wound. Shaken by the extent of the injuries, the three then searched the body and baggage for identification and located a passport in the coat pocket. From a nearby briefcase in his compartment, they found other documents. Joseph Rothman was his name, Lehrboss later said. He was rather tall and quite well dressed. They could see a teapot on the floor in the corner of the compartment, which appeared to have been thrown across the room. The bandits had just left Rothman where he fell, and didn't take his baggage, the pile of paper money, or the silver coins he had won playing poker the night before. He was the luckiest at the poker game, Lehrboss said, but things didn't end well for him. "Oh my, look at this," said Zimmerman, finding several large boxes of ammunition in Rothman's baggage. They were surprised that the bandits had quickly moved on and didn't take the ammunition or the 2 pistols on the floor. At around noon, the southbound relief train that carried Nail and Wiesenberg down from Zinan to the Lincheng station arrived at the derailment site. Several railway staff and soldiers quickly fanned out to assess what had happened to the Peking Express. Meanwhile, Zimmerman, Heimovich, and Lehrboss boarded the relief train with the other foreign survivors and the wounded Chinese for the short return trip to Lincheng station. Rothman's body was also loaded aboard the train. Heimovich was worried about his cousins who were still missing, Eddie and Freddie Elias, Theo Safier, and Emil Gensberger. At Lincheng, he sent a telegram to his uncle, Henry Gensberger, in Shanghai. "Train wrecked by bandits. I escaped. Cousins were captured and are held for ransom. I am safe. Letter follows." At the Lincheng station, Nail and Wiesenberg were relieved to meet Heimovich, Zimmerman, and Lehrboss as they came in on the relief train, as well as to see Martha Allen, Miriam Pinger, and young Edward Pinger. The 2 women and the child had been carried from the nearby station of Shakou, south of the derailment, on a rough wooden ox cart over a coarse cratered dirt path. They were rattled after a harrowing morning and recounted how, after leaving the train, they were pushed and shoved through the fields by 15 bandits or so, all carrying guns and bundles of loot. Without shoes, the walk was painful for Miriam, who carried the extra weight of her 3-year-old son. Because the bandits were getting nervous about the sluggish pace, they abandoned the women to catch up with the retreating band. In time, a group of the train guards rescued them, the same train guards who the women recognized as the ones working on the train the night before, who had lacked the courage to put up much of a fight during the initial onslaught. When under attack, the guards had simply run with their rifles to the west of the train, away from the horde of bandits. They knew that they would be held personally liable for their firearms, so it was better to run away with their precious rifles rather than to fight and lose either their lives or their weapons, or both. Jacobson didn't know how long he had been unconscious, but he knew that as he rushed down the rocky mountainside, he had stumbled to the ground and taken a sharp blow to his head. Dazed, he sensed that he was not alone. He slightly opened his eyes to find 2 bandits hovering over him and poking their rifles in his chest. They were apparently trying to drag him back up to the fort structure at the top of Yellow Cow Mountain. Feigning unconsciousness, Jacobson lay motionless as the bandits tried to revive him. One of the bandits told the other to wait until Jacobson came to, and then he left to return to the old fort under sporadic gunfire from the army troops below. When the remaining bandit turned his back, Jacobson tackled him from behind and tossed his rifle over a ledge. In a fit of rage, Jacobson pummeled him senselessly with his fists and then with stones. The two men tumbled together to the ground. The bandit then set upon Jacobson and grabbed him by the throat. The two men wrestled, and eventually Jacobson got on top of the bandit and punched his face until the man couldn't open his eyes. Jacobson continued pounding the young bandit until he was nearly lifeless. Stopping, Jacobson looked down and could see that the bandit's face was a bloody mess of tissue. Jacobson had never beaten a man like this in his entire life. Fearful yet sickened, he pushed away from the gasping, bleeding young bandit, picked up the white underwear flag, and started to run down the mountain. He knew that the bandit's comrades were not far away and would likely seek revenge once they discovered what he'd done. Jacobson ran and slid as fast as he could down the hillside into the valley below until he met Chinese government soldiers who let him pass. Meanwhile, though Schoenberg had found a party of friendly soldiers, the walk to safety seemed endless, and the soldiers gave her no opportunity to rest until they reached the entrance of what appeared to be a small camp of a dozen tents, busy with troops coming and going. She rested outside and was given some hot bean bouillon to drink, which she found refreshing. A few minutes later, Jacobson arrived at the camp. Schoenberg noticed that he had a swollen goose egg on his forehead, and his knuckles were bloodied. It was clear that he too had made an unlikely escape. One of the soldiers who brought Jacobson to the camp fetched a pony for Schoenberg to ride to a larger camp a few miles away. Jacobson walked the distance alongside the maid's pony. There, they met General Hall and his aide-de-camp. "General, you need to order your troops to stop firing or all the foreign passengers will be killed," said Schoenberg. Her plea was not altogether understood, but the general said through his translator that he had sent a message to the bandits to first release all foreigners, and then he would stop shooting. After several years of fighting Sun Mei-yao and other bandits, Ho had no intention of letting up his pursuit of the bandit gang. As they sat in a large walled command tent, one of the soldiers provided the shivering Schoenberg with his coat, and she then sat down on some straw on the ground. The sky grew very dark, and a thunderstorm rolled in with full force. Rain and hail pelted the heavy old canvas tent, and they braced for a stormy night as the draft blew in through the seams and flaps of the side walls. "We may thank God to have a roof over our heads as it is raining and hailing," Jacobson said. Before they turned in for the night, the aide-de-camp then offered to send out telegrams on their behalf to family or friends. Schoenberg asked the soldier to cable Sacconi's office in Shanghai. "Aldrich party missing. Do all possible. Schoenberg." She tried to sleep, but was overcome with worry. That night, Schoenberg prayed all the time. Jacobson also had trouble sleeping, haunted by the battered face of the young bandit. He kept telling himself that he had no choice and that what he did was a matter of personal survival, but the image of the bleeding outlaw with his eyes pounded shut would not leave his mind. In the morning, the two joined General Hall for a bowl of bouillon and a biscuit. As they were eating, a scout arrived and reported to the general that during the night the bandits had fled Yellow Cow Mountain and taken the prisoners with them. Hall was livid and started yelling at his subordinates, who bowed their heads in disgrace. "He's been duped," said Jacobson, who was translating for Schoenberg. "Now he is blaming everyone, the bandits, the villagers, the foreigners, and his own troops." This was not good news. The room went quiet as Ho, still steaming with rage, considered what to do next. Jacobson spoke up and offered to stay with the soldiers to assist with negotiations for the release of the prisoners. Ho objected loudly. "No, I don't want you here. You need to leave." Ho then ordered his men to take the foreigners to Lincheng. The last thing he needed was nosy outsiders snooping around his camp. As the sun rose, Jacobson and Schoenberg started out on horses with accompanying soldiers for the ride to the Lincheng station. Around 7 o'clock in the morning, exhausted and crippled by soreness from the journey, McFadden, Corelli, the uncooperative conductor, and the two children finally reached the branch rail line several miles north of their location, but 2 miles east of Lincheng. This spur line serviced the coal mines in the town of Zhaozhuang. They walked a short distance along the line to the small station of Chizun, where locals gave them tea and hard-boiled eggs to eat. McFadden wolfed down 6 eggs and several cups of tea. A mining train with a locomotive engine pulling an open carriage then took the group to the Lincheng station and the main line. At Lincheng, McFadden was greeted by Nail and Wiesenberg from the Asian Development Company. "Are you Americans?" McFadden called out to the 2 young men, who were dodging the exiting Chinese passengers and looking for foreign passengers. When they said yes, she believed that she was finally rescued, not only from the bandits, but also from that crazed conductor, whom she sneered at as he walked past her, shaking his head. "Good riddance," she thought. Nail and Wiesenberg helped the hobbling McFadden off the train and into the station. "Have you seen Miss Aldrich?" the older woman asked. Nail shook his head and then told McFadden that he was unaware of the whereabouts of Lucy, but he promised to do what he could to find her. "As soon as I get you on the northbound train to Xinan, I'll look for her. I promise you that." Nail and McFadden then went to the station's telegraph office and sent multiple cables to Sacconi's office in Shanghai, as well as to Nail's boss, Whitman, to relay the demands of the bandits to the government in Peking to withdraw the army. Nearby, Wiesenberg tried to listen to Corelli's dramatic yet unintelligible description of her ordeal, and just nodded approvingly as he fed her cigarette after cigarette. While McFadden was sitting in the telegraph office, the station master and a group of Chinese Catholic nuns from the Lincheng parish took her aside to wash her hands and face and cut off the dirty cloth wraps and bandages that were glued to her feet. The pain was excruciating, but she was glad to get the first layer of dirt off. They provided her with soft, slip-on Chinese shoes. McFadden asked for a skirt, but there was none available, so the nuns brought McFadden a pair of blue cotton Chinese trousers. With her legs now covered, she was quite grateful for the efforts of the nuns, but chuckled when she saw how the pants didn't improve her appearance much. As McFadden sat with Nail composing telegrams, Schoenberg and Jacobson arrived at the station on horseback. The 2 women were delighted to see each other, but deeply alarmed when they realized that Miss Lucy was nowhere to be found. McFadden hugged the sobbing maid, who prayed softly, asking the Lord to protect Miss Aldrich from harm. McFadden then took a deep breath, while feeling a tremendous sense of guilt for having lost her ward, the person whom she was supposed to keep safe. But much more than that, she dreaded having to explain what happened to Lucy's overprotective sister and the family matriarch, Abby Rockefeller. Chapter 9. Diamond in the Rough. My dear sister, I suppose if I am ever going to write you about our adventure, I'd better begin at once, as I am getting to the place where I want to put the whole thing out of my mind, for a while at least. Of course, for the rest of my life, when I am stalled conversationally, it will be a wonderful thing to fall back on. Oh, I must tell you about the time I was captured by Chinese bandits. Lucy Aldrich, American tourist and hostage. May 6, 1923. Morning, Seal Harbor, Maine. John D. Rockefeller Jr. was tending the garden at his summer house on a sunny morning when he was disturbed by an Associated Press reporter who showed up out of the blue and asked him to comment on the kidnapping of his sister-in-law, Lucy Aldrich, from a luxury train in rural China. Rockefeller, one of the wealthiest and most powerful men on the planet, did not appreciate hearing absurd rumors on his day off from a third-rate stringer. His company, Standard Oil, controlled most of the inland China market for kerosene and had sales agents in remote locations throughout the country. His family had deep ties with the power brokers in China, and just 2 years earlier he was in Peking for the launching of the Rockefeller Foundation's flagship Union Medical College, which was the first medical school in China to introduce Western medical education. Half of the Peking government was in his pocket, not to mention the U.S. State Department. If Lucy was in trouble, Rockefeller should have been the first to know. What nonsense, he thought. But just to be safe, he rang up the U.S. Secretary of State, Charles Evans Hughes, for an explanation. There must be some mistake, Rockefeller told Hughes. The Secretary of State hadn't heard anything about a train heist in China, but he told Rockefeller that he'd look into the matter straight away. After a flurry of nervous telegrams, State Department officials in Washington confirmed that the rumor was true. And not only had Miss Aldrich been taken hostage, but so had dozens of other prominent American and European travelers. Hughes was stunned, but had hardly any time to act on the news before the press ran with the story. Soon it was on the front page of the New York Times. Meanwhile, at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, from Hughes's office in the State Department, Lucy's capture was reverberating through the halls of Congress. Aldrich wasn't just the sister-in-law of one of the world's richest men. She was also the daughter of the distinguished late Republican Senator Nelson Aldrich and the sister of a current congressman from Rhode Island, Richard Aldrich. Now Representative Aldrich was also calling Hughes, demanding information on the whereabouts of his sister and inquiring about the White House's strategy for getting her released. Soon enough, President Harding would be on the line. What the devil was going on in China? Hughes wondered. And how had Miss Aldrich, of all people, gotten mixed up in it? Lucy was atop an ill-mannered Mongolian pony that slowly clumped up a narrow trail leading to the top of a mountain plateau, while surrounded by a dozen bandits and a like number of foreign and Chinese hostages. Aldrich knew that her kidnapping story would not go down well with the family. Of course, there would be the inevitable headlines for her brother-in-law to contend with. She knew that he hated dealing with journalists, but also knew how worried he would be once he learned about a family member getting kidnapped in a foreign land. But the real thing she worried about, if she even survived this mess, was facing her relatives' annoying lectures about how she was too frail, too fat, and too deaf to be gallivanting around the globe. That they were uneasy with her lifestyle was nothing new to her. The eldest daughter of Senator Aldrich, who was a self-made millionaire before he became a powerful politician, Lucy had been brought up in an atmosphere of privilege. In her youth, she had been fetching, stately with a fair complexion. She was an expert equestrian and adventurous enough to accompany her father on transoceanic sailing trips to Europe. She never would settle down or marry, and she always demanded that her world extend further than the cosseted Rhode Island Society of Providence and Warwick Neck, where her family had mansions. She had invested wisely and grown into a serious art collector and a free-thinking philanthropist. Some people found Aldrich's individualism refreshing, but her overbearing younger sister, Abby Rockefeller, was not one of them. Abby always pitied Lucy's spinsterhood and hired nurses and maids to keep a watchful eye on her. Yet no matter how hard Abby tried, Lucy couldn't be reined in. At age 53, she was deemed overweight. She was 5'2" and weighed 170 pounds, and had a weak heart, yet she still relished the excitement of foreign travel. She was now on her second circumnavigation of the globe. She had first traveled extensively to the Far East in 1919, spending 6 months in Japan, Korea, China, and the Philippines. Her latest trip had been an even greater immersion: India, Burma, and then a long tour of China. Lucy prized Chinese textiles, particularly silk embroidery and gold-wrapped silk tapestry weaves. That was why she had been on her way to Peking, to acquire more exquisite Qing Dynasty court coats and other wearable art for her expanding collection. Now, On this unexpected march through the mountains of Shantung province, Aldrich felt like she had stepped into one of her Chinese tapestries. Although she had a gun to her back, she could not help but appreciate this magnificent landscape. The mountains with saw-edged ridges of limestone and rocky karst pinnacles, the deep gorges and steep rock faces rising from the cultivated and grassy valleys and meadows. She would later compare the sweeping panorama to the peaks of the Dolomites in northeastern Italy. Aldrich was in a party of a few dozen hostages, some of them Chinese and some foreigners who were unknown to her. The shaggy pony that the bandits had given Aldrich to ride was now grunting and unsteady. She believed that he was on his last legs, and she held on to the pony's mane tightly. At the next turn, her group passed a small village of adobe brick houses with kettles of hot water and bean soup carefully laid out over glowing coal fires. This was refreshment that the peasants had left for the bandits, either from fear of them or loyalty to their cause. Yet the peasants themselves were nowhere to be seen. The only person she saw in the village was a tall, skeletal man who mutely stared at the procession of loot-laden captors and half-dressed hostages. His gaunt expression of indifference made it seem like the sight of this extraordinary caravan was an everyday affair for him. After slurping the soup and hot water, the bandits raided an onion patch and quickly stuffed their jackets with large raw onions, which they ate like candy. "I shall never smell onions again without thinking of bandits," Aldrich thought. "They all reek of them." As they set off again through the challenging terrain, Aldrich realized that her pony was in serious trouble. He stumbled for a few yards and then careened his neck in angst, nearly toppling over. Aldrich knew he had had enough, and she expertly dismounted. But once on her 2 feet, she felt less sure of herself. After the difficult ride, her legs buckled. The bandits tried to lift her back onto the exhausted animal, but neither the pony nor Aldrich would stand for it. The bandits were growing impatient. They tried to push Aldrich along the mountain path, tugging her by the wrist to move her along, but she found scaling the rocky terrain like trying to climb in a coal bin. Her arms were soon black and blue from the tight grip of her captors. She felt her chest pounding from exertion as she was dragged uphill. She tried to explain to the bandits that she had a weak heart. "I'll die if I go on at this rate," she said, grabbing her guard's dirty hand and placing it on her chest so he could feel her heart racing. The bandit's eyes widened, and he conveyed the situation to the others in the group by clapping his hands together rapidly and making booming sounds. They all laughed and then continued to push Aldrich forward, while allowing her more frequent rest stops. Aldrich winced as she trudged forward. Her journey was particularly arduous, not only because of her age and poor health, but also because she was walking on her mother's emerald and diamond rings, which she had moved from her brassiere and hidden in a pouch inside the toe of her right slipper. By noon, the sun was beating down on her bare head and fair skin. Most of the bandits were wearing hats stolen from the train, around which they wound their long braided ponytails. When one of the bandits started to unfold an orange chiffon silk scarf that he intended to cover his head with, Aldrich asked him for the scarf. To her surprise, he gave it up without complaint. Then she saw that one of the bandits was wearing McFadden's blue georgette hat with its feather waving in the breeze like the plume on the helmet of Navarre. It was heartbreaking to be reminded of Minnie, but also a little comic to see her hat on this villainous Chinese, as Aldrich later put it. "I had spent hours over that hat, sitting on a hard chair in the little French milliner's, trying to decide if it was becoming, whether it was too heavy for her, and if the feather was the latest thing." Aldrich did find something to admire about the bandits' attire. The intricate fruit pit and nut carvings that were attached to their belts and tobacco pouches. Worn to keep demons away, these amulets were made from the pits of peaches, walnuts, and almonds. They were part of a craft tradition that went all the way back to the Song dynasty in the 10th century. "I persuaded several to let me look at their things closely," said Aldrich, and they were as pleased as Punch when I admired them." Aldrich was exhausted, but she was surviving. Her heart, though strained, had not failed her. She missed her friends, but expected to see them again, expected that this would all be over soon, that Saccone and the Rockefeller family would intervene on her behalf. Once her party finally rested, she drifted off to sleep with a measure of hope. But after an hour, she was awakened and ordered down into the next valley. She noticed that she was the only foreign hostage in this party and had no idea why she was being taken from the group. Lucy surmised that the other foreign and Chinese hostages were separated into several groups atop the two adjoining mountain plateaus. Perhaps they were scattering the foreigners to prevent a rescue by the pursuing soldiers? Aldrich was pulled along by her wrist and stumbled over the rocks. With every step she took, the rings dug deeper into her toes. It was stupid to endure this pain for the sake of holding on to rings that were of negligible value to a woman of her wealth. But something in her refused to give up her mother's jewels to the bandits. In the valley, they came upon a small, peaceful village and sat down under a tree next to two old men and a woman who was grinding corn in a granite millstone. The villagers brought Aldrich a small stool to sit on, and she quickly became the center of attention. Nervous children came by to touch her, and then quickly ran away to hide behind the adults. She gestured that she was thirsty, and they brought her some water, which she gulped down even though the bowl she was given was previously used for bean soup, and its rim was still sticky. She was by now so tired and sore that she could hardly get up, but the bandits ordered her to keep moving. They found a chair and used poles to carry her on a makeshift sedan chair. But the poles were much too short, and the bandits found it difficult to maneuver up the hill over the rocks. Rifle shots ran out in the distance. The pursuing soldiers were getting closer, which spooked the bandits. Like others in her social milieu, Aldrich was brought up with the poison of racial superiority, and she looked upon most of these poor Chinese bandits as little more than animals. The one who pushed the gun into her back reminded her of a black leopard without the bien soigné look a leopard has. Another guard growled like a tiger when she didn't move fast enough. She would go so far as to mentally categorize the bandits into two kinds. One type, short, pale yellow, intelligent. Another, very tall, almost coal-black straggling hair around wild faces and thick queues flapping around their knees. The last more like animals than human beings. Like many foreigners, Lucy was only expressing the prevalent negative attitudes and stereotypes that the West had toward Asian cultures. After hours of marching, they came to some small wooded hills with a large flat hilltop used for grazing. Amid the sparse grass were several small stone huts used as shelters to protect shepherds and their flocks against the cold prevailing wind. Some of the bandits crawled into the shelters to escape the winds and the intense sun. Aldrich was left outside. She begged one of the bandits to use the bedding that he was sitting on, which had been looted from the train, to protect herself from the elements. It was a large white honeycombed counterpane. He reluctantly agreed, but stood nearby, watching over her so he could retake his booty when she awoke. Exhausted, Aldrich settled on the ground, covered her head with her cape, and fell asleep. A short time later, she was shaken awake by a group of bandits. They wanted to know the English words for the things they had stolen. With a pencil, Aldrich patiently wrote out a string of simple words. The effort quickly turned into an impromptu English lesson. G-U-N. Gun. Then she used her hand to pantomime firing a pistol. The bandits chuckled. As she was sitting around with her admiring students, Sun Mei-yao himself approached the group. While Lucy likened most of the bandits to animals, she described their leader as the boy next door. He was an awfully nice-looking young man who was neatly dressed, about 25 or 30. He seemed to understand English, or at least pretended to, and unlike the other bandits, who became badly frightened when the soldiers came too near, He had a real flair for adventure and seemed to be having the time of his life. Sun took an immediate interest in Aldrich, although he also seemed to be putting on a performance for his men. When Aldrich told him that she was cold, he took off his coat and, in chivalrous fashion, covered her shoulders and buttoned it under her chin. She was quite grateful for his politeness, but she worried that now he was unprotected from the sharp winds. She urged him to take it back. He sent one of his men to locate a coat taken from the train. When one of the bandits returned with the coat, she stood up and removed her cape to put it on. Yet she realized she was only wearing her nightgown and a thin pink satin wrapper, and so was quite exposed to her Chinese audience. Sun, seeing Aldrich blush, took the cape and held it up as a dressing screen while she put on the heavy coat over her nightgown. They sat back down again, and Sun pulled out of his pocket several items designed to impress her, including a toothbrush, which was not something the ordinary bandit found useful. Sun saw himself as more sophisticated than his underlings, and he wanted Aldrich to know it. He also pulled out his cigarette case and offered her a smoke. She declined. Then he offered her a cigar. Aldrich raised an eyebrow. "No, thank you," she said. Sun also showed Aldrich a silver 50-cent piece that was his good luck charm. He explained to her in halting English that all of his men were former soldiers. Sun gestured and pointed to himself, saying, "Good man, no bad," and then pointed down the hillside to the pursuing troops. "Bad men, no good." The hearing-impaired Aldrich couldn't quite make out exactly what he was trying to tell her, but she got the message that the bandits considered themselves to be on the right side. A mischievous look then appeared in Sun's eye. He reached for his revolver. Lucy gulped, but she was amazed when Sun turned the barrel of the gun and handed it to her. The bandit chief smiled as he watched her eyes widen. "Take it," he said. Nervously, she dangled it a bit and gave it back to Sun, saying that it was very heavy. All of the other bandits laughed in delight at Sun's boldness. He offered her the gun a second time, but she trembled and pushed it away. Sensing her unease, Sun changed the subject and showed her the green jade ring he wore, with the stone turned inward to the palm of his hand. Aldrich looked at the piece with a sense of wonder, although part of her wanted to ask the chief whether it was stolen. Then Sun pointed to Aldrich, then back to his ring. He smiled. A true bandit, he was inquiring whether she had any jewelry of her own to share. Aldrich shook her head sadly, waving her hand in the direction of the train. "All gone," she said dramatically, and then drew her feet tighter under her cape. Yet this movement had the opposite effect that she desired, for Sun looked down at her slippers. He shook his head, implying her slippers were far too thin to walk in. He sent for a pair of Chinese shoes, but Aldrich, protecting her rings, begged him off by saying that Chinese foot sizes were much too small. But she knew this might sound suspicious. Her slippers were starting to wear out, and she did not want to break her trust with Sun. Thinking quickly, she noticed a rock at the bottom of a small wall with a crack down the middle that was about 2 inches wide and 5 inches deep. In front of the crack was a thin diamond-shaped stone that could be used to mark the spot. It appeared to be a perfect location to hide the rings. A dozen bandits stood around Aldrich in a circle. That meant she would have to hide the rings under their noses. Very discreetly, she positioned her cape to cover her feet and the cracked stone, and then removed her slippers. She grabbed the sachet with her toes and then dangled it over the crack in the rock. When she thought she was in the right position, she dropped the pouch of jewels. It fell noiselessly into the opening. Relieved, Aldrich then stretched out her legs and told her bandits that she had reconsidered Sun's offer. She could not fit into Chinese shoes, but she would gladly take a pair of men's socks stolen from the train. Sun was happy to oblige. The bandit chief stood up to leave. Aldrich, feeling safe with him, gestured if she could go with him. He smiled and gently shook his head no. A strange feeling came over her, a feeling that there was something noble in this outlaw. She said, "You're much too good, much too bright for this kind of work." She couldn't tell whether Sun was confused or touched by her outpouring. "Do you understand?" He bowed gravely. "You should come to America, start over." Now he smiled. She felt ashamed for making such an unrealistic suggestion. He turned and, as he walked down the hillside, waved his hand at Aldrich. She would never forget the expression of kindness on his face, or her mixed feelings for the young man who had orchestrated her misery. Bereft of her protector, Aldrich was more frightened than ever before. When would this madness end? As the bandits milled around her, something seemed to shift inside her mind. A sense of panic gripped her. She found a scrap of fabric to write on and quickly jotted a message to the Shanghai office of Standard Oil Company, describing where she was and that she needed help. Then she pleaded with the nearest guard to carry her message to the nearest telegraph station. "Mei Fu," she screamed. "Mei Fu." Mei Fu literally meant beautiful confidence, but Aldrich was referring to Standard Oil's common name and Chinese trademark for its kerosene lamps, so Aldrich hoped the bandits would catch on to her request. But they either didn't understand what she was saying or pretended not to know, and just tossed her note on the ground. Then they pulled Aldrich to her feet and pushed her down the next hill, continuing the interminable march. She looked back one more time at where she hid the sachet of jewels, not knowing whether she would ever see them again. No matter how she tried, she could not keep up. One of the bandits then tried a new tack, hoisting Aldrich on his shoulders and carrying her piggyback style, only to trip and be flattened under Aldrich's weight. She was not the only one who could not manage at this pace. Directly in front of her, she saw an exhausted Chinese hostage who was being dragged by two bandits. When he tumbled to the ground, one of his captors, frustrated by their slow progress and cracking under the constant sound of rifle fire from the pursuing troops, started ferociously beating the man with his cane. As the prisoner struggled to his feet, Aldrich saw his face gleam white, impassive, for a moment. Then the man fell again. She choked with fear at the sight of this helpless person, someone's father, someone's son. To her horror, the bandits shot him dead. All she could think of was whether her journey would end this way as well. The guards had found a small donkey, which they loaded with looted blankets and coats from the train. At their insistence, she tried to mount the donkey, but having no saddle, stirrups, or bridle for support, she immediately fell to the ground. Then the same bandit who had beaten the man unconscious started to hit her with his cane. She wondered if she would ever stand again, but her coat and cape seemed to protect her from serious injury. And as she lay there absorbing the blows, her blood boiled. She suddenly rose up and started screaming at the bandits. "Stop this! Stop it at once!" To her surprise, he backed off. A storm was coming. The sky was filled with copper-colored clouds slashed with lightning. She marched for an additional mile and then collapsed. Her mouth was as dry as sandpaper and ringed with a cottony film. She was done. She could go no farther. One of the bandits pointed to a distant village and told her to head in that direction. Half asleep, delirious with exhaustion, a ghost of her former self, she drifted down the footpath, stumbling between paddy fields toward the village. It was now dusk and raining hard. She thought the others were following behind her, but at a certain point she realized that they were headed in the opposite direction, and she was completely alone. Had she escaped? Or was she now, without the bandits to guide her, in an even more hopeless situation? By the time Aldrich reached the gates of the village, the downpour was overwhelming. The village was surrounded by high, blank mud brick walls and sealed by tall wooden doors suspended by chains. She looked through a crack in the gates and saw a donkey, but no buildings, no people. Nothing beyond but blackness. She pounded and pounded with her fists on the closed doors and screamed at the top of her lungs for someone to let her in, but her screams were drowned out by the torrent of rain coming down in sheets that turned the dusty ground into a sea of liquid mud in which I slipped and slid in my thin slippers. What Aldrich didn't realize was that the villagers could hear her, but were terrified of the marauding bandits who regularly stole their donkeys, pigs, chickens, children, and anything of value. Caught in the crossfire between the bandits and warlords, peasant villages had become fortresses with thick walls, impregnable gates, and armed towers to ward off intruders. The villagers did not dare to venture outside the walls after dark for fear of kidnapping or robbery. Aldrich could hardly blame them. For the first time, she began to truly understand the condition of the Chinese peasant, who lived in constant fear without any government to turn to for assistance. Aldrich sunk to the ground by the gate and pulled her knees to her chest, trying to get some shelter from the driving rain. When the hail started to fall and the temperature dropped, she crawled around the gate until she found a small, leaky shed-like structure nearby that was thatched with gaoliang stalks and had a bed of straw on the floor. Judging by the smell, it was most likely a doghouse. She was soaking wet and covered in mud. Desperate for water, she tried to gather hailstones to quench her thirst. Then she burrowed herself in the dog's bed of straw for warmth. She dozed off while shivering and slept for a few hours before waking, pounding on the door of the village again, sobbing, and then slinking back to her mud hut to wait until daybreak. As she curled up in the doghouse, Aldrich imagined what her family would say if they saw her now. I couldn't help chuckling to think that here I was, who am never allowed by my family to sleep without someone in the room next to me with the door open, alone in a hostile China, sleeping on the ground and getting away with it. As she drifted off to sleep, little did she know that at this very moment her brother-in-law was about to be confronted by a journalist in his garden in Maine, a world away on the opposite side of the globe. Aldrich woke with a jerk, thinking that someone had called out to her, but there was no one there. Her throat burned with thirst. She noticed that the rain had stopped, and the ferocious storm that rolled across the countryside had indeed passed. The morning was calm, quiet. Helpless, she crawled in the direction of the wooden gates. She hoped that in the light of day there would be someone inside the village who might take pity on her. She was about to pound on the wooden doors when she looked through a crack and gasped. She was gazing straight into the eyes of at least 50 Chinese men. I have no idea how long they had been standing there, immovable, silent, waiting for the strange something that had been battering at the gates in the night to materialize. Ever wary, the villagers at first refused to open the doors. She held up her hands to reassure them, but they wouldn't budge. Finally, after several minutes of begging, the wooden doors opened. Aldrich was in tatters. Her hair was caked with mud and straw. She smelled of the doghouse. The heavy men's overcoat she got from Sun Mei-yao was soaked and filthy. Her pink crepe-de-chine nightgown was torn and stained, and the socks and green slippers that had concealed her family jewels had been reduced to piles of mud. She put herself at the mercy of the villagers. An old woman escorted her across a small courtyard to an adobe brick seat. The woman spoke only Chinese and sat down next to Aldrich and held her dirty hand. Aldrich was touched deeply by this gesture. She motioned for water to drink, and the old woman busily instructed others what to do. A hive of activity formed around her. I was, in short, an event in the village. Everybody came to see me, and all jabbered away interminably. She came to understand that the villagers had initially refused to help her only out of fear of intruders, of the reprisals of local warlords or bandits. But in their hearts, Aldrich could see, these people were good Samaritans. As the day wore on, the men dispersed to work in their vegetable patches, but the village women and children encircled Aldrich. They touched her white skin and light brown hair. They stroked her face, explored her palms, pulled up her nightgown to see her legs and ankles. It occurred to her that maybe they had never seen a Westerner before. The probing was acceptable at first, But Aldrich pushed back when one woman tried to pry open her mouth to see her gold crown. It broke Aldrich's heart to see the condition the children were in. The young boys wore rags that were tattered and dirty, and almost all their faces were pitted with disfiguring permanent scars from smallpox. As for the village women, Aldrich noticed that despite their poverty, they looked comparatively neat and had a look of being sewed into their clothes. Yet she was distressed to see how all the women, young and old, painfully hobbled as they walked along. They had all been permanently disabled by the practice of foot binding. For centuries, the 3-inch golden lotus foot was desired by a majority of Chinese and seen as a symbol of beauty and elegance, although the excruciating process to obtain it led to lifelong disabilities. Aldrich appreciated the kind attention of the villagers, but she was dying for water, to wash with, and above all, to quench her thirst. A younger woman brought bean broth and a Chinese biscuit, but she could not think of eating solid food before having a drink. Finally, a very old woman brought hot water for tea. Yet before pouring the tea, the old woman inexplicably licked and slurped the spout of the teapot with her wilted lips and fissured tongue. She did so as a matter of kindness to test the temperature, looking upon Aldrich as a sickly child who needed to be mothered. Aldrich was repelled nonetheless, but her dehydration had reached a point of desperation. "I couldn't refuse to drink it. I was dying of thirst, but I had visions of coming down with all sorts of oriental diseases if I ever got out." Then she ate the food she was provided gratefully, even though it tasted awful to her. The villagers ushered Aldrich out of the rising sun and inside a dark mudroom hut. She noticed a traditional kang, a heated elevated platform of brick and terracotta used as both a bed and seating. This kang took up about 1/3 of the space in the hut and was heated by an adjacent fireplace and covered with indigo blue bedding. The only other object in the room was a single hen in a wicker basket off to the corner, scratching and pecking in the dirt. As Aldrich lay down on the earthen platform and used her coat as a pillow, the Chinese women obligingly and tenderly tucked her in. As she closed her eyes to sleep, Aldrich sensed that the villagers didn't leave the room, but stood there watching her. She purposely kept her eyes closed and pretended to be asleep to keep them from talking. But as the number of spectators in the room grew, including several of the village men, Aldrich motioned for one of the women to shoo them out so she could get some sleep. As she started to drift off on the kang, she was suddenly moved by the kindness of these strangers who, despite the danger they faced, had taken her in. She knew that this was a famine district, with severe scarcity of food causing malnutrition and starvation, but could not have imagined a place where people survived on so little. Yet they still shared what food they had with her. Aldrich realized that she had long admired the art and, to a narrow extent, the culture of China, without understanding anything of the steady state of the place, of the people. She felt ashamed, but also grateful for this experience that was, for all its danger, also a kind of education. And she wanted to help these poor women, whose daily lives seemed so barren and colorless that the arrival of a strange foreigner would be treated as a major event. Before she finally fell asleep, she resolved that if she ever made it out of here alive, she would bring them back something. Not just food or money or religion, but perhaps pictures or a collection of artwork. Something beautiful to look at, to brighten up their hard-scrabble lives. Chapter 10. The Scandal. The Duchun had decided that his best course was to attack the brigands strongly, that he was convinced the brigands would not dare to harm their foreign prisoners. Berthold George Tours, Consul General, British Consulate, Zinan. May 6, 1923, midday, Zinan, Shantung Province. Berthold Tours knew very well that the man sitting across from him in the hotel dining room was a brutal warlord. Yet as Britain's leading diplomat in the region, Tours did not have the luxury to limit his contacts to the morally impeccable. He had to deal with those in power, which explained why he was having lunch with the military governor of Shantung province, Tian Chengyu. Aging and somewhat sickly, General Tian had a long, thick black beard and spoke with a low, distinctive voice. He had been the duchun of Shantung for 13 years, growing extremely wealthy by running a protection racket directed at the coal mining companies in southern Shantung and skimming state funds earmarked for infrastructure or famine relief. The lunch at the Hotel Trundle in Jinan was routine, if a bit long. After the main courses were removed, the general and the diplomat ordered tea and the hotel's famous chestnut layer cake. Then they both enjoyed a smooth smoke from German-made porcelain pipes. Just as they were getting ready to part company, the general turned to Consul Tours and let slip a piece of news. 4 foreigners had apparently been attacked by brigands on the spur line that ran from Lincheng to the mining district of Caochuang. Tian said that the victims were probably mining engineers. Tours barely raised an eyebrow. He knew there were no British citizens working for the mining operations in the vicinity of Lincheng, so he immediately filed away this bit of news as irrelevant. After all, bandit robberies, or outrages as they were called in the press, happened on an almost daily basis, and usually it was only Chinese merchants who were targeted. At this point in his career, it would take a lot more to startle him. At 52 years of age, Tours was an old China hand, having held diplomatic positions throughout the country since 1897. He and his family had lived through the siege of Peking during the 1900 Boxer Rebellion, when he was stationed as the accountant at the British legation. In his current role, Tours was Britain's top diplomat in the provincial capital of Jinan. He typified the empire's colonial civil service with his carefully knotted bow tie, his oversized khaki-covered gentleman's pith helmet, and the constant presence of a lit cigarette at the end of his black Bakelite cigarette holder. Tours was always impeccably dressed and sported a neatly trimmed walrus mustache. He was both cynical and opinionated, and he carried himself with a look of superiority over both the Chinese and fellow members of the diplomatic community. Tours returned home from lunch with no idea of the mayhem that was already unfolding in the countryside near Lincheng. But later that evening, the U.S. Consul General in Jinan, Harvey Milbourne, called on Tours at home and told him that he had received 2 telegrams from Lincheng reporting the attack on the express train. The telegrams were the first details of the incident to be received by any foreign government officials. Milbourne, a 27-year-old former U.S. Army officer and career diplomat, explained that 2 staff members of the Asia Development Company, Ralph Nail and David Wiesenberg, had made a trip down to Lincheng and were now on the scene. The first telegram made it clear that the minor incident that General Tian alluded to at lunch was actually a major disaster in the making. 26 foreigners held by bandits, Powell in hands of the bandits. Larry Lerbas, China Press, arrived Jinan tonight. Rothman, Britisher, killed. Information meager. Will stay here till tomorrow. A second telegram explained that the bandits had split into groups and that a small military force was pursuing them. As if it wasn't already abundantly clear, Wiesenberg and Nail cabled, "Situation serious." Earlier that day at lunch, did General Tian really not know what had happened? What was that nonsense about a robbery on the spur line, which was something wholly different from the main line used by the express train? Either he was hiding something, or he was woefully misinformed about the situation. On the morning of May 7th, both Tours and Milbourne decided to pay Tian a visit. They went to the military governor's large European-style house in downtown Jinan. It was immediately clear to Tours that the Duchun knew more than he was letting on. Tours impressed upon him the gravity of the situation and asked what steps the Chinese government would take to secure the release of the captured foreigners. Tian knew exactly what was going on and who was behind the heist. Rather than being forthright, Tian informed the diplomats that the brigands were ex-soldiers disbanded without pay, and that he had received a message from the brigands stating that they would release their prisoners on receipt of 1 year's pay. None of this was true. Milborne had no confidence in Tian and decided to simply go over his head and take the issues directly to Marshal Cao Kun, the northern warlord who held considerable power over Tian and the Peking government. Milborne had his superior, Jacob Sherman, the American minister in China, telegraphed Cao, informing him of the incident and requesting that he take measures for the immediate release of the captives. Cao replied to Sherman in a telegram expressing great anxiety and stated that he had already telegraphed Tian, instructing him to secure the release of the captives immediately and send down troops to deal with the bandits. Sherman replied that he expected Cao to press matters unremittingly and effectively until the release of the captives was secured. Torres followed up with a letter to Tian, urging upon him that the safety of the captured foreigners was a matter of first importance. The British consul also bluntly told the warlord that he would be held responsible for the rescue mission, including devising means to secure the hostages' release, even if that meant the meeting of the brigands' demands. Yet willfully or not, Tian ignored Torres and misinterpreted Cao's instructions, thinking that his order to pursue the bandits gave him permission to destroy them by any means necessary. This unnecessarily created aggressive hostilities that continued to endanger the lives of the hostages. Milborne asked Tian's office to arrange a special train to take foreign doctors and medical supplies to Lincheng. Milborne called the Shantung Christian University Hospital in Xinan to request medical support and supplies. 2 British doctors were assigned to support the rescue effort. Milborne personally took the doctors to the railway station in his motor car, and after some delay in getting the special train prepared, they got on the train, which left for Lincheng at 3:30 in the afternoon. In the meantime, Nale had sent 2 more telegrams explaining that the foreigners were in grave danger and that American authorities must act immediately. Nale noted that the bandits had been surrounded and that with the army constantly firing, they were putting the captives in the crosshairs. He suggested that somebody be sent to negotiate with the bandits. As they arrived in Xinan from Lincheng, Milborne greeted those hostages who had already been liberated. Among them were McFadden and Schoenberg, who both had to be carried from the train and taken to a hospital. McFadden handed Milborne a note from Powell, scrawled on a scrap of Chinese paper. It was dated the day before, May 6th, at 5:30 in the afternoon. It stated that the Peking Express passengers were being held prisoner on the top of a mountain east of the railroad, and requested that the Changchun military governor remove his forces which are surrounding the district. Powell's letter went on. We wish to impress upon you the fact that most of the foreigners are without sufficient clothing, being clad in night clothes, and being threatened with death from firing on both sides, and we therefore wish to impress on you the urgency of attending to this matter and relieve the situation immediately. Powell's letter only intensified the efforts of the American diplomats. The next morning, May 8th, Minister Sherman and Consul Milborne called upon General Tian at his headquarters to inquire what he was doing to bring about the release of the foreign captives. Sherman again pleaded with the military authorities to order the soldiers pursuing the bandits to back off. All they were doing was driving the bandits further and further into the hills and causing great hardship for the captives. The Americans' patience with Tian was wearing thin, yet the wily old general did not back down. My plan, he said, speaking cautiously, is to surround the bandits, and after I have the bandits under my control, I will then force them to negotiate for the release of the foreigners. I have more than enough troops on the scene for this purpose. The general had decided that his best course was to attack the brigands with force. He was convinced that the bandits' demand to withdraw the troops was only a ruse to allow them the opportunity to escape with the hostages farther into the mountainside. Sherman was livid with Tian's insistence on a military operation when the hostages' lives were at risk. So, your current policy consists of the application of force? He asked with skepticism. Yes, said Tian, as he stared at the diplomats. Fuming, he then asked Sherman for his suggestions on how best to resolve the impasse. Let me be clear to you once again, said Minister Sherman, that the position of the United States government is that we make no suggestions, none whatsoever, regarding the methods you should adopt to secure the release of the foreigners. This was the same message that British Consul Tours gave to Tian. It's your call, Sherman went on. But let me also emphasize that the prompt and safe release of the captives is critical, and that we expect the continuation of energetic action on your part, and on the part of the entire Chinese government, until that result has been brought about. Understood, said Tian politely. Sherman had made it clear that U.S. policy was one of non-intervention, and that included giving advice to warlords on how to run their country. Yet the next set of messages from Nale in Lincheng, which arrived early that evening after the meeting, revealed no change in tactics or evidence that the use of force of arms was working. Military doesn't want to negotiate with bandits, he cabled. Foreigners almost dead due to long marches and no food. Within 3 days, all foreigners will die unless negotiation is effected. For God's sake, do something. With a crisis in the making, Minister Sherman then ordered a number of his diplomatic staff to Lincheng to represent U.S. interests, with Nanking Consul John K. Davis taking the lead. After 4 years in the position, Davis was very familiar with the conditions in the southern Shantung district. He was a career diplomat and had been born and raised in China by missionary parents in Suzhou. He previously held diplomatic posts in Shanghai, Canton, Gifu, and Antong. Sherman instructed him to report to the legation any information he can obtain regarding captured Americans, and to take steps he may consider advisable towards obtaining their release. Sherman also instructed Major Wallace Copeland Cope-Falloon, the assistant military attaché at the legation, and Major Lloyd P. Horsfall, an interpreter, to travel to Lincheng. In the pre-dawn hours of Monday, May 7th, a messenger from the Wai Chao-pu, the foreign ministry, came pounding on the door to Roy Scott Anderson's courtyard home in Peking, arousing the tall American from his sleep. Something serious was happening for someone to be awakening me at this hour, Anderson thought. Come quickly, the messenger said. The Peking Express was robbed by bandits, and many foreign and Chinese passengers were captured. The messenger told Anderson that the holdup had happened just south of Lincheng in southern Shantung. Anderson, a political advisor to both the Chinese and American governments, was a go-between for the warlords, who could always trust him, even though they never trusted one another. Born and raised in China by missionary parents, he was a native Chinese speaker, fluent in several dialects. His friends called him Admiral because he commanded the room with his imposing presence and booming voice. Anderson was highly respected for his candor and easygoing, affable nature. The American fixer had revolutionary credentials, having taken an active part in the First Chinese Revolution, serving in the Revolutionary Army of Sun Yat-sen, and helping to bring about the fall of the Manchus. At the age of 40, Anderson thrived on China's endless bedlam, and he characterized the country as comparable to Europe at the close of the Middle Ages. He was a personal confidant of strongman Marshal Cao Kun, the head of the Zhi Party, and the real power broker behind the Peking government. But now, even the unflappable Anderson was worried. He expected that the Shantung provincial warlord and the Peking authorities would make a mess of the situation. He knew quite well how warlords operated and what motivated them, and that, in the case of Tian Chengyu, the military governor of Shantung province, he rarely acted ethically or logically. Tian always looked out for his own interests, and would likely exacerbate tensions with the bandits in his refusal to accept any level of culpability for the incident or make any concessions. Anderson was also aware that the national government in Peking was beset with chaos and run by a mix of politicians who argued incessantly and agreed on little. There was no time to waste. He quickly got dressed and walked briskly to the foreign ministry to get more details on the identities of the foreign captives and to find out if the Peking authorities had an action plan. Marshal Cao briefed Anderson on what information was known and convinced the American to head down to Lincheng to provide him with a neutral assessment of the situation. He also wanted Anderson to lead negotiations with the bandits, but he warned him that General Tian might jockey for control of the discussions. Anderson knew he was walking into a volatile situation that would not be resolved quickly and would require much finesse. Yet Anderson, as always, was up for the challenge. Anderson left his home in Peking in the early morning hours of May 8th, heading southward by train. The American fixer had packed for the long haul. Reports of what was soon to be called the Lincheng incident set off a flurry of activity in Peking diplomatic circles. On the morning of May 8th, José Batalha de Freitas, Portugal's minister and a senior member of the Foreign Diplomatic Corps, stormed unannounced into a private meeting of Premier Chiang Shao-tsung, ostensibly the second most powerful official in Peking, and the Chinese cabinet at the Cabinet Office building. The stunned officials offered Minister de Freitas a chair, but he refused to sit and angrily insisted that the cabinet members rise to their feet and stand to hear his demands concerning the crisis. Deferential to the senior diplomat, yet feeling humiliated, one by one, the cabinet members slowly rose to their feet to hear de Freitas's diplomatic protest. In the name of the diplomatic body, and in the name of those of my colleagues who have their nationals in the hands of the bandits, I come today to protest most solemnly against the recent outrage committed by brigands on the morning of May 6th against the foreign passengers on the Pukou-Tientsin train near Lincheng. The diplomatic body holds the Chinese government responsible for the lives of those foreigners who are still in the hands of the brigands. De Freitas requested that the Chinese government suspend all military operations against the bandits and pay any ransom demanded, while still leaving the question of how to deal with the bandits to a later date, after the hostages were released. Premier Chiang appeared to be much moved by the emissary's emotional appeal. He assured him that he was doing his best to save the foreigners and that he deeply regretted the incident. Premier Chiang implored de Freitas to reassure his legation colleagues that every precaution was being taken to prevent a recurrence of the outrage. Wu Yulin, the Minister of Communications, advised de Freitas that the government had summarily dismissed the commander of the railway police, who was off celebrating his birthday on the night of the attack. Then some in the cabinet speculated that hostile factions actually instigated the heist on the Peking Express as a plot to discredit the current leadership in Peking. But de Freitas had heard enough and departed the meeting at full tilt as Premier Chiang tried to reassure him that his government had the situation under control. Behind this mask of calm resolve, the Chinese cabinet was, in fact, in a state of sheer panic. An assault on the rail system was an attack on one of the most critical parts of the nation's infrastructure. If Peking couldn't control the trains, they couldn't hope to maintain a semblance of order over the divisive political factions that made up the republic. Although Premier Chiang deplored having a foreign diplomat interrupt his cabinet meeting, he knew that this outrage was a consequence of failed policies of disbanding troops without a safety net and of warlords' brutal bandit suppression campaigns, which only fueled the flames of unrest. A more stable country could withstand this crisis, but a protracted hostage standoff, with prominent foreign prisoners caught between an army of bandits and a rebellious warlord, was more than enough to push the weak Peking government to the brink of collapse. Part 3. Survival. Chapter 11. The Drumbeat. Now and then, we heard the weird beating of a wooden drum, probably a friendly signal, in the black distance. Then we were mystified by the appearance of a long line of lights far off ahead of us, like the lights of a city. And suddenly, from them, flashed the straight beam of a searchlight and swept across the clouds. Major Robert Allen, American tourist and hostage. May 6, 1923, 5:30 p.m., Yellow Cow Mountain. For a handful of hostages, the ordeal was or would soon be over. But for most of the hostages and bandits, the saga was just beginning. Back at Yellow Cow Mountain, Sun Mei-yao and Popo Liu were getting restless. It had now been 15 hours since the train was derailed, and the hostages and the huge gang of bandits were only 7 miles east of the train, atop a group of steep mountain plateaus. The bandits had taken heavy casualties in combat with the army troops, and the valuable hostages were at risk of getting shot. Sun knew they needed to keep moving until the army got the message to stand down. The dead and wounded bandits were left behind as the troops continued in close pursuit. Sun assumed rightly that any bandits captured by General Hu's troops would be tortured, beaten, and then shot. Sun hoped that the foreigners and Chinese hostages sent down the mountain, Jacobson, McFadden, Corelli, Schoenberg, and the conductor, Liu Nanqing, would be able to persuade the troops to withdraw, or at least to negotiate a ceasefire. Regardless, they needed to move as quickly as possible to their more secure mountain stronghold, Baozuku, some 30 miles away. A strong gust of wind caught Sun's attention as he almost lost his hat, and that is when he noticed dark clouds accumulating far away on the northeast horizon. Smiling, Sun saw an opportunity. There could be no further delays. The order was to rest by day and march by night. Captives who could not keep up would either be left to fend for themselves or, if troublesome, shot. The 2 young foreign boys, Bobby and Roland, would be spared for the moment if they could manage the trek. Sun ordered his deputies to treat the boys well to avoid triggering any confrontations with their fathers, Pinger and Allen, whom Sun regarded as among his most important hostages. Before setting out on the trek to Baozuku, the bandit chief met with the last foreign woman among the hostages, the 35-year-old Mexican Teresa Varela, who almost passed as a man because she was wearing a pair of trousers and a men's coat given to her by the bandits. Sun told her that she would be released and taken by escort back to the derailed train, but Varela refused to leave her husband, Manuel Varela. She and Manuel, the scion of a wealthy old Mexican family from Guadalajara, had just gotten married a month before and had been in the middle of an around-the-world honeymoon when they were taken prisoner. Manuel was one of the largest paper manufacturers and publishers in Mexico. He was no stranger to banditry, having been kidnapped and ransomed by Mexican banditos the previous year. But the Vareas understood Mexico's form of banditry as more of a business transaction. There, it was about money and less about politics. "How could I leave my husband when a bride?" Teresa asked, begging the bandit chief. She believed his chances of survival were better if she remained with him. She was also concerned about what her captors might do to her, as the lone woman in the group, if she were separated from her husband. "I beg you to let me stay with my husband," she pleaded. "Okay, you can stay," Sun said, grinning. "But you are no longer on a holiday." For the march, the first group included Powell, Friedman, Eddie Elias, and Musso. In the second group were Berube, Pinger, and his son Roland, Rowlett, Smith, and the American businessman Lee Solomon. The third group included Allen and his son Bobby, traveling salesman Jerome Henley, and the rest of the Shanghai cousins, Gensberger, Freddie Elias, and Safier. The fourth and final group consisted only of Manuel and Teresa Varela. Each group of foreigners was again mixed with Chinese captives and bandit guards to shield the valuable foreign hostages from rescue efforts. Sun, Powell said, coveted his hostages like golden eggs. He knew that they were his only chance of survival. As dusk set in, the mood of the bandits darkened. Black clouds appeared, with flashes of lightning and low rumbles of thunder. The atmosphere was tense and menacing. But Sun was pleased because the storm gave him cover to evade General Ho's pursuing troops. This was his chance for escape. At about 7 o'clock in the evening, the captives were commanded to march down the back of Yellow Cow Mountain, despite the pouring rain. From a neighboring mountaintop, Powell could see groups of hostages and their guards moving down as well. The plan was for the 4 groups to meet in the valley below. Together, they would then move northeast in a single file across a vast plain, with the prisoners dispersed throughout the line. Major Pinger helped Roland mount a small pony for the march. Pinger ignored the shrill protest of one of the young bandits, who seemed to have reserved the pony for himself and his pile of loot. The major was in no mood to debate and gestured at him to go away. With the use of a sharp stone, Pinger tore a hole in the center of a train blanket to make a serape-like poncho for Roland to wear. It would help keep him somewhat dry and warm with the approaching storm. "Not a moment too soon," Pinger said to his son, as the roar of the thunder reverberated from hill to hill. "This is a real King Lear storm scene of Jove's artillery," he thought. The skies unleashed piercing rain and hailstones upon their unprotected heads. As they set out down the hillside littered with boulders, Pinger grasped the corded edge of the saddlecloth as best he could and led Roland's pony down the hill. The heavy downpour lasted for several hours, making walking extremely difficult, especially in the dark. The rocks were slippery, and the mud was clinging to their shoes. They stumbled over the rough ground and made their way across the valley floor, trudging northward as the rain stopped. Soon they started to hear a distant, intermittent drumbeat, a low-pitched and muffled thumping. The bandits seemed to be heading in the direction of the drumbeat in the inky darkness. "Hear that?" Major Allen asked his son, as his group stopped to listen. It sounded like the beating of a wooden drum, a signal. As they walked, the sound got louder. At about 9 o'clock in the evening, the group approached the branch line that ran from Lincheng to the Zhaochuang coal mines to the east. Because this was the logical place for General Ho's troops to intercept them, they stopped for several minutes to listen for soldiers. They squatted in the fields until the bandits realized the coast was clear and told them to cross the railbed. To the right, they could see a powerful searchlight several miles away, scanning the dark horizon. They were mystified by the appearance of a long line of lights far off ahead of them, like the lights of a city, and suddenly there was a flash. A straight beam of light swept across the clouds. Were the American naval forces already moving to rescue the hostages? For a moment, Allen imagined that gunboats were flashing their searchlights through the darkness, looking for them. But then he realized there was no navigable river or ocean in the area. Within minutes, from across the tracks, a tapping sound of a cartridge on a rifle stock signaled that it was safe to cross the rail line. "Zhou, Zhou! Go, go!" the bandits whispered loudly, as they crossed the shining rails and were submerged again in the blackness on the other side. The group moved on in silence, everybody intently watching the distant searchlight. After crossing the rails, Eddie Elias came upon Musso riding on the back of a Mongolian pony, and noticed that he was swaying precariously on the animal's back. Apparently, Musso had earlier fallen off the pony, seriously injuring his back. He was in excruciating pain. The bouncing motion of the pony only irritated his condition. "Let me help you," Elias said, as he used his hands to keep Musso from falling off. "For God's sake, kill me. I cannot stand this any longer," Musso groaned as he grasped Elias's hands. Elias called out to the bandits to find a stretcher or sedan chair to carry the incapacitated man. But the guards pushed Eddie away and left Musso to manage on his own. Not far away, as the aggressive storm system passed through southern Shantung, Minnie McFadden and Alba Corelli were huddled together in a ditch with the two Chinese children and the annoying train conductor. Matilda Schoenberg and M.C. Jacobson were sleeping in an army tent, compliments of General Ho. And poor Lucy Aldrich was very much alone, cramped in a doghouse outside the gates of a rural Shantung village. After walking north several miles beyond the spur line, they could no longer see the searchlight. They continued marching in the dark, shivering from the wet and cold. Around midnight, they arrived at the first of several dark villages. The hostages had been marching for hours without much food, drink, or rest. Here, the bandits forced the villagers to build fires out of gaoliang reeds. The fires brought warmth, but also a pungent smoke that was almost suffocating. They were provided hot water and rested for 2 hours, and then were forced to march again in the darkness. They hiked all night and arrived at another village, with the silhouette of its gates and walls against the faint amber-colored dawn sky. Each of the foreign captives was placed in huts and animal stables, guarded by 6 to 8 bandits per captive. Meanwhile, the Chinese captives were huddled together in the unsheltered courtyards, unfed and shivering. Aided by one of the bandits, Pinger prepared a bed of straw by the stove, wrapped Roland in a blanket, and placed him on the floor. Then the men coiled up on mats without any covering. Roland instantly fell fast asleep. Pinger was dressed in a soaking wet pajama top and shaking from the cold. Searching about, he found a dirty padded cotton shawl from the cantle of a pony saddle and used it to cover himself. Only then did he finally doze off. At about 10 o'clock in the morning, May 7th, Pinger awoke and joined the other captives and guards by a warm fireplace. The villagers offered them unseasoned hot millet gruel in an unwashed bowl with some tea. There was 1 clay bowl for every 3 people, and everyone slurped and shared the bland, grainy broth. When Roland woke up, he joined his father and the others around the fire. Offered the village fare, Roland refused to eat anything, which worried Pinger. Seeing chickens scratching around the hut, he gestured to the villagers by making an egg-shaped sign with his thumb and fingers, and they soon had several hard-boiled eggs to eat. This was a welcome relief, and the major and his son were most grateful to the peasants for their precious gift. The villagers always sold their eggs rather than eating them, because a single egg was worth 1/10 of a man's daily wages. While seated around the morning fire, Alan noticed a brash young bandit whom the prisoners would soon nickname Straw Hat. Nicknames became common between the captives and the bandits, because most of the bandits, except for the top leaders, refused to give their real names or used multiple aliases. Straw Hat was wearing multiple layers of stolen clothing from the train, as well as Alan's own spectacles. As Straw Hat approached the captives, Alan gestured that the glasses belonged to him. The bandit passed them on to Alan to inspect, but insisted on taking them back afterward. It occurred to Alan that Straw Hat thought of eyeglasses as an ornament like a piece of jewelry, or perhaps as a symbol of learning and aristocracy. Alan had noticed that several other bandits were proudly squinting through stolen eyeglasses. When the young bandit persisted in demanding that Alan return his own glasses, Powell intervened and shouted at the young brigand to back off. Clearly embarrassed, the bandit gave back the glasses, but flashed a canny smile that let the group know that he was not letting the issue go away. At midday, the Zhou Zhou call came to march once again. Alan found that his swollen, blistered feet made it difficult to put on his shoes. He hobbled along as best he could, but every step was torture. Bobby was also very sore, and his gait was slow and pained. They made their way up a steep rocky hill, an exhausting climb, especially under the hot sun. Sun Mei-yao ordered 2 of the groups, Powell's and Allen's groups, to head to higher ground to a steep plateau that overlooked the valley floor, while the others stayed at the base of a mountain. Hot and fatigued, Bobby Allen stopped partway up the hill to remove his heavy wool coat. While he was trying to tie the coat sleeves around his waist, his guard, a boy bandit not much older than Bobby, started yanking his arm to get him to move along. Bobby instantaneously flared up in anger and clocked the guard with his flat open palm. "Back off!" Bobby yelled. Shocked, the youthful bandit conceded and allowed Bobby to fix the coat around his waist. Alarmed at first, Major Allen and the other foreigners quietly cheered the boy on for his nerves and true mettle. When they reached the plateau, they discovered remains of crude walls that at one time were apparently used for defensive purposes, including one wall overlooking the valley from the edge of the sheer precipice that appeared to be part of an ancient, now roofless temple. The foreigners scouted the surface for shelter from the intense sunlight. The shade was meager, and the ground was so stony that it was difficult to find a place big enough to lie down, but they made themselves as comfortable as possible. While the hostages rested, the bandits went to select lookout points with a view down to the deep valley below. They heard shots in the distance, but to avoid revealing their position, the bandits did not return fire. After sleeping for about an hour at the tabletop, an order came down to the group. They had to head back down the mountain to the very same village they had just come from. This news was not received well by the foreigners, who had struggled mightily to climb up to this spot. Powell was enraged and began to harangue the bandits in English. They did not understand a word, but his tone and gesture made his feelings clear enough. To quell the protests, the bandits began to carry the hostages piggyback style down the mountain. For Powell, this lasted just a few minutes, as he realized the grunting bandit carrying him was struggling to keep his balance on the unstable surface. Okay, I will walk myself," said Powell, as he got back on his own feet. "Just don't rush me down the hillside, for God's sake." Powell looked on as one of the larger, stronger bandits continued to carry the smiling, portly freedman down the mountain. When they arrived back at the village, Powell vowed to himself he would not travel another inch at the behest of these incompetent bandits, who were just going around in circles. "I am done rambling around the countryside," he decided. Some 10 miles away, Lucy Aldrich was sleeping peacefully under the watchful eye of the village women. She was awakened in the early afternoon by a man wearing an old and torn uniform. She didn't move and tried to fall back to sleep in the hopes that he would just go away. Aldrich was quite comfortable on the warm kong and did not want to leave. The villagers then began to vigorously shake her awake, for they themselves seemed anxious for her to depart. Bleary-eyed, she left the hut and instantly recognized the uniformed man as the bandit who the night before had directed her to the village. He signaled her to follow him, but Aldrich was afraid of leaving the relative safety of the village and rejoining the bandits. The man made it clear that she had no choice. When she exited the wooden gates of the village, she realized that the bandits and soldiers from the night before had moved on. All was peaceful and quiet. The sky was clear, and there was no indication of the previous night's storm, except for some shallow puddles of rainwater and a slight sheen of slippery wet mud covering the ground. Her bandit escort smiled, showing his brown teeth. Come, he said, gesturing toward a small donkey. He then knelt nervously on one knee to help her climb aboard. She rode on just a blanket while the bandit pulled the animal forward. Aldrich had difficulty getting a grip, so after a few hundred yards, the bandit recruited a young boy in a nearby rice field to pull the donkey, while he supported her. He whipped the animal's rump with a strip of rope to keep it moving. The bandit soldier was in a great hurry, and at times he had the beast in a full gallop as he and the boy ran alongside. After many miles, the trio came upon another gated village. In the ramparts over the gates, there stood a group of 10 to 15 armed men, all with defensive, if not menacing looks on their faces, who aimed their weapons in the direction of Aldrich's party. She had no idea if the people in this village were friend or foe. She sat patiently on the donkey as the bandit argued to be let in. After much discussion, one of the guards came down and opened the gate, but they refused to let the party inside. Instead, a well-dressed regal gentleman greeted them outside the gate and, looking all around, poured them each a cup of tea. Aldrich dismounted the beast to stretch her legs and to drink her tea. After thanking the villager, the bandit soldier helped Aldrich remount the donkey, and then they rode on. After several miles, they came to yet another village. Here, the bandit soldier abandoned the donkey and rounded up a few older men to bring out a chair to create a palanquin, a sedan chair-type conveyance carried on two poles over the shoulders of two or more bearers. He quickly realized that the two older gentlemen did not have the strength to carry Aldrich, so he commandeered a large wheelbarrow and driver instead. Unlike a Western-style wheelbarrow, the conveyance had a single large centrally mounted wheel that a driver pushed from behind, while the passengers sat on either side of the wood lattice-covered wheel. This wheelbarrow was adapted for the narrow country footpaths and could hold up to 6 human passengers, or could be heavily laden and piled high with cargo. Aldrich sat on one side of the wheelbarrow, and the bandit soldier on the other. They bumped over the stones so fast that she felt as though her teeth and eyes would drop out of her head. She tried to make the driver slow down and avoid the potholes, but he just laughed and went faster. Aldrich could see that they were approaching a larger town, spotting the smoking chimneys and campfires off in the distance. As they got closer, the bandit soldier pulled out a money purse and showed her some money. She interpreted this, as well as the scheming grin on his face and the bashful look in his eyes, to mean that he was hoping to receive a reward for his efforts. Aldrich never thought she was in the hands of a rescuer, and so ignored his overtures, and he eventually put the money pouch away without pressing the issue. Soon they arrived at a small railway station, where they were immediately swarmed by hordes of excited soldiers and railroad workers. This was the same station, Chi-Tsun, that McFadden had passed through earlier in the day. Aldrich realized that she had been liberated only when she met the 6-foot-tall, blue-eyed Ralph Nail of the Asia Development Company. Aldrich immediately took a liking to Nail, who helped her to her feet and walked her into the station. She described him as an ideal rescuer, handsome, cheerful, executive, and having the time of his life. She sighed with relief as the station master brought her tea and eggs, and his wife and daughter bathed Aldrich's face and feet and fitted her with Chinese trousers and stockings. When they removed her socks and slippers, they found that her feet were raw, blistered, and cut by the jewelry that she had been carrying. Embarrassed, she also realized how ragged she looked with her clothing streaked in dirt, her nose and face sunburned, and her tangled hair caked with mud and straw. Nail told Aldrich that her companions, McFadden and Schoenberg, had escaped from the bandits and were on their way to Xinan. "We took good care of them and put them on an earlier train north, and they should have arrived in Xinan by now." This was a huge relief. As dusk neared, Aldrich and Nail quickly climbed into an open mail car attached to a locomotive and headed to the Lincheng main station a few miles away. At the Lincheng station, Aldrich was greeted by Wiesenberg and Father Wilhelm Lenfers, a German Catholic priest who served the local Lincheng community and was known to the Chinese as Ling Sun Fu. Aldrich characterized Lenfers as a big man with a beard who beamed with sympathy and kindness. Lenfers and Wiesenberg offered to carry Aldrich from one train to the other, but she walked on her own. She warmly gave Nail a hug goodbye. Aldrich boarded the empty express train, having the entire carriage to herself. She was provided a first-class sleeping compartment, and she propped herself up on the lower berth, with the food trays on the compartment's table. While she was having a bite to eat as the train sped northward, her bandit soldier and rescuer appeared at her compartment door. He looked at her food and nibbled at his fingers ruefully to indicate that he wanted something to eat. Then he vanished as Wiesenberg came down the hallway. "Ma'am, are you okay?" Wiesenberg asked, noticing the unsettled look on Aldrich's face. "My bandit was just here begging for food," she said. "You know, the one that brought me to the train station?" "It probably was just one of the soldiers guarding the train, pacing up and down the corridors," assured Wiesenberg, thinking that Aldrich was just imagining things. But when Wiesenberg stepped out, the bandit soldier appeared again, peering around the corner like a Cheshire cat, she thought, and begging for food. She then filled his hands with sliced bread and meats, and, squatting down, he ferociously started eating. "By Jove, it is your bandit," said Wiesenberg, upon returning to her compartment. Wiesenberg then called out for the train guards, who quickly came down the hallway and grabbed hold of the hungry stowaway. "What shall we do with him?" Wiesenberg asked. "Feed him up," Aldrich said, as the train guards ushered him out of the compartment and down the hallway. She trailed them into the corridor to ensure that they gave him food and money, but watched with unease at the bullying by the train guards. The train pulled into Xinan at about midnight, and Aldrich was greeted by U.S. Vice Consul Milbourne and Joseph Babcock of the Xinan office of the Standard Oil Company. Babcock noted later that Aldrich arrived in tatters, half-dressed in Chinese clothes and shoes, but that she seemed to be in good spirits and was quite able to walk to the motor car. He reported to Sacconi that she was not in serious condition, but should remain in Xinan for rest and observation at the Shantung Christian University Hospital. Aldrich alerted Babcock to the pouch of jewelry that she had concealed under the rocks, and provided him with a map and description of its whereabouts. Before she was taken to the hospital to greet her companions, Aldrich was asked once again by Wiesenberg what she wanted to do with her bandit, because she didn't want him to go hungry or want him to return to banditry. Aldrich asked that Sacconi give him a job. Quietly annoyed, Babcock took the bandit to his office to figure out what to do next. He needed directions from Sacconi headquarters in Shanghai and cabled, "Miss Aldrich brought back with her one of the bandits. We understand this man, who is an ignorant coolie in soldier dress, rescued her at the risk of his life and guided her about 10 miles back to the railway. What should be done?" "Do what Miss Aldrich says," the Shanghai office responded. Solving two issues, Babcock enlisted Lucy's bandit as a guide to comb the countryside to locate Aldrich's stash of jewelry, tucked away in a crevice someplace southeast of Lincheng. Babcock wasn't thrilled, for all he had to work with was her hand-drawn diagram, and rock piles of the kind she described were all over the rural countryside. He offered the bandit a reward if he could help retrace Aldrich's steps to narrow down the search. The man was eager to please, and he agreed to lead the hunt. The next day, Babcock and the bandit would travel south to Lincheng to search for the Aldrich family jewelry. Amazingly, after combing the countryside for several days, the pair successfully recovered the jewels and returned them to a delighted Lucy. Not long after, the bandit returned to the hills to rejoin Sun Mei-yao. Lucy went on to Peking on May 9th, and thereafter to Japan with McFadden and Schoenberg, before sailing onward to San Francisco and taking the Transcontinental Railroad back to New York. She found the experience with Sun and his gang of bandits most dangerous, yet thrilling and extremely amusing at times. Less than an hour had elapsed since Powell's group arrived back in the village after their pointless hike up the mountain, when the dreaded words, "Zo, zo," were called out. It was time to march once again. "Go ahead and shoot me," shouted Powell. "I can't go another goddamn step." Thoroughly drained, Powell and several of the foreigners sank to their knees in exhaustion. Powell refused to move until the bandits provided donkeys or ponies. Because the bandit chiefs were aware that Powell was the ringleader in what was fast becoming a sit-down strike, one of them approached him and, drawing a revolver, threatened to shoot. Knowing that he was too valuable to be shot, Powell taunted the bandits to pull the trigger, and even bared his chest by opening his shirt in a gesture of bravado. Then one of the bandits pointed a cocked revolver at his head and held it there while 6 of his companion bandits severely beat him over the back and shoulders with clubs and rifle butts. Powell tried to explain his exhausted condition by pointing to his swollen and blistered feet. Pinger was stunned, expecting that Powell would be shot on the spot. But instead, there was only a volley of dull thuds as the young cocky bandit Straw Hat, whom Powell had previously embarrassed in the spat over Major Allen's spectacles, now took his revenge by viciously thrashing Powell with a heavy pole. Tempers flared. Even as Straw Hat beat him, Powell still refused to budge. Several of the younger bandits looked upon the situation as fine sport. As Powell yelled and the bandits pounded away, two of the English-speaking Chinese captives tried to intervene by calmly telling the bandits that this was an unfortunate miscommunication. This angry foreigner was saying only that he was in pain and exhausted. Neither interpreter translated verbatim Powell's raucous cavalcade of expletives. Rather, they massaged the message to avoid confrontation and maintain face for all. The bandits then retreated. Everyone sighed in relief. Friedman then helped the badly bruised Powell up off the ground. "There's nothing like a good beating to revive the faint-hearted," Powell said. "But it was worth it, as the bandits realized we were in earnest." Powell thanked the two interpreters. A university professor, Hung Shi-chi, who just days before had been enjoying drinks with the Shanghai cousins in the drawing-room car of the Peking Express, and the more reserved and soft-spoken banker, Kun Chi-chung. Chi-chung, who worked with the China Merchant Steamship Company in Shanghai, spoke English like a native, having spent a decade in Britain as a young man, including at Cambridge. From the start, several of the Chinese captives who were educated overseas and fluent in English quickly realized that they would have a better chance of making it out alive if they threw their lots in with the foreign captives. As they marched across the countryside, they let every Western hostage know that they could speak English and offered, if not begged, to act as translators. These captives stuck by the foreigners faithfully, often at great peril to themselves. Powell would carry the black and blue marks of his beating on his back and shoulders for weeks. But the protest had worked. The bandits located pack animals for the foreign hostages to ride. As for the Chinese captives, they were given the choice of walking or getting shot. With little sunlight left, they began to march once again. This time, they made a wide detour to the west, avoiding the previously climbed mountain peak, and instead marching up a valley past another hilltop with a fortified group of mud hovels. They hiked up and over a low mountain pass, and then eastward again to another village, arriving at about 9 o'clock on the evening of May 7th. The groups of foreigners are spread out in huts, which they shared with farm animals. Matting was spread on the floor. Using their coats for pillows, all the hostages lay down to sleep. It was a terrible night. No one could move without disturbing the person next to him. Nearby barn animals are separated only by a flimsy rope and freely roamed about, loudly grunting, sniffing, and braying at the presence of the unwanted guests. At dawn, the hostages were given hot soybean soup, gaoliang cakes, boiled eggs, and tea prepared by two women from the village. One of the bandits also gave them some kind of boiled poultry. Maybe chicken. Maybe not. They ate a bit of it, but tossed the rest. It was mostly inedible cartilage, and they feared it was undercooked. Without proper refrigeration or suitable cooking equipment, they decided, it was not worth the risk of eating. After breakfast, they set out again after the bandits ordered them to march. Leaving the village, they hiked directly north and ascended another high ridge that revealed sweeping views of the countryside. They remained on the ridge most of the day, sweltering under the intense sun. With the troops in sight, the bandit chiefs reorganized the four groups of captives and assigned senior guards who, in general, were much more friendly and mature than the younger, trigger-happy bandits. Pinger's group was assigned to Rusky. The Frenchman was assigned to Allen's group. They trekked onward in a northeastern direction across the countryside. At sunset, Powell, Friedman, and other hostages in their group arrived at what was referred to as the Dragon Door Temple, surrounded by nearby villages. They entered the temple compound as the Buddhist monks were closing the gates. The foreign hostages were herded together in one small structure within the temple compound, and the Chinese prisoners in another. Exhausted and hungry, they were served tea and some sort of grain-based gruel. As they readied their bedding for the night, they heard a commotion outside as the monks and several bandit guards reopened the compound door. A group of bandits had dropped a large object at the doorway and gone away. Leon Friedman peered outside to investigate. "It's Musso, and I think he's dead." Musso wasn't quite dead, but he was badly hurt and unable to walk. He had been carried in an 8-man palanquin to the temple door. He was dressed only in a nightshirt and sprawled over the seat and footrests of the sedan chair. Given Musso's weight, it took twice the number of bearers than usual. Powell, Eddie Elias, and several of the guards rushed out to help Friedman carry Musso into the temple building. "He had quite a spill yesterday, falling off a horse and down a ravine," said Elias, "and the constant pounding at the trail rod was just making it worse." Musso appeared to be unconscious when Friedman and Elias splashed water on his face to revive him. They also tried to get him to drink some hot tea. Musso briefly awakened, but after a few minutes he again relapsed into unconsciousness for the rest of the night. The guards hovering over the injured man told the captives that Sun Mei-yao had briefly contemplated executing Musso to get the soldiers to withdraw. The plan was to dump his body at the military lines and then lay the blame for his death on the wayward shots of the pursuing troops. The bandits figured that Musso was so seriously injured that he would slow down the rest of the group. But the bandit known as the Frenchman intervened, telling Sun that he had spoken to Musso himself in French earlier in the day, and learned that the Italian was a powerful lawyer with major political connections. After Sun realized Musso's value, the bandit chief backed down. The Frenchman had saved Musso's life. Meanwhile, Pinger's group crossed a small stream and reached a walled village with gates closed for the night, a short distance from the Dragon Door Temple. A bandit the captives would call Big Bill let out a yell in his deep baritone voice and demanded the villagers provide food and other items to the group. The bandit knew that the villagers were not obligated to open the gate at night, but that sending provisions to outside visitors, even bandits, was expected. In a short time, over the wall came hard-boiled eggs, pots of tea, and a large quantity of straw for bedding. Pinger used his button-hook to sew together 2 blankets as a sleeping bag and place it on a thick layer of straw. With Roland sleeping, Pinger propped himself up and noticed the bandits building a large campfire of galiang stalks under the clear, bright stars. Solomon, Smith, Barabé, and Rowlett, each busy making a bed for the night with straw, looked on as well as the campfire flamed upward with a loud whoosh sound, followed by intense crackling. Big Bill's group of about 50 men were in a cheery mood, partly because of Bill's gregarious personality, but also because they believed that they had beaten the odds by escaping from the pursuing soldiers. The gang decided that tonight was the night to sing and celebrate. Things commenced with a soloist singing a cappella, with the group joining in the chorus at intervals. Whoever concluded his song on the highest, thinnest, and most quavering note brought the loudest clapping and cheering. What the foreigners were hearing were traditional folk songs describing daily life in the villages, sung in the ancient Chinese scale of 5 tones. The main event that night was a performance by Rusky, who had adapted Russian love songs into traditional Chinese folk music form. Rusky had a naturally high and even falsetto tenor voice, and he sang a repertoire of colorful Russian barracks room ballads. Even the Russian-speaking Lee Solomon found Rusky's songs impressive. Bandits as well as foreign captives clapped and gave him a rousing ovation. When they noticed that the foreigners were also watching, Big Bill started to good-naturedly heckle Pinger. He sprang to his feet to mimic Pinger's futile effort to communicate with his wife when they were separated the night of the train robbery. "Miriam, Miriam." brought howls from his bandit audience. "Oh, pipe down," Major Pinger said, with a smile. "At least we know they have a sense of humor," Solomon said. Big Bill then started to impersonate the way that Pinger put up his dukes in a boxing stance on the night of the attack, when he was defending his wife in their train compartment. This also got big laughs from all the other bandits. Pinger just rolled over to sleep. As the fire died down, it began to get chilly. The captives and bandits settled into their bedrolls and straw. Before doing so, the bandits, especially the older ones, lit up the brass pipes for a dose of tranquility. The strong smell of burning opium hovered over the camp. When you lacked all, Pinger thought, as he tried to fall asleep, opium was food, drink, shelter, raiment, wife, children, and any other good thing. He remained awake, wondering what new dread tomorrow would bring. Chapter 12. The Mongrel Feast. Lack of food was our chief problem on the long march. One day, they brought us some fresh meat, which they said was young cow. Later, we were informed that our veal stew was shantung dog, a particularly tough type of mangy cur. John B. Powell, American publisher and hostage. May 9th, 1923. Sunrise, Dragon Door Temple. Initial media reports had indicated that Major Pinger had been seriously injured in the melee back at the train and was suffering from a gunshot wound. If Pinger was indeed wounded, the medical missionary doctors whom U.S. Consul Harvey Milbourne had sent down to Lincheng on a special relief train were ready to treat him. Their intent was to locate Pinger and evacuate him, if possible, to Jinan for treatment. Yet the reports were not accurate. Pinger was indeed fine, though exhausted after 3 days of schlepping across the countryside. At sunrise on the third morning after the holdup, he was sound asleep on the ground outside the gates of a hamlet, somewhere in rural Shantung, waking to a rooster crowing and the sounds of the village coming to life. On the morning of May 9th, Pinger, his son Roland, and the other captives in his group walked through the open gates of the walled village, searching for breakfast. They all noticed a general scarcity of men, except for a few who were very old. Word came that they would not be moving again for a while, and that the hostages would be staying put in the vicinity of the Dragon Door Temple compound, which was nestled in the tree-covered foothills, just below a steep plateau of white rocky cliffs. The complex included the connecting villages, which supported the temple. This was a welcome relief, even if the villages seemed mired in abject poverty. Protected by the mountain backdrop, the bandits and their prisoners were sheltered from the growing army presence at the military lines several miles to the south. Pinger scanned the surroundings and noticed that there was hardly any traffic, save for a boy leading a team of small oxen and donkeys that carried wickered panniers filled with manure and night soil to be dumped in the community fertilizer reservoir. The stench of the fecal sludge pit was overpowering and attracted swarms of flies. Pinger winced with revulsion and watched Roland pull up his coat to cover his nose and mouth. Nearby, a younger woman with a sad, bored look on her face held a toddler who was covered in sores and was trying to wiggle out of her grip. Her gloomy expression contrasted with the cheerful mood of an old woman who sat beside her, preparing a meal on a smoky wood and coal fire. Big Bill greeted the older matron as if she were his own grandmother. She showed him a big cauldron, guo, filled with boiling gaolang gruel. When Roland Jr. refused the thin, grainy soup, the major gestured and said, "Cluck, cluck, cluck," to the old woman, in the hope of getting some fresh eggs to eat. She burst out laughing at Pinger's chicken impersonation. She then handed him 2 eggs and was prepared to toss them into the bubbling guo. "No, no, Grandma. Give them to me and I'll show you something." The major then cracked open the 2 eggs into a large metal ladle and stirred them with Miriam's shoehorn. As the scrambled eggs were cooked, the old women smiled and eagerly pulled out a hollowed-out gourd filled with black salt, which got its color from the soot falling from the roofs of caves where the homemade seasoning was cultivated from boiling brine. The salt on the scrambled eggs indeed made a big difference. Young Roland gobbled them up with much pleasure. Grandma took a liking to Major Pinger, and with needle and thread mended the rip in his pajama top without taking it off his back. She then started her daily chores of spinning cotton yarn that would eventually be weaved and dyed into fabric for coolie blue summer garments. Roland was fascinated by the spinning wheel, which created a fine even thread of yarn from combed cotton fibers. Water was brought into the hut so that the foreigners could take a cold bath from the waist up. The villagers watched with curiosity as the foreigners, one by one, stripped and sponged themselves clean. The foreign captives had little to do throughout the day, other than to rest and watch the daily activities of the villagers. The villagers also took an interest in their visitors. The sad-faced younger woman gave Roland a hard, brown-colored cake that had the texture and firmness of teething cookies. It was intended to be lunch, but the Pingers found it inedible. When they couldn't finish the cake, the major tossed it into a nearby pig's trough, which contained scraps of food dumped throughout the morning. This ended up being a most terrible faux pas. Before the pig could pounce on the morsel, the young woman retrieved the priceless bit of rare dessert, washed it off, and gave it to her little son, who enjoyed it immensely, although he had no visible teeth. At about 4 o'clock, Pinger heard a great commotion coming from outside the village walls. One of the bandits came in and grabbed him by the wrist, shouting, "Zo, zo!" As Pinger and the other prisoners were led outside the walls, one bandit with pursed lips immediately gave him a smart figure-4 salute, and then another with an awkward grin fumbled with his forearm and gave the major a rifle salute. One after another, the ragtag band of brigands saluted Pinger with much hilarity. Why they were saluting him was a bit of a mystery to Pinger, because he was in civilian clothing, and he assumed that his identity as a U.S. Army officer was a secret. "What's the big idea?" Pinger called out to Rowlett, among the swarm of captives, bandits, and villagers. "There's a written message for you," shouted Rowlett over the cackle of voices, "and it's addressed to Major Pinger." Pinger groaned and immediately felt a sense of unease, now that his military affiliation was known. Meanwhile, British Consul Bertolt Tours had been ordered by the Foreign Office to proceed at once from Xinan to Lincheng. The diplomat didn't have much information to work with, but he knew that at least one British subject was dead, and several more had been taken hostage. Before leaving Xinan for Lincheng, Tours needed to draft a report concerning the death of Joseph Rothman. The local magistrate in Lincheng conducted an initial examination, but later passed on the corpse to the British consulate in Xinan for consular examination and burial. The body had arrived in Xinan from Lincheng and been stored temporarily at the Shantung Christian University's hospital morgue. An inquest was required by law in the case of a sudden, unnatural death of a British subject. Rothman's body had been wrapped in an assortment of bedsheets and blankets taken from the train. The corpse had been unrefrigerated for days and subjected to the balmy spring temperatures, so when the orderlies at the morgue began cutting and peeling away the layers of linen wrapping Rothman's head, Tours had to cover his mouth and nose with a handkerchief. The smell was awful. The inquest ended almost as soon as it began. Tours and the attending Chinese officials had seen enough. It was apparent that Rothman had been shot in the face at very close range. Tours simply stated in his report that the body was too decomposed for examination. A passport in Rothman's coat and papers in his briefcase established identification. At Tours's request, Rothman was buried in the Xinan Foreign Cemetery that afternoon. Torres would now be on his way to Lincheng to represent His Majesty's interests. He hoped for the best, but feared that this would not be the last death report he had to write concerning the Lincheng incident. Later in the day, one of the bandits came into the compound and presented Powell with a 2-pound chunk of warm, bloody meat that they pressed into his appreciative but squeamish hands. Apparently, the bandits had killed some kind of animal and divided up the carcass between the camps, saying that it was a young cow. Elated, Powell and Friedman busily chopped and seasoned the meat and boiled it, bones and all, in a large guo. For their efforts, they found the meat to be unique and gamey, but tasteful, and everyone in the group had a hearty bowlful. "Not bad," both Powell and Friedman agreed, complimenting each other for their rural do-it-yourself meal preparation. Later, one of the bandits told banker Ji Zheng that the veal that was passed around to each of the camps was actually Shantung dog, a somewhat domesticated mutt foraging in packs inside and outside of village compounds. In rural Shantung, dogs were primarily used for herding or as sentries, and not frequently consumed as food. But in famine-stricken regions of China, and when the need arose, the starvation diet had no bounds. Mongrel or veal, the meat gave them the energy to live another day. Somewhere in the crowd was a message for Pinger, but all the locals were clamoring to see and touch the all-important letter being passed around, so it was difficult for the major to get his hands on it. He saw Ji Zheng and could tell by the nervous look on his face that he had already translated it for the bandits. "What is good for one to know is good for all to know," shouted Big Bill, who had sensed Pinger's outrage that his private mail was shared with the masses. A very nervous-looking Chinese houseboy, dressed in a long-sleeved blue gown and black cap, had delivered the mysterious letter to the bandit camp, and told the group that it was given to him by 2 medical missionaries. Attached to the message was a name card for Colonel Zhang Zhou, Shantung Army 6th Brigade, which the messenger used as a pass through the military lines. The name card alone raised alarm with Big Bill. There was something about this foreigner, a U.S. military man who supposedly received special treatment by the Shantung government troops. After all, Colonel Zhang was their enemy. This letter clearly made Pinger a big fish, but Rowlett thought the letter was a fraud and cautioned the major about responding. It might have come from a competing bandit faction trying to get involved with the action by having their own prisoner. Pinger began to realize that it was unlikely that he would be freed, but that this might be the opportunity to have Roland released. He pleaded with his guards to bring the matter to the attention of the bandit chiefs. Big Bill agreed and asked Rusky to take Pinger to find Sun Mei-yao or Popo Liu. Professor Hung joined as the translator. Rusky led the group through a maze of narrow, winding alleys that opened up into a courtyard with a farmhouse in the center, guarded by a neatly clothed, well-armed, straw-hatted bandit sentry with a bandolier full of cartridges over his shoulder. Hung spoke in Chinese to the 2 watchmen at the gate. While one remained on guard out front, the other went into the shadowy, sepulchre-like entrance of the house. As he waited, Pinger could smell the sweet, overwhelming vapors of burning opium drifting from the interior. After a few minutes, a balding, mustached man came out from the entrance, bony with pale yellow skin and lazy eyes. This was Popo Liu, Bandit Chief Number 2. Pinger was finally meeting the old bandit face to face after watching Liu's evil brutality from a distance the past 3 days. The major felt uneasy, but he approached Liu with a sense of determination, given the important task at hand. "Tell him that this message has come to me from the outside world, and I deemed it my duty to bring it to his attention immediately." Hung translated both Pinger's comments and the letter, which appeared to seek the release of a supposedly wounded Pinger to two medical missionaries waiting at Lincheng Station. Hung handed the letter to Liu, who studied the paper and foreign handwriting, though he obviously did not read English. Liu paused to either think or wake up, or both. "You cannot go," grumbled the bandit chief. "To be sure, I cannot go," Pinger said. "But this is a wonderful opportunity for you to tell the outside world the meaning of this matter, and your terms for our release." Pinger explained that he would write a letter that emphasized the need for the government troops to stand down, lest the captives continued to be at risk. "I would like to answer the message, and to send my son out with the reply," Pinger then went on, as he proudly put his arm on Roland's shoulder. Liu appeared to be